While other stations are getting rid of classic country, we're celebrating it. 105.5 KD Country.
A short drive will save you money.
Buying a car at Feller Chevrolet has never been a hassle, but during our no-hassle sale, it's even easier. All new and used vehicles are priced and marked with rock-bottom prices on the lot and on the web. To make car shopping as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1. Come to Feller Chevrolet in Altavista or go to fellersdirect.com. 2. Pick the vehicle that fits your budget. 3. Drive it home today. No pressure, no hassle.
A short drive will save you money. Feller Chevrolet in Altavista.
High school basketball. It's on the radio. We'll start with the girls variety on 105.5 KD Country. The Colonial Beach team back for the second time in a week. This time, though, the ladies come up with a 22-1 record to take on the Altavista Colonels. Bob Alvis, Kyle Haney with you. Kyle, Colonels are riding Uncle Mo a little bit and really riding it late with some late-game heroics here within the past week.
Lady Colonels have been able to pull out some big wins down the stretch. 8 lead changes in that fourth quarter last night, and really dating back to that game against Perry McClure in the conference final. The Lady Colonels have sort of had their back to the wall in all 3 of those games since then, Bob, but they've managed to find a way to pull it out, and maybe it is that momentum, playing home court, sixth man, whatever you want to call it. This is a rematch from last year's state quarterfinal. Interestingly enough, both our games tonight are rematches from last year's state quarterfinal, so there's a little bit of history here with these ball clubs, and perhaps some history from the pregame even here tonight, but we'll dive into that later.
And I don't know if we can call this it's the regional final,
yeah,
but it's also kind of like the state quarterfinal. So you kind of have 2 games in one in terms of however you want to title it. But Altavista and Colonial Beach, the table setter tonight, and then you'll have the guys to follow. So. And these are big games because if you win, you're going to have a game closer to your super site. We assume the super site for Altavista will be at Salem. The other regional final tonight is Chilhowie and Honaker. And if you win that game, or if you lose that game, you're going there, which we discussed in the pregame would probably be at a Virginia High.
Yeah, you're still going to play next Saturday in the state semifinal, no matter what. Just for getting to this regional final, but ideally you'd like to have the win so you would get to host at a closer super site, which like Bob said, probably going to be the Salem Civic Center. Outside chance it could be somewhere else, but hey, either way, anytime you step out there on the court, you want to win the ball game, and certainly the Lady Colonels, that's been their MO all year. They like to win any way that they can, and they've gotten it done in a lot of different ways.
We'll talk about more with Deborah Spencer when we come back. It is the Subway pregame show. Altavista and Colonial Beach getting ready to hook up in just a bit on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Virginia high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
A short drive will save you money.
In the market for a new Chevrolet? Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
For a huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, it's Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
FellersDirect.com. Selection. Convenience. Fellers Chevrolet.
Fellers Chevrolet.
Always open and only a click away.
FellersDirect.com.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
The Altavista Lady Colonels moving on to the States again with the big win over ARGS. Talking to Deborah Spencer here on the Subway pregame show. Really nip and tuck, especially in the fourth quarter, 7 or 8 lead changes. Talk about the fourth quarter and just the wildness from Friday night.
It was wild. I give our kids credit on the defensive end that we just kept battling and kept coming up with the ball. We had some not real good offensive possessions where we turned the ball over or got jump balls or missed shots, but our kids just were relentless defensively on the other end of the floor and especially on the boards, and came up with some huge stops.
I thought the third quarter might have been the quarter that really won it for you, though, because you only held them to one field goal, and that was a trash bucket at the end on the rebound. Talk about that third quarter and the defense that your girls played.
You know, you're right. The third quarter, you know, it didn't seem that way until I looked up at the clock, and I was like, oh, that's the first basket they scored. But those 3 points we gave up in the final 2 seconds turned the momentum to them for a while, and it took us a little bit to get it back. But I think the third quarter gave us confidence that we could win this game and to expect to win.
And you guys weren't the offensive juggernaut in the third quarter either. I think you only had one field goal, but you had 9 points. Talk about, winning the quarter ugly rather than, losing it pretty.
We're not an offensive juggernaut anything. We don't normally win pretty, so that's okay. For us, it's just a matter of the outcome of the game, and that's what we're focused on. And, we had a lot of turnovers. Well, we turned the ball over a lot all year, so it's really no different for us. So we got what we wanted in the end.
Any different strategy when you're coaching against a team that's only got 7 kids dressed?
No, because honestly, if you look at our bench, how many kids did we play?
Right.
I dressed 15, but really I'm playing most nights 7, only 8 kids too. So not a whole lot of difference in the minutes played. Looks bad.
Right.
But
at the same time, though, if you get them in foul trouble, there's only so deep they can go. You can go deeper if you want, but, was there any strategy at all of try to get them in foul trouble or just cross your fingers and pray the refs are calling it tight?
We wanted to be aggressive. We wanted to go right at them. And, yeah, we'd like to. Every night we want to get the other team's best players in foul trouble. And, we thought that would be to our advantage. If we could somehow keep attacking them on both ends of the floor, then that would help us out in the long run, and it proved to be the difference tonight.
At this point in the season, it's harder to scout just because you're playing on nights they play, and you've got people, I'm sure, that are your eyes, but they're not your eyes in the same way I know a coach loves to see them play. Did they do anything that surprised you on Friday night?
Maybe press less than I thought they would, because other than that, I thought they would press us the entire game, but I think foul trouble and just the pace of the game up and down with only 7 kids, and actually less than that because then they got in foul trouble. They weren't able, I think, to press defensively as much as they would have liked. That's the only thing that they did that kind of surprised me.
Kyle and I have started calling them the Big Three with the seniors, Sydney, Chelsea, Kalia. Talk about what you saw out of them in their performance.
Oh, like I said, they're the key to our team. They have been all year. They're the heart and soul on both ends of the floor. I don't have enough good things to say about them. I could sit here all day and talk to you about them and for what they've meant to this program, not just this year, but in years past, and what they mean to the other teams that they play on.
Do you sense that they have the urgency, or is it still, one game at a time, let's keep things the same, or are people starting to feel that this is the last year for those three?
You'd have to ask them that. I would say that, certainly I think yesterday, they realize, oh, this is a win or go home game. And I think they, realize that, but it doesn't change. Once the ball's tipped, it doesn't change how they play. So.
And somebody else I was impressed with in closing, Brittany Mason, got out there, and she looks like she has no fear out there. The jump ball and then the foul where the girl didn't get the 2. And, it's not like Brittany looked like, I was supposed to do that. It looks like good. Talk about Brittany's attitude and demeanor out there. I think it's good.
Brittany's a physical player. She's an aggressive player. She's young. But you're right. She's not afraid of people. She has to go up against Sydney and Kalia every day in practice. So facing somebody else's post player is just another day in the gym for her. But she certainly does have a demeanor about her, a toughness, and we needed that.
I know we're both big basketball fans of the ACC as well, and I know we're both historical students as well. The cardiac kids that Jim Valvano had at NC State, do you kind of feel like you guys are getting that? Because, people shouldn't leave after the third quarter because things are very in doubt going to the fourth.
Do you think we can finish our season on an alley-oop dunk?
I'd like to find out.
That'd be good stuff, wouldn't it? If we could finish with a play like that, that would be unbelievable. But, I think with these kids, they just don't quit. And they trust what we're doing as coaches that will get us back in the game. And, hey, I'm proud of the effort they put out tonight, and we'll try to find something left and get back out on the court in the championship game.
You know, my strategy, and I'm not a coach, is you just got to be 1 point better than the other team that night.
That's all you have to be. And tonight we were maybe 2 points better. I think that was about it. 4. We were 4 points better tonight. So we had a lot of breathing room, didn't we?
With my strategy, I'll put the application in for your staff. Coach, as always, appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Deborah Spencer on the Subway pregame show. More after this on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
English is so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English is your complete home center.
Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need at English is
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for $1 with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Colonial Beach and Altavista ready to go in the East Region 1A final. Bob Alvis, Kyle Haney here with you. Kyle, let's go over the starting lineups. First for Colonial Beach, they're going to start Billy Gold, a senior 5'6" forward. Actually, Gould is the pronunciation, pardon me. Cora Harad, she's a 5'7" senior center. Emily Parks, a 5'2" junior guard. Denia Newman, she's averaging 14 points a game, or 14 rebounds a game. She is a 5'4" guard. Points out, correct myself. And Sydney Carey, a 5'2" junior guard, averaging 20 points per game. Altavista going to go with the familiar 5. Chelsea Robinson, a 5'6" senior forward wearing number 12. Sydney Morris, a 5'11" senior forward wearing number 15. Taylor Kraft, a 5'6" guard wearing number 22. She is a sophomore. Kalia Donegan, a 5'9" senior center wearing number 30. And Victoria Burgess, a 5'2" sophomore guard wearing number 32. The Colonial Beach ladies are coached by Mr. Keith Dickerson. He's assisted by Dwayne Newman, Kalisha Johnson, and Audra Lucas Payton. And Altavista coached by Deborah Spencer. She is assisted by Ed Frazier, Sarah Maddox, and Susan Short.
As always, Bob, our starting lineup, folks, we couldn't do it without English Construction Company, wishing our high school athletes an exciting and injury-free game. The One Stop Mart, your one stop for gas, food, and beverages. Fellers Chevrolet. A short drive will save you money. English is your complete home center, so much more than a hardware store. Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Services, a family serving families since 1905. The First National Bank, over 100 years of custom banking. Sunny Merriman, we are Virginia's bus company. David W. Shreve, attorney at law. If you're facing a legal matter, don't do it alone. Apple Markets. Check out the weekly specials at all 3 Altavista area locations and the E&S Mart. Largest selection of craft beers in the area, Bob. Of course, YouTube on-demand rebroadcast brought to you by Fellers Chevrolet. Online broadcast brought to you, of course, by Walmart in Altavista. Save money, live better. Walmart. The Colonial Beach Lady Drifters. I could have sworn earlier in the week we were calling the guys' team the Colonials. Yep. You don't see that enough where the girls' team will have a completely different nickname. I hope they were the Colonials team. We didn't just mess it up, right?
Well, we got that information from somewhere. I'm not sure where, but Colonial Beach will be dressed in their white uniforms, black striping down the side. Drifters is written on the front in big letters. Numeral is beneath in black, outlined in yellow. Altavista wearing the road blacks again, orange and white striping down the side. Altavista written on the front in orange, outlined in white, numeral centered beneath. And Altavista will be going to the right. Colonial Beach will be going to the left.
The lights turn out again momentarily. Officials telling Colonial Beach just to wait. And Altavista fans know this routine. Colonial Beach has traveled well, Bob. They've even brought the mascot. What is that, like a pirate driftwood guy? I don't know. He's a drifter.
It's a large delegation from Colonial Beach.
Yeah, they have brought a good crowd.
And like we pointed out, Kyle, you don't have to go 3-0 at this point, but you got to go at least 2-1.
Yeah, and it's got to be the right 2. I mean, it's got to be the state semifinal and the final. But you're right. Tonight, not necessarily a must-win, although we've certainly talked about the importance of it.
Altavista wins a tip. Donegan over to Robinson. Robinson lays it up and in.
That's a quick way to start things off. Great win of the jump ball by Sydney Morris, and Chelsea Robinson handles the rest there after the pass from Kalia Donegan.
Colonial Beach with the rock. Parks has it. This is a rematch of last year's state quarter, like we mentioned. So will the next one. Now Sydney Carey with the rock. Goes left to Newman. With the corner to Parks. Parks over to Gold. Gold gets it up and in.
Yeah, Billy Gold was one of the people that really played an important role in that game last year. 2 points early for her. We're tied up 2-2, 7:24 remaining in the Apple Market first quarter.
Morris has it right side, just goes right around number 4, Harrod, like she was a cone. And Morris lays it up and in 4-2.
Liked a little shoulder move there by Sydney Morris to get around that cone of a defender, and then the good finish.
Newman with the rock, kicks it back. Now over to Carey. Carey averaging 20 a game, and this is a Colonial Beach team that only has 1 blemish on the record, and that's to a Brook Point team who is in a higher classification than Colonial Beach. Shot is up and no good, but there's going to be a foul. And I think they're probably going to get Sydney Morris with it.
I think so. She fouled another Sydney Carey. And Carey had to alter her shot because of Sydney Morris's block attempt, but Sydney got too much of her. First foul on Sydney Morris, first foul on the Lady Colonels as a team. Comes with 6:55 remaining in the Apple Market first quarter. It's a 4-2 Lady Colonel lead.
Carey's shot is up and in. 4-3. I really need to start remembering to stop wearing long sleeves up here because it is a warm press box, and too little too late because this is it at Altavista High School this year no matter what.
Yeah, this is going to be the last day here for us, and we'll just have to wait till next football season. Second free throw, no good. Sydney Morris grabs the rebound.
Morris in the front court. Gets it off to Kraft. Now swung to Burgess. In the wing it goes to Robinson. Robinson returns it back to Burgess. Altavista just playing pass along the perimeter right now. Looking for something to open up. Robinson will bring it over with the dribble. Now Burgess returns it to Robinson. Now back to Burgess, middle of the circles. Kraft returns it right to Burgess. Altavista just looking for the attack, and that ball rejected into the bench by Naya Newman.
Yeah, you can tell Colonial Beach, Bob, athletic squad. They really getting after the Colonels on defense, and really Altavista with the 4 points. They've got both those baskets in transition, really.
Morris gets it back to Burgess. Now over to Kraft. And, you know, both teams look pretty loose. I don't know if that's because there's another game guarantee, but both teams not looking like this is a big stage fear. Three-pointer hoisted up by Altavista, no good. Rebound to Colonial Beach. Kraft tries to come in with the steal, cannot. Carey will get it across the timeline, left hand, kick back to Gold. Now the kick over to Parks for 3, short. Rebound is smacked around, and it's going to go out of bounds, and it's going to stay to the Drifters.
Good hustle there by Chelsea Robinson. She got down on the deck and tried to scoop up that loose ball, ended up knocking out of bounds, but good effort nonetheless. 5:55 remaining in the first quarter. Lady Colonels lead by 1, 4-3.
Colonial Beach having a difficult time getting it in. Parks with it. She'll be guarded by Kraft. Now Parks gives it up to Newman. Newman over to Carey. Carey, long three, no good. Rebound is loose and picked up by Kraft, and jump ball is going to be the call, and it's going to keep it to Colonial Beach yet again.
Altavista won the tip, so the possession arrow automatically starts the other way to Colonial Beach. First jump ball of the evening, and it goes to the Lady Drifters.
Newman with the rock. She'll get it in to Carey. Now Parks. Parks guarded by Burgess. On the perimeter. Now Newman with it on the wing. Newman crosses to Carey. Carey to the free throw line. Kick back. Parks will fire again from three. In and out. No good. Rebounded by Kraft.
Good job by Kraft to get in there. Altavista really had great rebounding presence, Bob. All 5 players in the paint right there, so they were going to be very effective on the glass.
Donegan with the rock, and the foul is going to be called, and they're going to call it against Parks.
Colonial Beach doesn't like it because the official that was calling the foul there, he sort of looked at his partner, and it looked like he wanted to call the charge. The other guy called the block. The officials look like they're sporting a little different uniforms today, Bob. The stripes look a little wider, don't they?
I'm with you. And there's also a shot up by Altavista, no good. Morris with the rebound. She'll get fouled and go to the stripe for 2. There's also a patch on the front left, right at the chest that says VHSL. Now, at first I was wondering, are they doing split crews? But these 3 we have seen together before, not maybe together as a crew, but we've seen them during the regular season.
Yeah, they're all 3 local guys. Morris to the free throw line. And speaking of uniforms, Bob, I guess we should point out again, we said it about 25 times last night. We haven't even said it once yet. Altavista, the visiting team, again, they are wearing the road black jerseys, and they are the visitors on the scoreboard, so don't let that confuse you if you're riding around and we ever say visiting team. But the Lady Colonels do lead. Sydney Morris sinks both.
6-3.
Yep.
We've been together so long we can finish each other's sentences.
You were waiting for me. Timing is everything.
I thought you were going to leave me hanging on that one for a moment. The 32, Carey with the basketball. Carey brings it over her left side. Now Carey gets it. Now back over to Newman. Newman with the basketball. Newman tries to go down low with it. Donegan again with a deflect pass like she did a couple times last night. It was just a knockdown like the old DB in football.
Yeah, smacked it down, got in the passing lane, ends up causing the turnover. Lady Colonel basketball. 4:35 to play in the Apple Market first quarter.
Robinson goes baseline. Robinson leaves it short. Donegan had the rebound for a moment. Tug of war, not going to be a jump ball, but it'll be Colonial Beach basketball. Carey with it. And you've got to think that Colonial Beach remembers this game from last year a little bit more than Altavista does.
Yeah, and normally you feel like that's the case, although I'm sure Coach Spencer has brought up that point to her team in the preparation for the game.
3 hoisted up by Newman, no good. Too strong. Morris with the basketball. Morris will come all the way down, slice between 2, and gets the layup to go in. It's a 5-point Altavista lead.
Wow, classic stuff from Sydney Morris right there, coast to coast after the rebound for 2.
Carey from the side, no good. Rebounded by Donegan.
Lady Colonel's really controlling the glass, I think, Bob.
In your opinion, is Colonial Beach getting good looks?
Yeah, I think they're getting the shots they want, just not going in right now. No second shots because, as I just said, I feel like Altavista's really doing a good job cleaning up the glass with the missed shots.
Donegan gets it underneath, and she's going to be fouled. I think that's going to be Billy Gould's second.
Obviously not the player Keith Dickerson wants to see get in foul trouble for his squad. It's the 3rd team foul on Colonial Beach, and it is the 2nd one, like Bob said, on Billy Gould, senior forward for the Drifters.
Donegan, first one, no good. Yeah, and I'm trying to think to myself, even as Casey Cox checks in, Taylor Graves checks in, and Kinsey Cox checks in for Colonial Beach. I'm just trying to think to myself, Kyle, is Keith Dickerson in a position to where he really needs to call a timeout or something? I don't think so, but, it just seems like Altavista's got that momentum to where, it seems like the logical thing to do just in terms of basketball 101.
Yeah, great point. Get a lane violation there on Altavista on the miss. Free throw missed anyway, and Colonial Beach grabbed the rebound, so it's sort of a moot point, I guess. Maybe Colonial Beach didn't get to get out and run in transition, but no, you're right. I mean, I think if Coach Dickerson saw another basket go down for the Lady Colonels, he might burn a timeout then. But I think maybe he feels pretty comfortable here. His team is just down 5, 3.5 to play in the first quarter.
Carey with the rock. Now pitches it back. Now back over to Newman. Newman will fire from 3. No good. Rebounded almost by Altavista, and Cox controls it, and Cox is going to be fouled. I don't know if that was against the other Cox. or if it was against Newman. I think it's against Newman, but we'll see. It's 4 team fouls. That's the bad news if you're a Drifters fan.
Colonial Beach can throw some full court pressure. Looks like Morris has got it broken.
Morris will lay it up. No good. They're going to say that was a clean block. Sydney came back in, and there's the foul by Alexia Wilson. And that's 5 team fouls on Colonial Beach.
Yeah, I think that probably is bothering Keith Dickerson a little bit more than the score itself. His team trails 8-3. Sydney Morris had the first one blocked, which is rare. Normally she does the blocking, Bob.
They called that on Kinsey Cox.
The extra effort by Sydney to get back to the basketball and stick it right back up does sink the first free throw, and Brittany Mason checking in now for Kalia Donegan.
It's a 5-0 Altavista run right now.
On the court right now for the Colonels, Taylor Graves, Brittany Mason, Sydney Morris at the free throw line, Casey Cox, and Victoria Burgess.
6-0 run as Morris sinks 2. 10-3. Well, you know, Colonial Beach is not really being killed from the field. They're really being bit from the free throw line by Altavista right now.
Good point.
Newman with the ball, had it stripped by Graves. Ball still loose. Squirts back over to Sydney Carey. Carey with the basketball. Carey will kick it over. Wilson back to Carey. And we're going to call a foul against Taylor Graves.
Second team foul on the Lady Colonels. First one on Graves. 2:48 to play in the Apple Market first quarter. Bob, 3 great locations in Altavista: Main Street, Gateway, and Riverside.
Colonial Beach gets it in. Carey will fire again from 3 from the corner. No good. Rebounded by Casey Cox. I think Colonial Beach has definitely fired more 3s than 2s.
They are liking what they've got from the perimeter. And, you know, you got to feel like they're going to go down eventually. Turnover there by the Lady Colonels. Brittany Mason could not haul the pass in. It was just a little too far from her.
Colonial Beach will inbound. No pressure in the backcourt from Altavista. Carey will bring it up. She's across the timeline as we head to under 2.5 to go in this Apple Market first. Altavista leading by a touchdown and the PAT, 10-3. Ball is stripped, picked up by Graves, and Graves is going to head out of the pack. Graves had it knocked away by Carey, but it's going to stay to Altavista.
Graves just tried to out-sprint Carey, and Carey just sort of poked that basketball away from behind, may have even gone off her knee. But Altavista will inbound underneath their own scoring basket. 2:17 to play. They lead by 7.
Burgess with it. She'll fire from just inside the arc and gets it to go.
Wow, the old 18-footer right there from Victoria Burgess, knocking it down with the left-handed shot.
12-3. Carey and Newman playing pitch and catch. Newman will fire from deep, no good. Rebound, and Graves was going to get called for it, it looks like.
It looked like Graves was the one that had her arm tied up. Wasn't the old arm drag takedown or anything, but they call that against Taylor Graves, I believe.
No, it's against Colonial Beach.
Oh, okay, it is against Colonial Beach.
They showed it pointing that way. I thought that meant the ball was going to stay.
I agree, yeah. Yeah, you're right. It is against Colonial Beach, though. It's against Amber Jones, and it's the 6th foul on the Drifters, so go figure. Another Colonel team might be in the bonus in the first quarter.
Graves over to Mason. Mason, ball fakes, now back over to Burgess. Minute 45 to go. Cox tries to make the bounce pass in to Mason. Cox dives after it. Still loose, picked up by Colonial Beach. 3 Drifters surrounding the basketball. Now it's Carey with it, guarded by Graves. Now Carey kicks over. That is Wilson. Wilson drives baseline, teeters the line. Shot up by Kinsey Cox is no good. Casey Cox with the rebound.
Casey Cox has grabbed 3 rebounds here in the first quarter, Bob, and she's a guard that probably doesn't normally grab a lot of boards, but right place, right time, good boxing out.
Casey will take the short 2, no good. Rebound almost bounced back to her again. I'll say she went to the Richard Hubbard School of Rebounding, just being in a good position at the right time, and Altavista will bail out the Drifters with the foul.
Seems like Navy Jones went to that school, too. He does that
well,
a
Navy
whole lot.
Can sky.
True.
And it's going to be the 3rd foul. It will be on Altavista's number 32. That is Victoria Burgess. On the floor for Altavista, you've got Burgess, Robinson, Casey Cox, Kalia Donegan, and Brittany Mason.
12-3, Lady Colonels lead, Bob. Colonial Beach, desperately needs a basket before this quarter ends, I think.
I would concur with that statement, Mr. Haney. Or at least a second effort.
Sure.
If not, the basket, at least prove that you can have a second shot. Carey with it, directing traffic. Altavista looks like in a bit of a, well, I was going to say a bit of a zone, but now it looks like that's been scrapped. And traveling is the call. And, I don't know. I've talked about both teams look loose. I don't know. I don't think it's an issue where Colonial Beach looks too loose. But I doubt the Drifters have played this way all year and gotten to 22-1.
Yeah, great point. This is not their A game for sure. I think we're smart enough to know that. Altavista Lady Colonels are playing pretty good, though, so they're not making anything easy on Colonial Beach.
Cox over to Donegan. Donegan, the extra pass to Chelsea Robinson, and Robinson will finish, and it will rattle around and fall down 14-3.
Great way to break the full court press there, Bob. Ends up being a 2-on-1 fast break. Chelsea Robinson finishes with a nice assist from Kalia Donegan.
30 seconds left. Now, if you're Coach Dickerson, you probably can just wait till the quarter for that timeout. Basketball belongs to Newman. Kicked over. Carey with the head fake. Tried to get Sydney off her feet and then triple teamed. The pass errant. Picked up by Chelsea Robinson. Robinson goes all the way to the basket. Robinson shot too strong. Robinson gets the rebound. That's short as well. Front iron. Rebounded by Colonial Beach. Drifters down to 8 seconds. Carey with the rock. Guarded by Cox. Carey gets by her. Carey looking for somewhere to go. Puts up a 2. The shot is up. It won't fall down. Rebound is just tapped by Burgess. And that will do it for the first quarter. Can't draw it up much better if you're a Colonels fan. 14-3 Altavista. We're back in 1 minute on 105.5 KD Country.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
At First National Bank, we have no service charges on debit cards, and we don't plan to. I'm Courtney Woody, and our local bank offers a variety of accounts for everyone, which will help you bank better and bank for less. First National also has no monthly maintenance fees on free checking, nonprofit, and faith-based checking accounts. If you're worried about your banking fees, contact First National Bank today. We have over 100 years of dependable, low-cost banking. First National Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Bob Alvis and Marathon man Kyle Haney, you've had a busy day, my friend.
Fun day. The instant auction was a blast. We got it all out of there, and hopefully some of the folks that were listening to the auction tuning in now, because we definitely hyped the 2 big playoff games going on here in Altavista tonight. Hopefully they're here in person.
Right. Chelsea Robinson, good first quarter, especially on defense, getting some steals, and Morris splitting the defense and getting a 2.
Good ball movement there, and I mean the Lady Colonels really just firing on all cylinders, Bob. They lead 16-3, 7:35 remaining in the Apple Market second quarter.
Plenty of time, obviously, as we're only in quarter 2, but I think there's a certain point to where you don't want to fall in but so big of a hole. Carey with the rock.
I think probably Coach Keith Dickerson may be thinking that time might be now for his visiting Drifters, even though they are the home team on the scoreboard.
Jones puts up a high floater, and Jones will go to the line for 2. KD Country Instant Auction, really a cavalcade of stars. Everybody's getting some mic time and talking about the items. I believe I even heard some voices from the past today.
Oh, yeah, some definitely voices from the past. Of course, our producer, Lee Cameron, was on there. John Haney on there. Eleanor Haney. And our old friend, Nick Bailey.
That's what I thought.
Absolutely. Nick was in town helping out with the auction. First free throw, no good. It was definitely a lot of fun. Lunch provided by Subway. And I don't know if we talked about Subway enough in the Subway pregame show, but they'll get their share of love later on as we go on.
The intermission report will be here soon, the halftime show. A lot to do and a long night for us as well tonight. I'll tell you, Kyle, I feel like we've been marathon men just with the amount of basketball seen lately.
The double headers that we've been seeing lately, they've been a lot of fun. I think it's going to be a week that we're going to remember for a long time, but definitely there is some time put in, and guys like Dean Hubbard got to put in some extra hours too.
Steele. Newman can't finish from as I like to say, the bunny.
Yeah.
Not shot in the forest on that one. Burgess with it.
Closer than the bunny, I think. I mean, that was literally as close as you can get.
Donegan splits the defense, but it's going to be called for a travel.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
No.
I insist. You first, sir.
I was going to move on and try to anyway. 6:52. I mean, I do feel bad for. Part of me feels a little bit bad for Colonial Beach. I don't know why I couldn't say it. Let me just stop for a little while. You take the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you're a Colonial Beach fan and you're looking for positive momentum, and Newman just misses a short 2-footer, I mean, you really got to be bummed. And it's really really have to question, will the sun come out? Donegan with the basketball, picks it up loose as Robinson was on the floor after it, and they're going to call a travel, and it will go back over to Colonial Beach. Surrey's in the house already, as well as they will have game 2 against the Altavista Colonels. And then we will move on to greener pastures next week, and then the funny thing is the week after.
Yeah, we've been playing 4 games in 5 days, and now if you can win, it'll just be 2 games in 2 weeks from here on out, but that's okay, too.
We'll talk about that later on as well, as there's going to be a foul on the floor. I mean, you know, I just feel like sometimes between the semis and the finals, in this case, almost too much time.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to Coach Cartolero and Coach Spencer about that in the pregame show for that game next week. It's definitely a change, definitely an adjustment.
Basketball hoisted by Parks from 3. No good. And the ball is going to touch the top of the arrow, and it's going back over to Altavista.
Yeah, hit the support wire up there above the rim, and that's a no-no, so that means dead ball. Basketball going back to the Lady Colonels, 6:07 to play.
When you got shooters, I mean, you got to shoot your way out of this slump, but this has been a very prolonged slump. Robinson with it. No good. Basketball loose. Picked up by Chelsea. She'll turn around. That's going to be short. Rebounded by Kenzie Cox. And it will be Colonial Beach heading to our left-hand basket on your listening device here in quarter number 1. Long 3 by Newman is hoisted. That's off the side of the iron, rebounded by Burgess.
Another one and done for the Drifters. Good rebound by Burgess. Altavista continues to be strong on the glass.
Damian Swordlett, he's also a marathon man. We might talk about that later. He pointed out after Colonial Beach scored their 3rd point, 0 for 11 on the floor, and Kalia Donegan gets called again for the travel. So Drifters have really been dry for a while.
Drifters have been off the scoreboard for a long time. Still just 16-3. Now, I will say this, Bob. Altavista not exactly playing their best basketball in this last 2 or 3 minute stretch here. I mean, a lot of turnovers. They've had some good looks that haven't gone in. So that's probably the thing keeping Colonial Beach hanging around where they're at.
Well, you got to think, I mean, you know, could it be worse?
Yeah.
You know, and I think you just touched on that point. It could be at this point. Colonial Beach might have the glass half full from that point. Newman with it. Newman goes inside, makes a nice pass to Carey over top. Carey has it rattle in and out. Rebounded by Mason. I'll tell you what, the iron downright rude to Colonial Beach so far in this one. Mabry drives in, leaves it for Brittany Mason, and Mason's going to take it up and be fouled, and that'll be 2 shots as Brittany Mason was in the act of shooting.
Well, I'm going to say that's a big part of it, Bob. And we've seen that in the past 3 or 4 games with the Lady Colonels. Lady Colonels getting the ball close to the basket, attacking the basket, drawing fouls. Colonial Beach settling for the long jump shot more often than not. And then, let's face it, they have had some bad luck because there was a few times when they got it in close and just didn't make it. So maybe Coach Keith Dickerson just doesn't have any answers right now. Who knows? First free throw, no good for Mason. Second one on the way. 16-3, Lady Colonels lead.
But not enough just to get there. Morris with the rebound, takes it back up and in.
Well, that helps, too. If you're going to miss the free throws, you might as well get the rebound and stick it back up for 2, right?
This run is now 14-0. Basketball is going to be a kickball. And it will stay to Colonial Beach as they will inbound it right in front of Susan Short at the Altavista bench.
4:44 remaining in the Apple Market second quarter. On the court right now for the Lady Colonels, Morris, Robinson, Mason, Victoria Burgess, and who am I leaving out?
Erica Mabry.
Erica Mabry.
Burgess almost had to steal, but it's going to be called for the foul instead. This will be her second. We'll try to update you on the other game of big interest tonight, which will be the opposite game on both fronts for the girls and the guys. Galax and Radford on the guys' side, and on the girls' side, it's Chilhowie and Honaker. Honaker, one of those schools, you say Honaker, I say Honaker.
Right, yeah.
You know, Carey with it over to Newman.
Of course, the legend Heath Miller from
right.
Honaker High School.
Newman with the basketball. Nice pass inside from Parks to Kenzie Cox. She'll fire it back. Carey for 3. And finally, one goes in for Colonial Beach. And, you know, I think they probably have to feel good that one just went down the hole.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a sigh of relief. They know there's still a long way to go, but at least they scored again, and they've caused another turnover again. Lady Colonels travel with the basketball, and it's going back to Colonial Beach.
Kalia Donegan will come in for Brittany Mason. And, you know, a lot of times we talk about when you start making baskets, how that can be false confidence. Well, That's just needed confidence right there. I mean, you just need to be able to see one go down that cylinder.
Yeah, everything at this point is going to help Colonial Beach. They still trail 18-6. Long way to go, though. 3:50 remaining in the Apple Market second quarter.
Carey with the pass. It bounces up and hits Kinsey Cox in the chin. Picked up by Erica Mabry. Now over to Victoria Burgess. Now to Mabry. Mabry hit that big three last week against Terry McClure that really got the Colonels springboarded at the end of quarter 3, headed to quarter 4. Now Burgess with the rock. Bounce pass into Kalia Donegan. Donegan makes a move to the hole. Donegan puts it up and in.
Good move by Donegan. A little bit of a fadeaway jump shot from just outside the paint there on the right side, knocking it down. Lady Colonels extend the lead, 20-6. They're up.
Well, and you got to wonder if Kalia was just changing the way of her style for a moment because she had been called for 3 travels on her normal move to the bucket. 20-6, the working margin. Colonial Beach with it. Newman will fire it in the corner for 3. Weird-looking shot hit off the side of the board. Now picked up by Chelsea Robinson. Robinson will come down. She's going to be fouled by Carey. Colonial Beach, though, has done a good job in the first 5 minutes, 4:58 to be precise, of this quarter, though, Kyle. They had really been disciplined in not fouling.
Yeah, great point. You know, they picked up 6 fouls or so pretty quickly in the first quarter. Haven't committed as many since then. That's helped their cause a little bit. Chelsea Robinson on the free throw line now, shooting a pair. 3:02 remaining in the quarter. It's a 20-6 Altavista Lady Colonel lead. Graves is at the scorer's table ready to check in for Chelsea Robinson. So if Chelsea makes the free throw, Taylor Graves will be in. If not, she'll have to wait around at that scorer's table for a bit.
Well, and, I know that, if Robinson misses 2 and they get a rebound and stick it in, that, it kind of washes it out. But I think the Colonels would like to see some of these free throws start falling down. That one does. 21-6.
No, excellent point. I mean, I'm sure Coach Spencer, she realizes, hey, we're shooting these free throws. Since I got Sydney Morris down there near the basket, that's going to give us a chance to grab an offensive rebound. But, yeah, you're right. She'd definitely like to see the free throws go in.
Well, if Sydney's 4 for 4, Mason was 0 of 2, and Chelsea's 1 of 2. So, I mean, it's not like it's a, national disaster call to arms, But, again, you never want to leave those points on the table. Newman in the corner for 3. 21-9.
Starting to heat up from the perimeter now.
Morris comes down this way. Morris gets inside. Morris takes it up, and it will not fall. Rebounded by Donegan. That will fall. 23-9. Altavista by 14. Carey with the rock. Now Carey guarded by Graves. Now over to Parks. Parks with the basketball. Parks gets it over to Newman. Newman makes the extra pass down low. Shot is up and in. That'll be Alexia Wilson, 23-11.
Well, they've proven they can score from outside. Now they do finally get one from inside, Bob. And here comes Colonial Beach, 23-11. They still trail, but they're finally getting some points in.
Graves with the basketball. Graves throws it back. It's tipped out by Newman. Newman keeps it in. If you're Coach Dickerson, where do you want the margin?
Close as I can get it, but I'd say anything under 10. Single digits would work for me.
Dickerson misses a 3. Sydney Sky's up top for it.
I mean, realistically, I think with the way his team has played, he'd be happy with single digits. They're going to have to work for it, though. We're down just to 90 seconds in the half.
Burgess makes the pass, and it's too high. Kenny Hunt makes the one-handed pat, but he is out of eligibility, so not helpful in that case. I like that. As close as you can get it. That's definitely a sure Coach Dickerson shares that sentiment.
Too simple of an answer.
Carey with the basketball. I kind of set myself up for that one.
Well,
shot is up by Colonial Beach, no good. Still, I think the Drifters need to get out of that habit of one and done, though.
Yeah.
That's hurting them.
Yeah, they've got to attack the glass offensively when they throw a shot up.
Parks with the basketball. Gets it. Now over to Carey.
23-11. Lady Colonels lead. Colonial Beach Drifter basketball.
And a whistle, and it's going to stop play.
And it's a foul on somebody, and it's the 7th team foul on Lady Colonels, so that's going to send, I want to say it was Sydney Carey, wasn't it, Bob, to the free throw line that got fouled? It might have actually been number 10, Denia Newman. She will be shooting the free throws. The foul was on...
Foul is on
Lady
Mabry.
Colonels. Yes, thank you. Why am I having so much trouble with Erica Mabry?
You've had a long
tonight?
day.
Of course, Erica Mabry, the daughter of the Altavista High School football coach Dave Mabry. He's a 2-time state champ.
First one goes down. 23-12. Well, he might get it to singles or at least 10 here.
Yeah. 55.9 seconds left. Second one, no good. It did not hit any of the rim. And on the free throw, you have to hit rim or it's just a dead ball and the non-free throw shooting team takes over. So it is Lady Colonel basketball. Actually, I'm not sure the clock should have run, but I think it actually did run for about a second. We had a clock issue last night.
Burgess catches it now over to Casey Cox. Now lobs it back over to Burgess. 45 seconds to go. Tapped out into the Colonial Beach bench, and it'll stay to Altavista, though.
44.5 seconds left. It's an 11-point Lady Colonel lead. They're inbounding on the sideline.
Brittany Mason with it. One dribble. And over to Chelsea Robinson. Robinson, nice bounce pass into Kalia Donegan. Donegan splits two, and she'll go to the stripe for the free throws.
Kalia Donegan, very, very solid inside. She takes care of the basketball. She tends to get to the free throw line a whole lot. And that's big. 19 foul on the Lady Drifters.
First one on Harrod. Well, and if you look at Donegan and Robinson and Morris, they play their age.
Yeah.
They play like the seniors out there. They don't make the simple mistakes that they would have made maybe when they were sophomores or whatnot. Brandy Bell has checked in the game.
That's a good point. We've taken to calling them the big three, and there's a reason for that. They play like it. Big three surrounding the paint right now on the free throw here for Donegan.
Donegan can't hit the second. Rebounded by Robinson, though. No good. Donegan gets a tap right back into her hands and takes it in for two.
Well, once again, you get those three around the paint. A missed shot's sometimes your best friend because three of them have a great chance of getting the offensive rebound. They do right there. Stick it back in.
20 seconds to go, and Parks is going to be fouled by Casey Cox, and that'll be two for Parks coming up.
20.4 seconds left in the quarter, Bob. Lady Colonels ahead 24-12. It's the first foul on Casey Cox. 8th team foul on the Lady Colonels.
Subway halftime show will get its share of commercials in, too, because we haven't had any stoppages aside from the quarter.
That's a good point. No timeouts from either coach. Basketball hadn't been going out of bounds much either, so really time flying by here at the friendly confines of Altavista High School.
Just a little after the 6 o'clock hour as Parks can't hit the second. Rebounded by Morris. Would think the Lady Colonels would hold for one. Bell swings it over to Cox. Cox back to Bell. Bell keeps the pivot foot, puts it on the floor. Looking for somewhere to go, goes back to Casey Cox. Lady Colonel's got to think about it. 5 seconds to go. Robinson with it. Now over to Bell. Bell's going to have to hoist something. She'll hoist the three. It's up and it's short. So, 16 minutes in the books from Altavista High School. The visiting Colonels on the board tonight lead Colonial Beach 26-12. We'll take a timeout and come back with more after this timeout on 105.5 KD Country.
English Construction Company has been in the building business since 1909, so it's only natural that they appreciate the building process. They recognize the fact that organized sports programs build character as well as bodies and minds. They know that high school sports build our youth into more well-rounded and more productive adults. English Construction Company is proud to be a sponsor of high school sports and salute all athletes, coaches, and teachers. A word of praise and encouragement from English Construction Company with offices in Lynchburg.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
A short drive will save you money.
In the market for a new Chevrolet? Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
For a huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, it's Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
FellersDirect.com. Selection. Convenience. Fellers Chevrolet.
Fellers Chevrolet.
Always open and only a click away.
FellersDirect.com.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Halftime is here from Altavista High School, the Lady Colonels and Colonial Beach, 26-12, Kyle. Into the first quarter, 14-3 Altavista. So they only win that second quarter 12-9, but Colonial Beach definitely made a lot of headway.
Yeah, Colonial Beach had a better second quarter. I mean, I know that they're still down by a whole lot, 26-12, but they definitely did have a better quarter. They got to the free throw line, and they hit some of those threes that they'd been trying earlier in the first quarter that just weren't going in.
Half-court shot getting ready to start here from Altavista. And with that being getting ready to start, we'll let the Subway halftime show and some of our sponsors have their words as well. 26-12, Altavista leads Colonial Beach here from Altavista High School on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch & Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
English is
so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English is
English's is your complete home center.
everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need at English is.
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English is
English's is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Bob Alvis, Kyle Haney here from Altavista High School, where the Colonels lead Colonial Beach 26-12 after 16 minutes. Kyle, a legend getting out there shooting now, Mr. Rick Purcell. He was a very good basketball player in his day at Lynchburg College.
Yeah, Mr. Purcell, the athletic director at William Campbell High School, going to try the half-court shot. It's on the way. Boy, it was on target. It was a little short.
Well, he's just joined in the club of Ty Gafford and Troy Harris.
He's probably going to say it was short because his shirt was tucked
right,
in like Coach Troy Harris did last night.
All left it a little short. You know, we pick on all the Altavista people here, and they really treat us good. We should really mention that during the last real true home game here at Altavista High School. I mean, they really treat us good, Kyle. Roll out the red carpet. Plenty of time where you and I come over, and, you know, Coach Carlero and Coach Spencer always give us the time of day to talk to us. So really, from top to bottom, class act, and we're really treated like family here, maybe even better.
Yeah, great point. You know, we like to give everybody a hard time. Ty Gafford, principal here at Altavista, does a fantastic job, and he was a very good ball player and coach in his day as well. Dean Hubbard, the athletic director, same way. We like to goof on those guys a lot, but they do a fantastic job. And then all the way down the line, like you said, Troy Harris,
the shirt's untucked tonight.
The assistant coach for the Colonels does have the shirt untucked tonight. So according to him, this should go in.
Right.
Left-hander shots on the way. It was short again, maybe off to the right a little bit. But yeah, as I was saying, Coach Carlero, Coach Spencer. I mean, you said it. Anytime you want to grab an interview, they don't just drop what they're doing, but they definitely make time for us and give us any kind of access we want. Our own Kenny Hunt out there trying the three-point shot, and that one didn't go in, but he'll give it another shot. Definitely is the friendly confines here at Altavista, Bob.
You know, I think Miss Donegan can make all these half-court shots, but she just doesn't want to, short the Colonel Club for money. That's my opinion.
I agree. I think Miss Donegan could probably just stand there at the half-court stripe and pour them in like they were free throws. She might not be 100%, but she's up around 65%, I think, at least. Subway halftime show, always 100%, Bob. Eat fresh at both locations. Mr. Robert Duff is back in the house after his trip down south there to play a little golf. He mentioned that Mike Moorfield did lose that yellow ball again today, but was it a glow in the dark? I'm not sure if it's glow in the dark or Mike Moorfield just likes to mix it up and do something different, but either way, I know they had a good time. We had a great time with Subway catering our meal today, Bob, for the auction. And
did you stop by Main Street location on the way in? Kendra and Carly.
I did.
Doing my BFF, Carly, by the way. That's how I refer to her. And Kendra always holding the fort down. And this will be the last time I probably get to see them this year as well. With these games now, they're going to be a long, I don't want to say a long way away, but a long way away to me.
Yeah.
From the Lynchburg factor.
Yeah, we'll have to definitely plan ahead to get our subway for the for next week's state semifinal contest. But maybe we can figure something out. Maybe Robert can meet us halfway.
I have a feeling
something like that.
Robert does a very good job of taking care of us as well. So I have a feeling
he said
something could be worked out.
He said a bunch of his gang is still down there playing golf and listening. So we may mention them again during the intermission report.
That tells me that Robert didn't play that well and ran out of money.
Robert had to go home. Yeah, he told them, "Well, I want to see the big games tonight."
Right,
but he really, he was out of money. He was lost his shirt there. Got to come back and sell some more subs. If the guys are listening down there, I'm sure they're going to love that. I know there were some Rustburg guys in that crew, and he said even some guys from Narrows, Virginia, Bob. I don't know how that could be possible. That's like a different country up there.
Brian Bowles, our old friend from William Campbell, alum of Narrows, the Green Wave.
Love the Green Wave. Just kidding. Love going up there up 460. Dipping through Narrows, Virginia there. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Should we get it back on track, or are we having fun?
Take one final time out, come back with the halftime numbers, and start the second half on the Subway Halftime Show. 26-12 Altavista on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas Belt bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Bob and Kyle back here from the friendly confines of Altavista. Cade, before we get the second half underway, let me break it down with some halftime scoring for you. Billy Gould had 2 for Colonial Beach, 2 from Alexia Wilson, and 4 apiece from Denia Newman and Sydney Carey. Altavista, Victoria Burgess threw in 2. Chelsea Robinson chipped in 5. Kalia Donegan had 7. And Sydney Morris had 12. Those stats courtesy of the News and Advances Damian Sorlet. He is second game today. I guess he'll be doing 3. He was up in Charlottesville where the VES Lady Bishops captured a state title. So congratulations to the VES Lady Bishops. Men went down last night in a bit of a shock as they were the number 1 seed, lost to, I believe, Christchurch.
Yeah, VES, great basketball teams up there. Damian Sorlet had a great write-up from last night's Altavista games, and I'm sure another good one here tonight. Some interesting thoughts from both coaches, and he always asks those questions that we don't think to ask. You know, we ask about shout-outs and what you like from Subway and all that stuff. Damian actually gets
the hard-hitting journalism.
Yeah, Damian gets to the heart of the matter. Second half just underway. Lady Colonels lead 26-12.
Parks over to Carey, and I'll tell you what, and if you look in the area, Altavista, they are waving the flag because there are not a lot of other teams still holding the flag. Dan River is on the boys' side, but not a ton of flag wavers from the Lynchburg area especially.
Yeah, you're right. Dan River's still around. I want to say one of LCA's teams is still knocking around. Neither of LCA's teams. Well, I apologize to Jeff Platt and the entire LCA Bulldog community there.
Girls lost last night with Tom Brown. Chelsea Robinson in action here at Altavista as they're still playing. Victoria Burgess with it. Altavista going to our left here in the second half. Colonial Beach to the right.
Good point. Maybe we should talk about the teams that are still playing.
Sydney Morris from the free throw line kicks it over to Taylor Kraft for 3, front iron, and hits the board, no good. Rebounded by Harad. Don't forget, 3 ways to listen to KD Country, 105.5 in the Altavista area and surrounding areas. Also, if you can go with your computer or tablet at kdcountry.com, and if you're a mobile phone type of person, go with the TuneIn app and search KD Country or WKD. You'll find it. I did it the other day just for research and development. It worked out fine.
Yeah, we did it during the auction today, and we picked it up just fine. Looks like Lady Colonel's back in the zone defense, Bob.
3. Morris put a hand out on it. No good. Rebounded by Colonial Beach. And they'll hand it back to Newman. Now back over to Carey. If you're Colonial Beach, what was the message in the locker room?
I think you got to get on the glass. I think you and I both hit the nail on the head. I mean, they're just not getting any second chances. And you got to figure sometimes you're going to throw up a shot and not get a rebound. But I think Coach Dickerson is telling his squad, hey, when that shot goes up, we've got to attack the glass and try and get some offensive rebounds. Second foul there on Chelsea Robinson while we were talking. Team's first. And
first foul from anybody.
6.5 to play in the third quarter.
The Apple Market third. Check out the weekly specials. 3 convenient locations. Emily Parks trying to check out a special from the three-point line. Just, I think, barely drew iron. And now Robinson with the board. Robinson drives all the way down, and she's going to get fouled, and she'll probably go up for 2. She will.
And I say you got to attack the glass, but you see it right there. Chelsea Robinson grabs a rebound, and she gets out in transition. So that's one thing that really does make it tough on a basketball team to go after the offensive rebound. When you have to worry about the other team getting the defensive rebound and running on you. So that means, hey, we got to send at least one guy, maybe 2 guys back. Second foul on Harad. Her team's first.
27-12, Altavista by 15. Lady Colonels will take on the winner of the Honaker and Chilhowie game, which is just about ready to get underway. Donegan gets the rebound, and she's well underway and in game mode. 29-12, Altavista.
Offensive rebounds for the Lady Colonels have been huge. Kalia Donegan scooping one up there, sticking it right back up for 2 points.
Newman with the basketball. Now, that's going to be a hike for Colonial Beach if they have to go to Virginia High, correct?
Yeah, they might want to leave tomorrow.
Carey with the basketball.
Or just leave from Altavista tonight, maybe cut the time in half.
Newman with the 3 misses it. Parks gets a rebound. Might be one of the first for Colonial Beach on the glass, and they're going to call a blocking foul. I think it's on Robinson. We'll see what the official says. Yeah. It is. It's Chelsea's third, I believe.
Yeah, she picked one up earlier in this half, and it is her third, so maybe a cause of concern there.
Well, I don't think, I think it's a cause for a little bit. It's not major panic, pick up the red phone.
Yeah. She did come out. Taylor Graves will check in the ball game for her. And that could be as much rest as anything. But you certainly don't want Chelsea picking up her 4th foul, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think you're forced to sit her for the whole quarter necessarily. Parks with the basketball. Now over to Carey. Carey will split the D, kicks it over. Shot is up. It's going to be short, rebounded by Donegan. And Donegan gets called for the travel.
This is going to send the basketball back to Colonial Beach, Bob. 5:28 remaining in the Apple Market third quarter. It's a 29-12 Lady Colonel victory. Some of what brings Chelsea Robinson back in was probably going to depend on the basketball game. I mean, if Colonial Beach gets closer, Deborah Spencer probably going to throw her back in.
5-second call. I don't know if Colonial Beach tried to call the timeout or not, but not in time if that was an attempt. Honaker up on Chilhowie 10-6 after 1. Altavista goes with the long pass. Sydney Morris has to come back across the timeline to catch it. She had actually gone into the front court, and now it's stolen away by Colonial Beach. And that's an easy call right there. Harad caught it and then really just kind of did the gallop to get over midcourt.
Yeah, 3 steps there.
3-step drop.
And it's a turnover. Not that we're not laughing at her. I'm just laughing at Bob's 3-step drop comment. Lady Colonel's inbound on the sideline.
We'll get it in. Sydney, look at Sydney going to the basket. Burgess with it. I think this is about equal size tonight, as Altavista kind of outsized a little bit last night by ARGS. And Northumberland, I'm not sure. That might have been near even, too, if memory. Like I said, Kyle, everything's just mushing together in my brain.
It is. With 2 games a night, it's getting tough. Inbound play goes to Kalia Donegan. She is fouled. She's going to head to the free throw line and shoot 2. Shot did not go in. 5:13 to play in the Apple Market third quarter.
Well, and I mean, you got to think we had games here last Friday, then Tuesday. So, I mean, and like you said, it's been 2 a day.
Yep.
That'll be Jones's third. Second on the Drifters here in half 2. And Donegan's first free throw will go down.
You talk about Lady Colonels outsized last night. Tonight, it is an equal matchup, or if anything, Altavista might have the size advantage, and they're using it to their advantage. Certainly, we've talked about the rebounding situation on both sides at length. Lady Colonels are making it work.
30-12. 31. So Altavista up 19 now. Long three by Colonial Beach, and it goes. That's Newman.
And Newman was a pesky neighbor on Seinfeld. Pesky three-point shooter here. And it looks like a turnover. Lady Colonels are going to give the basketball right back.
I was waiting to break out the hello Newman line. 31-15.
Taylor Kraft stepped on the baseline trying to get it inbounds. But that three by Newman was honestly very big, Bob, because Colonial Beach was down 19. They finally cut into the lead just a little bit.
She was going right back to that corner. Carey will fire from three. Jumper is going to be off the side of the iron, saved by Colonial Beach, and they keep it. Now Colonial Beach is just working. I mean, they are working on the offensive end. Parks with it. Not that they weren't before, Kyle, but it's like business has picked up.
I agree. I mean, I think they see their back is to the wall. They're going to have to really get after it here. And they know they're going to have to probably play, pretty much perfect in this second quarter to have a chance to, second half, to have a chance to come back in this game.
Carey with the rock. Gives it up to Newman. Newman splits the D in front of the free throw line. Jumpers up, and it'll rattle around and fall.
Well,
31-17.
One of those little mini runs that you talk about sometimes, Bob. It's a 5-0 run, I believe, for Colonial Beach. But at this point, everything's big.
Morris breaks the timeline, gets it over to Victoria Burgess. Now Burgess looking for somewhere to go, and his ball is stolen. Not enough mustard on the pass to Kraft. Layup is in by Gould, and that will force Deborah Spencer to call our timeout. First timeout called by either coach in the game comes with 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go in quarter 3. 31-19 Altavista. We'll take a 30-second break here on 105.5 KD Country.
Hi, I'm Tracy Robinson of First National Bank. Did you know there are great home mortgage opportunities available right now? With rates being at an all-time low and 100% financing, our recognized mortgage lenders will deliver the right loan for your needs. Put this together with our other progressive mortgage products, our fast local service, and we're ready to lend. First National Bank, over 100 years of dependable custom banking. For you and your money, that's important. First National Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista having to call a timeout. Deborah Spencer, smarter than both of us, no doubt. What do you think she was saying, Kyle?
Well, I think she said, hey, just because we were up 19 a few moments ago, we're not up 19 anymore, and we're not out of the woods yet. This team has got some fight left in them, and they want to try and come back, so we got to start playing better. Got to take care of the basketball. Too many current turnovers, I think, for Altavista, Bob.
Casey Cox in the game. Over to Sydney Morris. Sid the kid throws it to Cox. Cox between the circles. Now over to Burgess. Well, and if you're Altavista, you can't get into freezer mode at all right now. Burgess over to Morris.
Agreed. I think you got to get some shots up. If they can get a shot up, they got a great chance at getting an offensive rebound and sticking it back up. We talked about how good they've been on the glass.
Kind of like boxing. When you punch, when you get punched, you punch back.
Yep.
I mean, this is not rope-a-dope at this point. Parks with it. Colonial Beach could cut it under 10 with a 3. They trail by 12. Parks back over to Carey. Carey guarded by Graves. Now over to number 34. That is Wilson, and they're going to call a foul. I think it's going to be against Casey Cox, but we'll wait and see.
I think you're right. That's on Sydney Morris, her second. Third one on the Lady Colonels as a team. Almost got fooled by the scoreboard. Though, again, Lady Colonels are the visitors on the scoreboard tonight, and they are the visitors in uniform. But we are at Altavista High School. So if you're driving around and you're thinking about going to the game, definitely get in here. Gym is pretty full. I mean, Colonial Beach brought a big crowd. Surrey has a big crowd on the other side, too. There's still room for some Colonel fans, though.
Yeah, Pep Band takes up some spots, no doubt, but they are worth the spots. Shot by Carey. Is going to go down 31-21.
Well, it's at least a 9-0 run, Bob. Might be a little bit more than that. Talk about momentum a lot. Colonial Beach's crowd's not really into it, but the Drifters certainly have the momentum on their side.
I've been hard on the 6-man. Now Kyle Haney's going to crack out the whip on them for Colonial Beach. Basketball is loose. picked up by the Drifters. Casey Cox knocks it out of bounds, and it's going to stay to Colonial Beach. Kyle, you are right. 9-0 run for the Drifters, and it all got started with Denia Newman's three.
And, you know, it's crazy because we talked about what a big run Altavista was on, and, should Keith Dickerson call a timeout, this and that. Maybe he knew what he was doing, and certainly it looks like Colonial Beach is about to fight their way back in this basketball game. They do still trail by 10, 31-21.
And, you know, again, when we do our second guessing, we don't know the teams like the coaches know the teams.
Sure.
So, you know, we're just pointing out. And they're going to call a
kickball, yeah. That'll stop play. Basketball stays with Colonial Beach. Kickball a little bit more important in college and NBA, Bob, because it resets the shot clock.
Right.
No shot clock here, but that's another topic.
We'll get that soapbox out at another time when things get slow. Newman with the basketball. And, you know, it hasn't been a ton of second shots like we talked about for Colonial Beach that we thought needed to get them back in. Newman's three is up, no good. Rebound. And Cox gets taken down to the floor.
Yeah, Cox hits the deck. Foul looks like it's going to be a number 5, Emily Parks. Yeah, this second shot really hasn't been much of a factor. They've just been making more of their first shots, and, well, that's one way to do it, too. Full court pressure coming from Colonial Beach. Altavista going to inbound, throw it long.
It'll be a lead pass for Sydney. Morris catches it. Morris lays it up, and Morris gets it in. 33-21.
Big smile on Chelsea Robinson's face. She threw the lead pass. Excellent description by you, Bob, because that's exactly what it was. She just lobbed it in the front court over everybody, the defense and her own players, and she knew Sydney Morris was faster than anybody that was guarding her. She was going to run it down.
Parks with it. Kick back to Carey. Carey for three is in. And one. Or no, they're going to call it the other way, so the three is going to count, I believe.
I think you're right, although it's certainly going to cause some confusion amongst the crowd and everybody. Yep, he said,
good.
Great description by the official. He said, score the basket, then you got a foul on number 3, Billy Gould, on the clear out on the box out. So great call there. The officials got it right. Excellent stuff. Still a big three-pointer from Colonial Beach. I'm telling you, Bob, it's really starting to get tight around here, isn't it?
You are right, no doubt. And a steal by Colonial Beach.
33-24. Lady Colonel still up by 9. Feels much closer.
It does. Colonial Beach has brought Uncle Mo in to the frame here. Apple Market third quarter as we approach a minute left. Three-pointer hoisted up by Colonial Beach. That's going to be long, and the rebound is going to go off the Drifters, I think, and it will.
Kalia Donegan checking back in the game. She joins Casey Cox, Victoria Burgess, Chelsea Robinson, and Sydney Morris. Another full court press from Colonial Beach, and Coach Keith Dickerson not going to get burned by the long ball again. He sent Billy Gould back deep.
Now, we could all be here for a while in the fourth quarter with everybody pretty much having all the timeouts left except Altavista burn one. Robinson, nice find to Cox. Cox goes over the top to Donegan. Donegan can't finish underneath. Second try is in.
Great effort by Kalia Donegan. Great move to get to the basket. She just missed the first shot, stuck with it, got her own rebound, stuck it back in. It's an 11-point lead again for the Lady Colonels.
40 seconds to go in the Apple Market third quarter. Carey with the basketball. Guarded by Robinson. Now over to Parks. Parks over to Carey. Carey back to Parks. Now Parks drives all the way in, bounce pass across to Newman, and Newman can't hold on, but it's going to stay to Colonial Beach.
Down to 23 seconds in the Apple Market third quarter, Bob. Colonial Beach could conceivably just hold for the last shot, but I think they'll just probably take the first good look they can find.
Parks almost kind of doubled in that corner. Now Parks dribbles it all the way out, lost the basketball, and a timeout by Coach Dickerson. It will come with 15 even on the clock. 15 ticks left to go in the third quarter. We'll take a 30-second break as well. Colonel's up 11 on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical Virginia high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Keith Dickerson, sensing his team was in a bit of trouble, calls the timeout. And Colonial Beach will keep possession with 15 seconds to go. Good thing no games early next week. Rumor of weather on Monday, so that could play havoc. It could play havoc with some practice times, though, too, depending on what happens.
Yeah, it could. It was looking like it was going to be just a rain event, but now, as of today, they're saying looks more like some rain, snow mix, maybe even a couple inches worth. But back to basketball.
Colonial Beach with it down to 3 seconds. Carry long three, no good. Rebound by Parks as it comes right into her hands and hits it off the window and in. So we've played 3 from Altavista High School. The visitors on the board tonight, that is the Colonels. They lead Colonial Beach 35-26. We're back in 60 seconds for the 4th and final on 105.5 KD Country.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
A short drive will save you money.
In the market for a new Chevrolet? Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
For a huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, it's Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
FellersDirect.com. Selection. Convenience. Fellers Chevrolet.
Fellers Chevrolet.
Always open and only a click away.
FellersDirect.com.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
8 minutes left in regulation. Colonial Beach has got some work to do. They trail by 9.
Well, I don't know if you can hear it. You probably can. The Let's Go Colonel chant is out there. So, Bob Alvis, you can't get on the sixth man tonight. Crowd's into it for the Lady Colonels.
And this is where the crowd needs to be into it, because when you get to bigger buildings, yeah, it helps, but it's not as enclosed. So the six-man helps there, but I think it really helps when you're really in an enclosed environment.
Yeah, the noise factor is much more here in the smaller gym.
Donegan gets it to go, and one.
That'll get the crowd fired up. How about a little Kalia Donegan catch at the free throw line, couple dribbles down the right side of the paint, puts it up, fouled, and the shot falls.
Gets the fine lady to my right fired up, too. Miss Donegan on the PA. Gets excited for all Colonels, but there's got to be the extra excitement when Kalia gets a 2. And the extra free throw. That is the 15th foul on Colonial Beach. And Donegan sinks the free throw.
Free throw goes in. Let me second your emotion there about Miss Donegan and something you said earlier that was very observant, Bob. This is really the true senior night here tonight.
Right.
Because this is the last home game for the girls and the guys.
38-26.
Sometimes I always said it's hard to get into the senior night 3 weeks earlier this.
Right.
Just because you know you're going to play more games and you're even going to play more home games. But, yeah, you can definitely get into this one here tonight if you're a Colonel fan. Turnover by Colonial Beach. Basketball going back to the Lady Colonels. Inbounding on the sideline, but in the backcourt.
Altavista up a dozen, and they'll just move it down the sideline a little bit. Now, if you're Colonial Beach right here, you know, you're down 12. Obviously, got to make up 12 at least to get it into overtime, if not more. You kind of try to play, I want it at X number at, 6.5 or 6 steal.
We'll get back to that.
Colonial Beach with the basketball. Cox and it off the foot of number 3, Billy Gould, and it's going back to Altavista.
Yeah, I think Coach Dickerson's probably got a number in his head. I think at the 5-minute mark, he'd like to have it down to single digits. But again, he's going to take all he can get, and if it's not down to single digits, it doesn't mean that they're going to give up. It's
right.
just what he'd like.
Donegan wide open. Cox found her, and Donegan finds the window, and that'll be a timeout by Coach Dickerson. And there will be a full 1-minute timeout. We will take the 60 seconds as well. 40-26, Altavista leads by 14 with 7:15 left in regulation on KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch & Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
English is
so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need at
than a hardware store. English's is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista with the 14-point lead. Coach Dickerson's message in your mind, maybe?
Hey, we can't afford any more mistakes, gang. You know, we got to be probably pretty much perfect, maybe not 100%, but probably upwards of 95% if we're going to come back in this game. But the first step to thinking you can come back is believing you can.
Right.
So I think that was probably a big part of his message. I think he was probably still pretty positive in that timeout, even though things are looking kind of grim for Colonial Beach.
Kyle Haney will do motivational speeches at your business, folks. Donegan with the steal. Now over to Cox.
I might even pay you to do it, just to put it on my resume.
Over to Donegan. Well, if you're Altavista, you can't think it's on ice either.
Good point.
Robinson with the basketball. Over to Morris. Sidney at the free throw line. Thought about going back to Chelsea. Now Sidney will put it on the floor, puts up a little jumper, and she'll be fouled.
I think it's on number 3, Billy Gould again, Bob. It's the 6th one on the Lady Drifters. Sidney Morris back to the free throw line. Lady Colonels lead 40-26.
But
6:37 to play. It's not on Billy Gould. It's
on,
actually
Alexia Wilson. I'm sorry.
No, we were again same thought process there. Just both of us wanted to spit it out first. It's the first one on Alexia Wilson.
And really, if you look at it, it's going to be shots the rest of the way, no matter what. 41-26, because the next foul will be foul number 7.
Good point, and that's obviously a great benefit when you're the team in the lead and you're on the free throw line.
I don't like the body language by Colonial Beach for their sake, though. Tapped away and picked up by Robinson. Can't save it, though.
Yeah, I'm going to tend to agree with you there. I mean, it's obviously each individual player's got their own thing going on, but yeah, you're right. Not a ton of positive vibes going on right now for the Drifters. Still 6.5 to play, though, which is really an eternity in basketball. Altavista leading 41-26.
Colonial Beach having some problems getting in, and Wilson makes the extra pass, and that's Cox for Colonial Beach, no good. Rebounded by Victoria Burgess. Burgess bounces it back to Robinson. Robinson lobs it up top to Cox. Cox quickly over to Graves. Graves backs it over to Burgess. Now Burgess puts it on the floor, back over to Chelsea Robinson. Robinson finds Morris cutting to the hole, and Morris is going to be fouled. If Altavista can turn this into a free throw shooting contest, I think they're going to be okay as long as they can get something out each trip.
Altavista generally pretty good from the free throw line. You know, free throws were important in that win last night. Chelsea Robinson missed 2 with about 20 seconds or maybe 18 seconds to go. Then she knocked in the next 2 she had a chance. So Lady Colonels, I think they like their chances in a free throw shooting contest. You're right.
Morris sinks the first, 42-26. And I'm sure Sidney's dad would want us to give Oscar Briggs a hard time.
Yes.
If he's listening. So, Oscar, glad you're, quote-unquote, working hard today. 43-26.
I think Oscar might be listening. We'll touch on Agent Zero a little bit more in the Subway Intermission Report. We'll try and save some of that stuff for when the ball's not being bounced around in the court.
Carey with the rock. Carey looking for somewhere to go. Carey puts it up. Morris had a hand in front. Burgess had a hand in the back. Ball is tied up. No, it's going to be shut up, and there's going to be a foul, and I think it's going to be on Sidney. It is, and it will send Billy Gould to the free throw line. Sidney's fourth on the Colonels.
Well, we talked about the Colonels probably wouldn't mind if it turned into a free throw shooting contest, but something that we always seem to mention in these games, if Colonial Beach can get to the free throw line, that means they can score without the clock moving, and that's very important for them right now because, you know, the score and the clock are their 2 biggest enemies, right. Obviously.
Well, Gould misses the first.
Yeah.
One thing I will say that's, I don't want to say an advantage to them being at the free throw line, but they can't get a three-pointer when they're at the free throw line either. Even now the clock is stopped. That's the bad part of that. Gould sinks the second. It's a 16-point lead. Altavista 43-27.
5:46 to play. Lady Colonels still got a pretty decent cushion.
Graves over to Morris. Morris with the basketball. Sidney will put it on the floor. And now she'll just dribble it long. Morris now picks it up and goes over to Robinson with it. Like Altavista's movement away from the basketball, though. Robinson takes a shot up and in off the window. And one will be coming.
Well, you talked about how pumped up Sidney Morris gets for her teammates. I think she was more pumped up than Chelsea Robinson right there. Great play by Chelsea Robinson. In the lane from about 10 feet. A little fall-away jumper. She gets fouled, and she's going back to the free throw line.
You know what I said about Altavista moving around away from the basketball? That's shortening those passing lanes to where you're not having to throw anything cross-court or, just a wing and a prayer pass. 46-27, Altavista. So Colonial Beach, not panic time yet, but maybe panic with a lowercase p.
I like that. Panic with a lowercase p. I'm going to credit Bob Alvis for that the next time I use it. But, yeah, it's 46-27.
Newman fouled, and it bounces around and falls down. Hit the side of the iron, then just trickled over into the hole. And I think if you're Colonial Beach, you've just got to figure we got to score at least every other possession minimum. I mean, every possession would be great.
Yeah, agreed. It's a 17-point game now. Free throw here cuts it to 16. Stranger things have happened, but there is only 5 minutes and 16 seconds left. Free throw goes up, rattles out.
Can't have that happen, though. The rebound was put up, no good. Casey Cox triple-teamed, and a jump ball, and it's going to keep it to Colonial Beach. Now, the good news on that is Altavista gets the arrow. I always try to find some silver lining in every cloud.
I think, realistically for Colonial Beach to come back, there's going to have to be some threes involved.
There's going to have to be a run involved, too. Carry for three. That's looked good all the way, and it's down the hatch.
There's one right there, three-pointer. And, really it's a 6-point swing.
It's a 14-point lead.
Because of the field goal right before that.
Donegan dribbles it all the way, gets it over to Graves. Graves uses a window and gets it in.
Yeah, Donegan's made a couple extra passes tonight, a couple times to Chelsea Robinson, one time there to Graves. Great look by the senior.
48-32. In the corner. Now over to number 3. That is Gould getting the sweeping layup, 48-34.
And they scored quickly, Bob. It only took about 6 seconds on that possession.
Colonial Beach going to have to play some defense, though. Graves had the pass deflect. Donegan retrieved it. Now Kalia looking for somewhere to go. And Deborah Spencer wisely calls the timeout. We will take one as well. It'll be a full 1 minute timeout with 4:18 to go in regulation. Altavista 48, Colonial Beach 34.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista was in a little trouble right there, and Deborah Spencer calls the timeout. Down in Southwest Virginia, Chilhowie's up 16-14 over Honaker at intermission.
Close game there, low-scoring game there. Lady Colonels have stretched the lead out, but Coach Deborah Spencer not taking any chances.
Pass into Donegan. It rattles around and falls in, 50-34.
And I think, I don't want to say it's all over because we still got 4 minutes to play, Bob, but boy, it's getting close.
Colonial Beach stripped. That's not a good sign for the Drifters. Morris with the basketball gets it over to Burgess. Now swung to Cox. Now Burgess with it. Burgess needs somebody to come to the basketball. Sydney Morris is there. Morris all the way down the lane. Morris puts it up, no good. And she will be fouled. And it will be 2 shots.
Looks like the foul on number 2. Amber Jones on the court right now for the Lady Colonels. Casey Cox, Victoria Burgess, Sydney Morris at the free throw line. Chelsea Robinson and Kalia Donegan just outside the paint, ready here on the free throw attempts for Sydney Morris.
First one goes down.
3:44 remaining, Bob. Makes it a 51-34 lead for the Lady Colonels.
And Sydney's second one goes down as well. 52-34 Altavista.
Looks like we're going to be calling the Lady Colonels regional champions. And, they've been in the state tournament the past 2 years, but they actually lost in the regional final the last 2 years. So this will be a nice little feather in the cap for Coach Deborah Spencer and her squad. Something different. Again, I hope I'm not jinxing it. But, boy, time is just certainly running out on Colonial Beach.
Shot too strong. Rebounded by Burgess. Well, and the other thing, too, is you don't have East Rockingham in the classification this time either.
Yeah.
So that was a hurdle that had stymied the Colonels a few times. Colonels lost in the state final last year to East Rock. The year before, dropped a state semi to Covington. Morris with the basketball. 3 minutes left in the fourth. Robinson with the basketball. Double team now over to Burgess. Casey Cox open on the wing. Burgess will go that way. Now Casey will put it on the floor. Bounces it over to Sydney. Altavista really has no desire, it looks like, to get it near the basketball right now, and there's going to be a foul against Colonial Beach. Carey and Parks both in the neighborhood. And now
official's going to talk it over. Deborah Spencer actually burned a timeout before the foul, and one official said she called it first. Let's take it with her, Bob. 2:37 remaining in the basketball game. Lady Colonels on top and in charge. 52-34 on 105.5 KD Country.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista, the visitors on the scoreboard for the last 2 games, but still playing it like it's a home game, because it really is. And the Lady Colonels up 18 right now. Now Colonial Beach really going to have to get busy on both ends.
Yeah, in a big way. And I don't think they're going to try and foul. I think they're just going to try and get turnovers. They almost got one there. I think
Morris for it.
They did get a turnover. Morris committed to foul, trying to get the basketball back.
Sydney's fourth.
Well, you say to yourself it's probably not going to matter with just 2.5 minutes left, but I don't know. Could be one of those Twilight Zone event, Bobs.
Colonial Beach with it. Newman with the basketball.
You better start firing the threes, though.
Carey for 3 in.
Okay, there's one.
And it looks like she's got the confidence now, too, from beyond the arc. 52-37.
Agreed. Full court pressure by the Drifters.
And I'm
have not broken it yet.
I'm not saying there wasn't confidence in the first half, but it just wasn't going down. Now steal for Gould. Gould lays it up and in. 52-39. 2:01 to go. Deborah Spencer will burn another timeout. We will take it as well. This time it's a full 1-minute timeout. Colonels still lead by 13 as we're right around 2 minutes to go in regulation on 105.5 KD Country.
I'm hungry. What are we doing for lunch?
E&S Mart.
E&S Mart? I knew they had the best gas prices in town, but lunch too?
You can get 2 hot dogs and chips for $2.99.
Wow, $2.99?
Yep, high-quality Nathan's and Jesse Jones hot dogs with over 30 items from the topping bar, so you can load it up the way you want.
Okay, so let's go to E&S Mart on Lynch Mill Road, across from the elementary school.
With the best selection of craft beers in the area.
Have you looked at your business banking fees lately? I'm Sean Stone with First National Bank, and we have the best business accounts which offer serious savings for your company. We have a full menu of business products, from checking accounts and remote deposit capture to online banking. And we have a local merchant card representative who will customize services just for your business. So let First National Bank prepare an analysis of your current activity and show how we will reduce your banking fees. First National Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Time running out on Colonial Beach, but they are not going down easily, Kyle Haney.
Not at all. They're putting up a fight. They've got themselves a little 5-0 run again.
Altavista in the front court, though. Morris over to Burgess. Now to Casey Cox. At what point do you start to foul?
I don't know. I probably would have started already, honestly. I think the sooner the better. You just gotta hope Altavista can miss free throws, really.
I want to foul that person. Sydney Morris. Now Burgess with the rock. Now over to Robinson. Robinson will drive baseline. Robinson lost it, and they're going to give it over to Colonial Beach.
Yeah, basketball going back to the Drifters. Altavista did run a good solid 30 seconds off the clock, though, Bob. And again, that's the main enemy of Colonial Beach right now. They got to get it down here and start jacking threes early and often.
Minute 32 to go.
Or at least score buckets.
And now a foul against Colonial Beach. It's against Carey. Altavista's in the bonus. It'll be a 1-and-1.
Probably a good foul, though. I mean, Chelsea Robinson was going to have a free run at the basket. You stop the clock, too, very quickly as soon as Altavista got the ball, so you don't give the Lady Colonels a chance to run off anytime.
So it'll be 2 shots for
good
Robinson.
Point. Fourth on Carey.
I thought that was 9, but they slashed 10.
You know, Carey's been their best three-point shooter as well, Bob, so she's got 4. Again, the lights are really dimming, and the window of opportunity is, well, it might not be slammed shut and locked just yet, but it's closed.
Don Meredith is tuning up
yes.
from below, 52-40.
1:18 to play.
And I'm not going to do the Don Meredith singing, by the way, just for anybody that wants to keep it here. Newman for 3, no good. Rebounded by Newman. Newman might have traveled with it, goes up and gets it in, and 1.
All right, well, here we go again. Newman grabs her own rebound on the missed 3. Might have taken the extra step, but I think the official thought that maybe it was bobbled around a little bit. She's going to go to the free throw line. Chance to convert the old-fashioned three-point play. Is it 5 on Sydney Morris?
Yep.
Yes, it is. The foul is on Sid, the kid. Her night is done a little bit early. 1:06 to play in the game. Nice ovation here for Sydney Morris, and well-deserved, obviously.
Sydney not very happy with that call, and I honestly didn't see where she was in the area on it. But obviously my eyesight has not been 20/20 for some years. 53-42.
That's your eyesight or the score?
Both.
I don't know. Is 53-42 bad? I don't even know. Lady Colonel's up by 12. We got to get it back on track again. 1:06 to play in the contest. Apple Market fourth quarter.
Newman gets it. 53-43. And a timeout by Colonial Beach. We will take it as well. It's a 30-second timeout. 66 seconds to go. 53-43 Lady Colonels on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in Virginia are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
When you need gas or hungry for the best fried chicken around, One Stop Mart is your one-stop shop. Congratulations to the Altavista Colonels on a great season and making it to the playoffs. Remember, One Stop Mart has all of your convenience items, gas, beverages, deli specials with home-cooked food, fast and hometown service. That's One Stop Mart, Main Street in Altavista. Go Colonels!
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Amber Jones is done. 5th foul on Jones. 53-42.
Kalia Donegan back to the free throw line. 1:02 to play. And again, if the Lady Colonels can knock down, I don't know, just some of the free throws, they're going to cruise on into a regional championship win right here. Even if they probably don't, just got to run off enough time, I would imagine.
62 seconds. I don't see Mr. Ripley in the crowd tonight, so no Ripleys, believe it or not.
Took me a second to get that. I'm glad you explained it. I'm sure some folks didn't get it yet.
Had a long day, like I said. 55-42.
It would be stranger than fiction, possibly.
Parks with the basketball. Parks kicks it back. Carey's going to fire again, and I'll tell you, she's had some good-looking arcs and good-looking shots late, and the basketball is going to go over.
Nice hustle by Emily Parks there, trying to go for the missed shot on the long rebound. She ends up running right through one of the chairs on her own bench right there, ending up in the first row, and you got to like that. I mean, scoreboard didn't matter to her. She was going after that ball.
Sydney Morris on the edge of her seat. She's sitting right at the end of the bench. Donegan gets the pass, catches it, goes up with it. Can't get it to fall. Rebound, Colonial Beach. Carey, guarded by Cox, coming up the far side. Carey kicks, Parks for three in the corner. No good. Rebounded by Colonial Beach. Newman thought about retreating to the line. Now hits the two. 55-44 and a timeout. Coach Dickerson waited a few seconds. It looked like as he just said timeout to the official. 55-44, Altavista will keep it here with this 30-second break with 33.5 seconds left. Well, it turns into a full 1 minute timeout, but still, Kyle, we will keep it here as Altavista leads by 8. And I'll tell you, Colonial Beach has definitely mustered a last stand here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Colonial Beach, you got to give them a lot of credit. They didn't play well in the first quarter. They played well in the second quarter. Even numbered quarters, they seem to have gotten things going. I think it's just going to be too little too late. And, Bob, we do have a second. So we got to remind folks, guys team coming on as soon as we're done with this one. Not as soon as we're done. They're going to get their 20 minutes of warm-up in the intros. But
even longer, because with the regional championship, they give out the
trophies, good point.
And read out the names and everything like that. Another guys game in the area tonight that is of interest. I refuse to call it the Dogwood District anymore, but a former member of the Dogwood District, Dan Rivers, still playing. They're actually in Ridgeway taking on Martinsville for the 2A East title.
One more note while we got a second, Bob. Got to send a very special shout-out. Two great friends of mine, Josh Brown, Lucas Brown. They're riding around the car listening to Colonel Sports on KD Country. And that Lucas Brown, he's to infinity and beyond, Bob Alvis. That's how deep that guy rolls.
Your fan club is just amazing.
It's growing.
I'm amazed that you have fans, but I mean,
you're not the only one.
Robinson with the basketball, and good job of keep away. Now over to Burgess. Colonial Beach,
Triple team.
They got a foul.
They do, and they're trying to.
No, Chapman fakes it. Now over to Cox.
Down to 14 seconds, Bob. That's going to do it. Keith Dickerson does hold up the stop sign. Yeah, well.
Parks didn't see it.
And that's
ran
okay.
A red light, but it's going to be foul shots for Altavista, and Altavista will now await the loser of Honaker and Chilhowie. That game is still going on in the far corner of Southwest Virginia. I don't know how far corner it is, but it's towards the corner. Chapman's first free throw goes down.
It's towards the corner. First free throw for Chapman, and third foul on Emily Parks there. Just 10.8 left. Lady Colonels are going to be your 1A East region champs, Bob. And boy, this has been a fun ride at home during the playoffs for the Lady Colonels. They'll have to go on the road now, but I got a feeling Deborah Spencer's squad's not going to let that bother them too much.
They're still playing, and that's the name of the game at this point. Carey's just actually going to dribble it out. Altavista 57, Colonial Beach 44. The Drifters will stay alive as well, though. They will take on the winner of Chilhowie and Honaker next week as well. Altavista, Kyle, they are region champions of 1A East in the first year of 1A East. They do capture region trophies.
Big stuff there from the Lady Colonels. Timeout, then we're headed to the Subway intermission report. We get to recap this, preview the guys' game against Surrey. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't change that dial. You've got it glued to 105.5 KD Country.
Good food, low prices, and great service keep customers coming back for more day after day at El Cazador Mexican Restaurant in Altavista. El Cazador is now open all afternoons, so you can buy anytime, any day, 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, a great place to unwind and relax with friends. Open 7 days a week, Main Street, Altavista. El Cazador thanks you for your business and making them the #1 Mexican restaurant in town.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch & Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
English is
so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need at English is.
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Both teams stay on the floor to get awarded their plaques, medals, and whatever hardware that you will take. And I'll tell you, if you're a Altavista ladies or guys player, you know, you've got a lot of, you might have to get mom and dad to build a medal case. I don't know if they do that in shop here at Altavista, but they might want to look into it.
Well, I got a feeling you could get it done somewhere around town. Maybe old Altavista Appliance or Furniture could handle that for you, one of our sponsors for the guys. This is the Subway Intermission Report. Great point, though. Plenty of success all the way around for these Lady Colonels.
Yeah, and you've got to tip your hat. I mean, Altavista doesn't go a ton deep, but everybody serves a role, and we talk about it like this, too, you know. Even the girls that don't get a ton of floor time during games, well, guess what? They are helping out Sydney Morris and helping out Kalia Donegan and everybody else, because I haven't seen many teams that don't, you know, work in practice have a lot of success.
Excellent point, Bob. This team, top to bottom, the role players are very good at what they do. The big three, the three seniors, they're very good at what they do, and they all make it work. You know, not only that, Coach Spencer is good at what she does, and her assistant coaches, same way. It is a very, very well-oiled machine, a good unit. And don't forget, this team made it to the state final last year, and you know, we're just a shot away from winning that game down the stretch. I mean, Altavista had a good look inside of 10 seconds there to take the lead.
Yeah, and I was going to say, you know, East Rock was a very good team the past few years. Paul Comer does an outstanding job there, and they had a lot of good athletes as well. But Altavista, you know, and it's kind of like the boys back in when they played Madison. They got blown out in the regional final. That kind of happened last year, if I'm not mistaken. East Rock controlled the region final, but then, you know, Deborah Spencer and everybody drew up, you know, I don't want to say magic, but they really bared down and, you know, got the game plan to where East Rock survived. I mean, it is called Survive and Advance in March.
That's exactly right. And now, you know, we talked about at the beginning of the week, it was a 5-game season. It's a 2-game season now for the Lady Colonels. Just got to win 2 games. And, boy, exciting times to be a Lady Colonel fan. To be a Colonel fan, for sure. Absolutely.
And it's now madness, buddy. It is March. It's the 1st of March today. So we can officially now call it March Madness as the Lady Colonels get the victory 57-44 over the Colonial Beach Drifters.
You made a good point there, Bob. It is March now. New specials at Subway for the Subway Intermission Report. Meatball Marinara featured $5 footlong of the month. The Black Forest ham is the $3 select of the month. And, of course, they're still doing the flatizas and the spicy tuna, chicken enchilada melt, all that great stuff. I think that'll lead us right into another time out here in the Subway Intermission Report. Lady Colonels collecting some hardware, doing a little celebration out there. Guys are going to be on for their warm-up in just a second. The Altavista Colonels will take on Surrey. Tip-off is in about 20 minutes. You're going to hear it all live on 105.5 KD Country.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans of $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for $1 with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Man, it's cold in here. What's wrong with your heater?
Well, it used to work pretty good.
Back in the 90s, just call Select Air and get it fixed.
Oh, it'll probably cost a lot of money.
No, it won't, because Donnie will give you a fair price and get it done right the first time.
Maybe I'll call Select Air tomorrow.
No, you will call Select Air today, because it's freezing in here.
Select Air, 841-1580. 841-1580. Online at selectair.webs.com.
This is Paul Shelton, owner of Altavista Appliance and Furniture, and I want to introduce my grandson, Mitch Haley, who is my new store manager, to tell you about great things we have going for you, our valued customers.
Not only do we sell appliances and furniture, but we are an authorized Husqvarna dealer. We offer the full Husqvarna lineup, including mowers, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws, with 0% financing up to 48 months. We service everything we sell. Come by and see us today at Altavista Appliance and Furniture on 7th Street, where you will get the best deals with great service.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista and Surrey will go for the berth to host a state semifinal closer to home. Talking to Mike Cardellaro, head coach of the Colonels. Got to be happy with the way you guys played on Friday night. Got out early on them, too.
Yeah, we talked about having, intensity early and play the first half. We've been playing a lot of the second half, but we got to play the first half. And we had great intensity on defense, really got after them good, and shared the ball on offense, and that's what it's about.
I thought Michi was a real spark tonight, and I think anytime you're bringing a player back from injury, it's a concern of how chemistry is going to be affected, but it didn't seem chemistry was affected.
No, Michi did a great job. He really blended in well, shared the ball, gave us a great effort on defense, knocked down a couple of threes. So Michi was big, and we haven't had the whole team together. I think it's the first time since, I don't know, you can go way back, but it's glad to have him out there, and he did a really good job.
How much did you feel like your quick start kind of got them out of what they wanted to do?
Well, we went at them, We felt like they were going to play man, and we thought we could really get them in the post. So we went at them hard in the post early, try to get some fouls on them. And, anytime you play with that kind of intensity on defense, you create some easy baskets for you at the other end. It makes it tough on the other team, and it was a good night for us.
We talked with Coach Ward in the pregame or the postgame show last night about this. Darius and Demetrius, they like to bang down low. How important is it, for them to keep their ferociousness and aggressiveness but not get silly fouls banging?
Well, they're going to have to do that, and tonight's a completely different animal, the way Surrey plays and the way they trap in their zone. The Twins are really going to have to step up, and they're going to have to be strong with the ball and finish around the rim when there's a lot of trapping going on. But they were good last night, and they got to be good again tonight.
And what can you say about Juan? Solid as a rock. I mean, maybe not your high scorer every night, but you don't even be your high scorer every night. And Kyle and I talked about something we hadn't talked about in a while. Probably one of the better rebounding guards around.
Yeah, and that's Juan's job. He's going to run a point. And once we get Michi and Richard together, they're going to be shooters. Navy comes and gives us a really good effort off the bench, and he can kind of play a couple positions and handles the ball. And, Walker's been really, really good for us this year. But, Juan does what we need. He's the quarterback out there running the show and rebounding the ball for us, like you said, and finding the open people.
And, another guy that doesn't get enough credit, and we talk about him from time to time, is Nelson Deuce, is also still continuing to hit big shots.
Yeah, I mean, Nelson manages to hit a three as soon as he gets in the ball game. He does a real nice job, and he's a shooter. His defense has gotten better since the beginning of the year, so hopefully he'll continue, to improve defensively because we're down to the end here, and we need that bench play.
How much does it help too that you guys are doing what you have done for many times that I've been around here, doubleheaders. Girls are getting things started, then you guys are coming out, and the energy is just contagious in the gym, it feels like.
It really is, and I'm glad you brought that up because our guys were feeding off the girls' victory, and that was huge. And, you got the gym all wound up, and the guys can feel, and it was electric in here, and that makes a big difference. So, and the girls were playing great basketball.
I just want to know when you're going to get out there and shoot the half-court shot at the girls' game, like Coach Harris did last night.
Well, Coach Harris didn't look very good on his shot. And in my dress shoes, I probably don't need to launch that. But I've thrown up a few half-court shots in my life.
His excuse was the shirt tail was tucked in.
Yeah, well, he's got to have an excuse somewhere.
We've ragged him enough for that. Let's talk about Surrey. What can we expect out of Surrey?
Surrey, we played them last year in the state quarterfinals at Salem. It was a close game. We ended up beating them by 6. They're a zone trapping team, a lot of 1-3-1 traps. They're really aggressive in it. They got 6 guys back that played on that team last year. Little, who's a really good point and wing. Bailey, who's an outstanding player, and Williams. I mean, they got some kids that can play. And, we kind of felt like that if we managed to get this far, Surrey probably would be the other team out. So we're going to have to really be ball strong against the traps and not turn it over. And if we do, we're going to get some shots around the rim. But they're super aggressive in their traps, and we got to take care of that first. And they're lightning quick with the ball on offense. So, we got to have intensity on defense, but we got to keep them in front of us first.
Sometimes we've talked about it in terms of, when you guys coming off a loss to somebody and playing them again, not to stress the revenge card. How do you coach when, the revenge card might be played against you in terms of Surrey?
Well, I think everybody comes in and gives us their best shot. And last night, not West Point.
It's all running together for me, too, at this point in the season, too, Coach.
WNL got wound up, with the light show. And I told the guys after the lights went on, I said, no, they're pumped. They're pumped because they want to play us, and we got all this going on. And Surrey's going to be the same way. So Revenge, yeah, I'm sure there's a revenge factor. We're on our home court, and we beat them once. We got to try to beat them again.
It's funny. Did you ever think the light show would, pump the other team as much as it pumps you guys?
I worried about that. Well, that was my crazy idea last year to do the light show, and then I had some people say, "Well, you're going to get the opponent pumped up too." And I said, "Well, okay, let's still do it anyhow."
As long as we pump ourselves more than the opponent. Before we get to shout-outs, and I always like to do this question. I don't know if Kyle does, but that's why I'm a better interviewer than he is. No, I'm just kidding. Who is Surrey most comparable to, or are they Dan River light?
They're not as big as Dan River, but they've got 3 6'1" players that can play outside and inside, and they're super quick and athletic. So in some ways they are like Dan River, just not quite as big. So it's the 2 best teams in the East, and it should be that way. And we're going to have to play a really good game to beat them.
Shout-outs are always big.
Okay, let's try these shout-outs. I think most of these folks are going to be at the game, but some are not. Micah and Heather and the 3 kids up in Manassas. I know Micah's caught up in his Highland baseball team. Does a great job with his kids. He had a great year last year. I know he's listening from Manassas. And in Orlando, Billy and Minnie, always listening in. Minnie's right beside that radio. She's listening. Linda and Glenn Miller are longtime supporters of Altavista basketball camp, are listening in. Nick up at JMU may be listening in a little bit. I think William Kerr, my buddy in Univista, and his family are making a trip over tonight. I know my dad's making a trip over tonight. Jay Rosser's probably not. He's probably in the Big Apple, and he's a New Yorker now, but that's a big shout-out to Jay. I hope he's listening.
I always love to give him a hard time as well. Coach, definitely best of luck, and I'm just glad we got you. Hey, you got to go at least 2-1 now. 3-0 would be great, though.
Yeah, but it's one at a time.
Right, one at a time. Mike Cardallero always putting me in my place here on the Subway pregame show. More after this time out on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
GMC Certified Service, Highview Motors, state inspections, transmission repair, tire sales, Highview Motors. If your ride has been in an accident, Highview Motors has the latest collision repair center and body shop. Drive-on frame machine, down-drive paint booth with baking oven, GMC and ASE certified technicians. Great selection of professional-grade GMC trucks and pre-owned cars. Highview Motors, Main Street, Altavista.
Highview Motors, GMC.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas Belt bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Subway intermission report returns. Having a good time. Bob Alvis, he doesn't even know he's here. He doesn't know what planet he's on right now. We're on planet basketball, Bob, and the Colonels, they're pretty good on that planet. I think the gravity's pretty much the same out there as it is on planet Earth. And the rim is 10 feet high, like Bob mentioned as well. Surrey in town, Bob. We just heard from the head coach, Mike Cardallero. Great stuff, as always, with him. And he said, hey, you know, it is a 3-game season, but we're taking it 1 game at a time. And that's not cliche. Colonel's not looking forward to next week at all. They want to win this one. Exactly.
You can't. I mean, if you look ahead to next week, you take your eyes off tonight, and that's no good. So, you got to concentrate on tonight. And, I was talking to Jake Mintz, the head coach of Surrey, down there before the game, and I'll tell you, Kyle, the atmosphere down there is good. I mean, I don't think we truly appreciate it being up here, but it is loud down there. I mean, I'm no old man yet like some people that are here tonight, but
I'm going to leave that alone.
But, I'm going to, too, now. I had to be, like, right next to Coach Mintz and still lean over just to be able to hear him. The pep band is rocking tonight, and, Surrey knows they're coming in here, and I asked Coach Mintz, who are you worried about, or what are you worried about? The Twins, Juan, Michi. all of them. I mean, he knows, I mean, they saw him last year, so there's no hidden surprises from Altavista. You know what they're going to do, and they do it very well. If you're Surrey, I think one key, just take the crowd out of this game early.
Yeah, great point. It would be nice if you could get a lead and sort of lull this crowd into sleep. Not let the Altavista Colonels have any big plays like they tend to do, whether it's a dunk or that sort of thing, maybe the big 3-ball. They did both of those last night. Sort of quiet this crowd down, and this is a rematch. We should talk about that, Bob. Last year, you and I were up in Salem, Virginia. This was a state quarterfinal game last year. Altavista Colonels get the 6-point win in that one. You heard Coach C talk about that. But it was a 1 or 2 point ball game, with about 45 seconds to go. I remember Michi Malbach had that big steal inside of a minute that led to a run out for a layup that gave the Colonels some breathing room, and then Michi hit some free throws down the stretch too. So for all intents and purposes, I mean, that was a tie ball game, with a minute to go. And I think Coach Carlero expecting the same type of nip and tuck affair here tonight.
Well, Surrey's a very athletic team, and you heard I kind of always like to do the comparison, who are they most like that you've played this season. And, I mean, I think they're a lot like Altavista in terms of the size factor, at least. I mean, they've got some big kids out there, but they're a lot similar to Altavista. And, I think Altavista, I doubt they can play defense like Altavista, but you never know. I mean, and Surrey probably remembers this game a lot more than Altavista does. Coach Mintz said he did not preach the revenge factor. I'm going to take him at his word on that, but I have a feeling it was brought up somewhere, somehow, even if for a fleeting second.
Yeah, and I think kind of the coaching style now is, and it's probably a good thing, a lot of times the coach does not bring up the revenge factor. They beat us because he knows, hey, my players are talking about it in the locker room anyway. I don't need to build up that. They remember last season. They remember that the Colonels ended their season last year. And, let's be honest. Altavista went on and won the state semifinal and the final by pretty comfortable margin. So, I think Surrey's got a case to say, hey, if we could have beaten Altavista last year, we would have been the state champions. Maybe we're the first or second best team in the state last year. So maybe they have the same feeling this year. And, we are down to the Final Four. It's different because this is a regional final, but this is the Final Four. I mean, there's only 4 1A teams left in the state.
Winner of this one will get the loser of Radford and Galax. So I'll tell you, both teams in this one are going to have a tough matchup no matter what in the next one. But, I'll close the book on the revenge factor saying this. I think you can talk, I think you can mention it, but I don't think you can obsess over it, because if you do, then I think that's where you're really burning yourself and putting yourself in a bad situation.
Great point. I think excellent stuff there all the way around from you, Bob Alvis, and Coach Mike Carlero. The interview was solid as well. Let's take another time out here in the Subway Intermission Report. We'll get a chance to collect our thoughts. We'll talk maybe a little bit about last night's game, and of course we'll talk about this one some more. And never can talk about Subway enough here in the Subway Intermission Report. Tip-off from Altavista High School. About 8 minutes away. You're going to hear every second of the action live on 105.5 KD Country.
English Construction Company has been in the building business since 1909, so it's only natural that they appreciate the building process. They recognize the fact that organized sports programs build character as well as bodies and minds. They know that high school sports build our youth into more well-rounded and more productive adults. English Construction Company is proud to be a sponsor of high school sports and salute all athletes, coaches, and teachers. A word of praise and encouragement from English Construction Company with offices in Lynchburg.
If you're like me, life changes, and that brings up financial questions. I'm Vivian Brown of First National Bank, and we're excited to offer a new financial answer center that will help you better understand your own needs. It covers various financial topics, offers free quick guides, and if needed, access to a First National Bank employee. So go to our website at 1stnatbk.com and take a look at the new financial answer center. It's a smart resource that could help you bring home more bacon. First National Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
A short drive will save you money.
In the market for a new Chevrolet? Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
For a huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, it's Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
FellersDirect.com. Selection. Convenience. Fellers Chevrolet.
Fellers Chevrolet.
Always open and only a click away.
FellersDirect.com.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway Intermission Report is always fun. We get to transition from the Lady Colonels over to the guys. And while we make that transition, let's tell you once again, Bob, about the folks that brought you the Lady Colonels basketball action. First National Bank, over 100 years of custom banking. E&S Mart, largest selection of craft beers in the area. Sonny Merriman, we are Virginia's bus company. David W. Shreve, attorney at law. If you're facing a legal matter, don't do it alone. Apple Markets, check out the weekly specials at all 3 area locations. Englishes, so much more than a hardware store. They're your complete home center. Fellers Chevrolet, a short drive will save you money online at fellersdirect.com. One Stop Mart, your one stop for gas, food, and beverages. English Construction Company, wishing our high school athletes an exciting and injury-free game. And Finch & Finch, Funeral and Cremation Services, a family serving families. And I'll tell you what, nobody more community-oriented than Mr. Rob Finch down there. He and son Trey, they're sitting in the front row tonight. They've been in a lot of these Colonel playoff games. They're into this little run that the Lady Colonels and the guys are having.
And, unfortunately, I saw Trey in the business since last year. A family member passed away, but I'll tell you what, Finch & Finch, they really take care of the families at that point, too. And that's what the families, they don't need to be worrying about all that. And the Finches do a great, great job.
Absolutely. Very, very community-centered, as are all our sponsors. And I'll tell you, the community, they always get behind the Colonels, but they're here tonight, Bob. This crowd is full.
I'm glad Subway's in the community, by the way. 2 locations, Walmart and Main Street. Robert Duff, unfortunately, Robert doesn't have a C in his name, but he puts the C in the community with all the work he does. Kendra and Carly, my 2 trusted folks at Subway. You can trust the whole staff, but we bonded over the years. And Carly, my BFF, they are over there tonight holding down the fort on Main Street.
I think Carly might actually just walk in the gym here tonight, but I'm not. I don't know. I'm just saying.
If she's working,
right?
She's working.
She better be listening.
Yeah, exactly. But Kendra said she was out here last night, so everybody getting involved in Colonels basketball. Final score, by the way, from 1A West in the ladies bracket. Honaker knocks out Chilhowie 40-30. So Altavista will see Chilhowie on the girls' side next week. Dan River, the boys are playing Martinsville 11-7 after 1 quarter there. So we'll keep you up to date. If KD Country covers the Colonels, great, but we try to, we know people are tuning in and might want to hear another score, so we try to feed you that as well.
Well, and that's the thing. We are very, very Altavista-centric for sure, because we know we got a lot of Colonel fans, but we do know we have just a lot of sports fans around the Lynchburg, Danville area that just pop in, want to hear some good high school basketball. And, hey, it is playoff basketball, so a lot of people are into that. Why wouldn't you be?
And we even got some Surrey listeners tonight. I was talking to Jake Mintz, the head coach, and he told me, hey, can you tell my dad Buzz hi for me tonight? Jake Mintz in his 5th year. So, Mr. Mintz, hope your son can make you proud tonight here, but I don't know how proud I want him to make you. But I hope we see a good game. Coach Mintz was a great guy talking to down there early on.
Well, we're impartial as always, and we're certainly not above. We love sending out the shout-outs. We're definitely not above sending them out to the opposing team as well. Hello to everybody down there in Surrey and on the eastern side of the state. This is the 1 East Regional Final, and it is single A basketball, of course. Surrey in town taking on the Altavista Colonels. Surrey has brought a good contingent. I'm not sure how many people are down there in Surrey listening, Bob, because they got a lot of fans here.
Well, the Cougars are spread out all over, and they can listen at kdcountry.com or at the TuneIn app. You can get that in your app store no matter what you have, if it's an iPhone or a Galaxy. TuneIn app is universally recognized with KD Country as well, so you can definitely check it out there. And if you're in the friendly confines of the town and you don't want to fire up the old computer, just turn on the radio, 105.5. You can pick it up in Altavista, Lynchburg, and everywhere else in between. So, Kyle, and shout out to Ryan Mitchell. I know he would want me to say about his Who's winning today, knocking off Syracuse up at JPJ.
A big win. It's impressive how many UVA fans we have that tune into these games. And we've been mentioning Matt Nolan. We've mentioned Austin Higley. Daniel Tanner, I know, tunes in from time to time. And Ryan Mitchell, big UVA fan. And you're right, he may go back and listen to this on YouTube.
They stay a little quiet during football season. But they get louder during basketball season.
You're right.
They're loud in football season for a different reason.
I think with the ACC championship, they're willing to take all the football criticism you want to throw at them. Hey, speaking of the football connection, the Altavista Colonels were the football state championship. They're also the defending basketball state champions. Man, there's some guys on that Colonel basketball team and football team that, theoretically, knock on wood, they could have like a fistful of rings before this thing is all done.
Altavista knocked off West Point last year in the state final. The Pointers, I want to say hi to my good friend who does a lot of broadcasting for the University of Richmond, Robert Fish. I know he checks it out from time to time. He'll be handling some stuff on the network for the state championships, as they will be televised as well. And I know WSCT will be showing some of those. But, I love Robert, but tune down the TV when Altavista's playing. And if Kyle and I are available, or Oscar and I, and of course, Colonel's got to get there.
True.
Can't be counting any chickens yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting lineups getting ready to be announced, along with the always fabulous light show. Let's step away for a quick 1-minute timeout, Bob Alvis, and we'll bring it all back with the starting lineups and the tip-off. So much more. Colonel Basketball, 1 minute away on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
English is
so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
everything for every job you do. Always here for you. Get the quality you really need. That's English is.
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Back here from Altavista High School. Starters for Surrey just announced, Bob Alvis. That means one thing. The lights are about to go out here in Altavista, and it's not not for lack of payment, like you always say.
Right.
It's for the light show.
Dean Hubbard is known to be a good bill payer as well, so I feel sure he's got it done. Speaking of lineups, Kyle, would you like me to pitch in the part of that?
Yes, I'm sorry, Bob. I completely lost my train of thought.
You've had a long day.
I think the light.
Keep
No, it was
you.
because the lights turned out. I didn't know where I was. Completely disoriented.
Timothy Marsh will start for Surrey. He is a 5'10" junior wearing number 11. Robert Elliott, 5'7", number 12. He's also a 12th grader playing in the guard. Derek Bailey, number 14, a senior guard as well, 6'1". Dontre Little, a 5'11" senior guard. And Justin Williams rounds it out, number 33, 6'1", sophomore guard. The Altavista Colonels will go with a little bit of a different lineup tonight, but it's a lineup we've seen before. They will start number 1, Michi Malbeck, a 5'9" junior guard. Number 2, Juan Thornhill, a 6'2" junior guard. Demetrius Johnson, 6'3", 180-pound forward. Darius Johnson, a 6'4", 190-pound center. And Richard Hubbard, a 5'11", 150-pound guard. Altavista coached by Mike Cardellaro. He is assisted by Chad Ward, Greg Pribble, Phil Tinsley, Troy Harris, DeMichael Lee, and Jacob McClure. Ryan Mitchell on the book. And Jake Mintz in his 5th year at Surrey, assisted by Irvin Jones and Josh Homer. And don't forget, Altavista and Surrey, in the past decade, they've seen a lot of each other.
Yeah.
Surrey knocked them off in the quarters, I believe, that one year when their legendary coach, Joe Ellis, who had been battling cancer and later died after Surrey won the state title. That team was led by Edward Barnum. And, they've met a few times as well. They met once at Appomattox in the past. Then they met last year. So they have a little bit of a history.
And some meetings in football as well, Bob.
Right.
So you're right. Definitely this is a familiar opponent. Should be to Colonel fans. And I'm sure Surrey feels the same way. Altavista's in the home whites. Got the orange and black trim along the shorts. Orange numbers with black outline. Surrey, Bob, they're a little bit different. I'm thinking I'm going to have to call you, the expert, in for the uniform analysis again. It's a yellow, but it's a bright yellow. It's a different kind of a yellow.
Well, a couple of guys have the sleeve shirts on underneath the jersey, and those are bright yellow.
Yeah,
the
that's a neon yellow.
The uniforms are just a straight yellowish gold with a blue diamond on the pants leg with an S inside of that, a blue stripe connecting to the diamond. The numeral is on the back in white, outlined in black. Cougars written on the front in blue, outlined in white, and the numeral is centered beneath. The officials for tonight's game, Mr. Mark Chafin, Mr. Rick Evans, and Mr. Brad Bailey. Has a little trash on the floor, and Ty Gafford going out to pick that up with some help. Now, Ty Gafford's setting a bad precedent because now maybe Kim's going to have him cleaning a little bit more at home than he has been used to.
Wow.
Altavista and Surrey. And, we've seen Surrey on the other side, too. Back when we were covering the Generals of William Campbell during football runs, they also met up with Surrey quite a few times. So Surrey, no stranger to us here at KD Country as well.
That's right. Altavista, one thing I will point out quickly before the jump ball comes, Bob, about their starting lineup. Michi Malbeck back in the starting lineup for a while. This is sort of the original 5 that we were used to before Thornhill got hurt and before Michi got hurt. Jump ball goes to the Altavista Colonels. Hubbard controls it in the backcourt, hands it over to Juan Thornhill. Michi Malbeck running the baseline. Juan's going to drive. He'll get stopped at the free throw line and just back it out, still controlling the dribble. 7:45 to play. The Apple Market first quarter. Hubbard catches, left point, now throws it to Darius, who's popped up to the top of the key. Darius will throw it in the corner to Michi Malbeck. Michi, little head fake. Bounces it over to Thornhill. Juan pump fakes the 3. Another kick out to Michi. Michi driving. Free throw line jump shot. Short. Just barely hit the rim. No good. Rebound controlled by Surrey, but they lost it. Stepped out of bounds, Bob. That was Elliott, I believe.
Yeah, Robert Elliott was in no man's land as he got that rebound. He was pretty much right at the back of the wall anyway and dribbled it out of bounds. And Michi Malbeck's going to throw it into Thornhill.
Yep, Juan's got it. Left-hand dribble. Throws it over the top to Richard Hubbard, middle of the court. Hubbard, a ball over his head. Couple pump fakes. Goes right back to Juan Thornhill. 7:20 to play in the Apple Market first quarter. Still 0-0 our score. Juan driving, leaves it off for Darius Johnson. Johnson, low post. Sticks it up, off the window and in. How many times this season has Darius Johnson kicked things off with a pass from Juan Thornhill? Deposits 2 into the bucket.
Well, and I'll tell you, Kyle, I've been broken record lately of Altavista's playing a very athletic group. I think the rest of the way, no matter what, they're going to see athleticism. I know for a fact Radford and Galax are pretty athletic normally, and I don't think that's changed. The long corner shot for Surrey.
Long 2 goes down for Dontre Little. And Dontre Little's got a nice little hairdo. We'll get into that a little bit later on, Bob. 6:45 to play. It's a tie ball game after the long jump shot from Little. Juan Thornhill, long pass is intercepted by Little. He's running the floor looking for somebody. Little's got the blue shoes on, as do everybody from Surrey. Kicks it into Robert Bailey, middle of the court, between the circles, being guarded by Hubbard. Chest pass, he throws it in the corner to a teammate. Surrey's numbers are a little hard to identify with the yellow and then the number being white.
Right.
But we'll get everybody the best we can. That's number 33, Justin Williams, with the basketball. He'll hand it off.
You got at least one person that'll help you out up here tonight, and it'll be me for one.
Oh, that's fun. Williams got it back, standing right near the right sideline. Packed house here in Altavista tonight. If you're riding around, I think you can still find some room to cram in, but you better hurry. 3 ball on the way from Elliott. Goes down, rattled in. Surrey takes the lead, 5-3 with just under 6 minutes to play. Bit of a long three-pointer there from Elliott, too, Bob.
Yeah, we had a Big Shot Bob a few years ago, but Robert Elliott trying to beat Big Shot Bob for Surrey. They're going to call the foul against the Cougars, and it is going to be on Derek Bailey. It'll be his first. 5-2, Surrey leads in the Apple Market first quarter. We've played just over 2 minutes.
You mentioning Big Shot Bob Ewell reminds me of something. Shout out to him if he's listening. But I know your good friend and mine, Darish Hunt, former Colonel, listens from time to time, too. Wow. Steal here by Surrey. We'll get back to the shout-outs later. We got some hoops going on. Layup goes up, won't go in. Thornhill went down, and he is holding that ankle. Thornhill is still down. Another shot goes up by number 22, Dontre Lytle. He converts it, and he is fouled. I think obviously Colonel fans don't like seeing that. It's a 7-3 Colonel. It's a 7-3 Surrey lead. What they really don't like is the fact that Juan Thornhill is hobbling around. He is favoring that left ankle in a big way, Bob.
Well, and you know I love Angela Emerson, but I hate to talk about her because that normally means she's got to be called into action. Juan's just bending in front of that bench, and don't know if they're going to let Juan stay in and walk it off. I don't know that Juan can, honestly. Navy's going to come in. Yeah. That ankle looks...
I think Juan wants to walk it off, Bob, but I just don't think it will allow it. And like you said, Angela Emerson, the fantastic trainer for the Altavista Colonel, is going to get pressed into service. And we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll mention it again. Free throw is no good. Rebounded by Demetrius Johnson. It is a 7-2 lead for Surrey. Colonel's trail. They haven't trailed a whole lot in these playoffs, Bob. They have trailed some. They've trailed some going in the locker room lately, although not last night. Look at Demetrius banging down low. Demetrius going to find him on the lob pass. Demetrius sticks it up and in. Great job. I mean, Demetrius really active down there on that low post, and a nice little feed over the top by Michi Malbeck to get it to him.
I saw Nelson Fox down there earlier, too. He is the head coach of Perry McClure. It was assistant coach to Cardellaro. He is in the house tonight as well, checking out his former student.
Williams, crossover dribble between the legs. He's guarded by Navy Jones. Navy did a good job not letting him go anywhere. Gets it off to a teammate. Navy with a little bit of a double team. Now they do throw it back to Justin Williams.
I think crowd wanted a 5-second call earlier.
Yep, Williams pull up, free throw line jumper, no good. Little had the rebound, but he had it stripped away by Darius Johnson. Good play. Darius going to have to throw it away to save it. Oh, man, Navy Jones got tackled by Derek Bailey. Nothing malicious. Bailey was going after the ball, Bob, but Navy beat him to that spot. Well, Bailey just clobbered him. That is a foul on Derek Bailey.
And that's bad news for Surrey because that's his second. And I think Jake Mintz will probably look to go to the bench. And see, this is a lot of times, too, where your scorekeeper can help you.
Sure.
And just if you know, because Soup knows Coach Cardallero so well at this point, he can just throw up the fingers and let him know.
Exactly. Right-hand corner. Right-hand corner to Navy Jones. Bailey is staying in. Looks like he's guarding Richard Hubbard, who had the ball momentarily. Now they throw it in the left-hand corner to Demetrius Johnson. Back to Michi Malback. Now Navy has it right wing. Feeds it to Altavista's Richard Hubbard. Richard's going to bring it more so to the middle of the court. Spread the court out. Look at Darius Johnson banging down low. Richard wanted to go to him. Goes to brother Demetrius instead. Hubbard has it. Going to the baseline. Pull up. 10-foot jump shot. A little bit too strong for Altavista. Rebound comes down to the Cougars of Surrey. That's Dontre Little running the court again. 3-ball on the way from Williams is good. And Surrey really coming out in a good way, Bob. I know the Surrey fans listening like it. They got a steal. Altavista has lost the basketball. Surrey has it back. They stepped on the baseline, though. This is not a good situation. Oh, great situation for Colonel fans, though, is Juan Thornhill is coming back in the game.
I don't think he's 100%, though.
I don't think so either. He's hobbling around. I thought he might at least take the shoe off and have Angela Emerson retape it, but he's just going to stay in there. He does already have an ankle brace on that left ankle. That's the one that's bothered him all year.
Going to go out of bounds. Altavista, though, if you want a little bit of a silver lining, they've had bad first halves before. It's going to be a 30-second timeout. We'll take it as well. 3:54 to go in quarter one. Altavista in a hole, 10-4 against Surrey on 105.5 KD Country.
Some people have never tried food at a Mexican restaurant. So we asked Chad Shelton from Shelton's Plumbing and Heating about his experience.
I wasn't so sure what the green stuff was, but they slipped some on my plate one day, and now I won't have a meal without guacamole. Still can't spell it.
At El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, if you have questions, they give you the answers in English. Mexican and American foods, affordable prices, and fast service. Try it today, El Cazador, Main Street, Altavista.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Back here at Altavista High School, 3:54 to play in the Apple Market first quarter. It's a 10-4 Surrey lead. Surrey basketball on the sideline. Next time we get a stoppage or some free throws, Bob, we'll talk about Altavista's injury situation, how really it's sort of helped them all year. Surrey had to work hard to get it in. They do throw it in the backcourt. And now they got it at the three-point line. That's Justin Williams driving. Good little backdoor cut to find Little off the window and in. 2 more points for the Surrey Cougars. 3:40 to play. They lead 12-4. Full court pressure.
If they were supposed to be intimidated or scared, they didn't get that memo. Surrey has come out house of fire, but keep in mind, Colonial Beach did this the other night, too.
Yeah, Altavista's got to hurry to break the timeline. They do, but it's intercepted on the pass. Little stepped in it and took it away from Juan Thornhill. Thornhill's going to try and stop the drive. Justin Williams gets the bucket there on the layup. Little drove, passed it around. Coach Cardallero wants another timeout, and boy, Surrey is as fired up as I've really ever seen a basketball team. 30-second break again. Altavista trailing by 10 early in the first quarter on 105.5 KD Country. It's not really.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon 5 for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Altavista trailing 14-4. Bob Alvis, you know, we saw Juan Thornhill tweak the ankle again in this game. He has gone back in, but he missed a bunch of games early in the year. Michi Malback missed some games as well, and you made a great point. It's really helped the Colonels improve their depth. Some other guys have had to play more minutes.
I think the Colonels feel comfortable going at least 8. At least 8. I mean, you got Walker Allen, you got Navy Jones, and you got Nelson Deuce, who are very solid right now. They can go deeper if they want to, but I think they really feel good at least 8 deep.
Altavista Colonel's going to have to break full court pressure again. They inbound 90 feet away from their scoring basket. They're still in the backcourt. Michi Malback, little crossover, hands it to Thornhill. Thornhill breaks the timeline going up the right sideline. harassed, double-teamed. Ball's knocked out of bounds by Dontre Little. And Coach Cardallero mentioned in your interview with him, Surrey loves to double-team. They love to trap you at every possible opportunity. Right now, it's working. Altavista has thrown some long passes that have been intercepted. Malbeck will do the honors on the inbound. Gets it to Thornhill.
I think Surrey's feeding off their leader. I mean, Jake Mintz was excited during that timeout, and Surrey's excited as well.
I think you're right. The enthusiasm starts at the top for Surrey. Thornhill controlling 1 foot inside half-court circle. Now he's more so to the left side of the court. Driving, he'll pull up, free throw line, jump shot, off back iron, no good. Rebounded by Darius Johnson. Johnson sticks it up and in for 2. There's the brothers Johnson attacking the basket on the missed shot right there. Good rebound by Darius and a stick back.
Really, Altavista hasn't had that many shots because they've had a lot of turnovers here early, so that's hurting the Colonels. But, you know, you can take a silver lining look at that, too.
Good point. 10-footer on the way from Surrey goes down. It's number 11, Timothy Marsh, with the basket. Referee stop play momentarily, whispers something to one of the Surrey players. That allows Navy Jones to get in the game because of the dead ball.
I think that's just saying let the ball go through, don't touch it. 16-6. Surrey, though, they're leading by 10 with 2.5 to go in the Apple Market first quarter. 3 convenient locations.
Navy Jones gets it on the inbounds, throws it over the top to Demetrius Johnson up the sideline. He gets it to brother Darius. Darius driving to the basket. Fouled. Shot would not go in, but Darius will head to the free throw line and shoot a pair of free throws. That gives us a chance to tell you that Apple Market, a proud supporter of the Altavista Colonels. High school sports fans everywhere. Darius on the free throw line. He'll shoot a 2. On the court right now, you do have Darius at the free throw line. Brother Demetrius on the lane. Juan Thornhill, Michi Malbeck, and Navy Jones. As I say that, you're going to get some subs. Walker Allen seeing his first action of the game, and Richard Hubbard will be in the game for his first action. Coach Jake Mintz going to throw a sub out there as well, Bob. It looks like number 40, Gary Davis, into the game for Surrey.
6'1" senior forward. And I'll tell you heard Coach Cardallero talk about in the interview, and I'm not sure if you talked about it while I was downstairs earlier, but the girls have kind of been setting the pace. I mean, the guys are getting just excited seeing the girls win and then just carrying it over.
Second free throw, no good. Score remains 16-7. Altavista Colonels trail, 2:20 to play in the first quarter. Surrey basketball in the front court. Looks like Justin Williams driving. Stopped just a foot inside the free throw line now. He'll kick it back out between the circles. He finds Robert Elliott. Elliott chest pass to Little. Little driving with the right hand. Scoops up into the layup. Get it to go. Impressive stuff right there. Not often Bob Alvis throws out the wow, but Little caught it at the free throw line, drove to the basket, threw the old underhanded layup to the bucket, and it went in, and he was fouled. First foul on number 4, Canavis Jones for Altavista.
Not just one wow from me, Kyle, but 2. That was a double
wow. 2:06 to play. Free throw up, free throw in for Surrey's Dontre Little.
Well, you got to wonder, is Surrey expending a lot of energy right now, and is it going to bite them later on? If you're Altavista, you cannot count on that.
Yeah, you can't count on it. You hope. Thornhill fell down, lost the basketball. Good job just to tap it over to a teammate. He dusts himself off. Davy Jones has it. He finds Juan Thornhill on the right wing. Pull up 3 for Juan. No good. Hubbard with the rebound right there in the lane. Good job by Richard Hubbard. Walker Allen wants to try a 3. Back iron, no good. This ball comes down to Surrey. Good extra chance, though, for the Colonels, even though they didn't come away with points.
Offensive.
Foul, it looks like it's got to be offensive. Yep. Canavis Jones stood his ground, took the charge, and a nice job there by the Altavista Colonels. Good defensive stand. It is a foul on number 11, Timothy Marsh, who is driving to the basket.
It's his first. It's the team's third. I'll tell you, Navy is so little, though, that Marsh almost just went over top of him, but Navy did keep his ground, and the first foul against Marsh, that's a big move for the Colonels, because that would have been a big the other way. That would have been an and 1.
Good ball movement to break the full court pressure. Here comes Navy Jones. In and out of traffic. Layup goes down. Wow. Good play by Navy Jones. Caught it at the half court. Michi Malbeck. I always seem to do that, Bob, and boy, they don't look anything alike. They play pretty similar, but they don't look alike at all. Good job by Michi Malbeck.
Colonels have about 70 seconds left in this opening quarter. They're down 10.
Malbeck playing defense on Little. Little throws it up to the cylinder. He is fouled by Michi Malbeck, though, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Kyle, and that is Altavista's 4th team foul, or 3rd team foul, I believe.
Yep, going to send Little back to the free throw line. It is the first foul on Michi Malbeck. 1:13 to play in the Apple Market first quarter. 19-9. Go ahead. I was just going to say it's the Altavista Colonels taking on the Surrey Cougars in the 1A East Region Final. Both teams still going to advance to the state semifinals, but if you win, you host. If you lose, you got to go on the road.
Yeah, and, I think no matter what, the rest time is going to do good, because I don't think Juan's 100% right now. The other thing I was going to say is rarely have we seen Mike Cardallero burn 2 timeouts as quick as he did early on in the first quarter.
I agree. We talk about We talk about how the Colonels have been down some in the playoffs and all year, but I don't think they've been down 10-plus this early in the game. 60 seconds to go in the Apple Market first quarter. Michi Malback has it in the front court for the Colonels.
They're down a dozen right now, 21-9.
Steps in front of half court. A lot of guys working behind him. Motion offense being run. It looks like Surrey's in a zone, though. Look at Demetrius Johnson.
Yeah, he's battling down there.
We had the same thought.
I'm watching boxing later. I feel like I'm getting a prelim.
Richard Hubbard hands it off to Juan Thornhill. We're down to 42 seconds left to play in the quarter. Juan directing traffic, going to the basket, lost the basketball, but managed to throw it over to Demetrius Johnson as he was losing possession. Malback, head fakes a three, kick out to Hubbard. Hubbard will try the three. Off the iron, no good. Rebound comes down to the Surrey Cougars. They want to get out and run in transition. That's Williams. Williams throws it down to a teammate. Oh, wow, that ball is swatted away by Demetrius Johnson. Big block. Three goes up. No good. Juan Thornhill grabs the rebound. That was DeAndre Davis that Demetrius blocked.
Marsh with the three. I'm kind of surprised Surrey fired that quick. Now we're under 10.
Yep, 10 seconds to go. Malback will fire for three. It's a long one, and it's in. Michi Malback was closer to the sideline than he was the three-point line. We're down to 3 seconds. Let's see if Surrey, they didn't even realize it. Here comes the half-court shot. Off the backboard, no good. Colonels didn't come out like they wanted to, but they do get some fire to end the quarter from Michi Malback. 21-12. Altavista trails. Second quarter on the way on 105.5 KD Country.
Man, it's cold in here. What's wrong with your heater?
Well, it used to work pretty good.
Back in the 90s, just call Select Air and get it fixed.
Oh, it'll probably cost a lot of money.
No, it won't, because Donnie will give you a fair price and get it done right the first time.
Maybe I'll call Select Air tomorrow.
No, you will call Select Air today, because it's freezing in here.
Select Air, 841-1580. 841-1580. Online at selectair.webs.com.
This is Paul Shelton, owner of Altavista Appliance and Furniture, and I want to introduce my grandson, Mitch Haley, who is my new store manager, to tell you about great things we have going for you, our valued customers.
Check out our low prices. All living room suites are on sale. Plus, we have a large selection of recliners, accent rugs, end tables, and lamps. Our appliance department features name brands like Frigidaire, Speed Queen, Maytag, Whirlpool, and Amana. Come check us out today, where you'll find the best deals with great service at Altavista Appliance and Furniture on 7th Street, right in front of the First National Bank.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
Second quarter underway here from Altavista High School. Surrey leading 21-12. They start the quarter off with the basketball.
Bailey's playing with two, by the way.
Bailey is playing with two. He had the basketball there momentarily. Gets it to Little walking the half-court line, guarded by Richard Hubbard. Got the four-man motion going around him. Surrey likes to use the ball away from the ball screen to try and free guys up. Boy, Darius Johnson is harassing Timothy Marsh. How is that not a 5-second call? Maybe Marsh broke the 5-second barrier. Who knows? Here comes Justin Williams. He'll drive to the basket, throws up a wild one, won't go in, but Little gets the rebound. Let's see. It's off of Surrey. Basketball going back to the Colonels.
Well, you got to wonder, too, that Michi's three right there, does it really count for more? Because can it be a catalyst to get some momentum going? Normally, Hubbard's threes have kind of been kick-starting momentum. Surrey getting after it defensively still.
Michi Malback's threes yesterday really kick-started things. Juan Thornhill double-teamed. He muscles his way through it. Gets it to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson off the window, won't go in. Rebound comes down to Derek Bailey of Surrey. Wow, he throws it headlong to Justin Williams. Justin Williams can't get it to go.
Might have been fouled.
Might have been. Tough angle. Michi Malback came in there and contested. Kick ball. Bailey gets the knee on it. It ends up going in about the, 6th or 7th row, Bob, the basketball. And then as they throw it in, it bonks DeAndre Davis in the head. Davis didn't seem to mind.
No malicious throw by the Altavista fan there, but it did catch DeAndre Davis on his dreads. Altavista dreading the score right now. They're down 21-12.
Not playing their best basketball right now, Bob.
But
and we
give Surrey credit.
Oh, absolutely. I think you got to give Surrey all the credit in the world. They're playing outstanding right now. Thornhill drives, cut off, kicks it to Hubbard, left wing, Richard Hubbard. Right back to Juan Thornhill. Juan looking inside for a Johnson brother. He'll go outside to Hubbard. Hubbard does go down low to Darius Johnson. Great feed from Richard Hubbard. Great job by Darius Johnson to get open and cash in the 2 points. Basketball goes out of bounds. Look how pumped up Mike Cardellaro is now, Bob.
The Twins were somewhat invisible in the first quarter. Jake Mintz wants to keep him that way, and he'll call a timeout.
30-second timeout for Jake Mintz and Surrey. 30-second timeout for us here on KD Country. Colonels trail 21-14 on 105.5 KD Country.
Life happens. Divorce, family problems, criminal charges, civil litigation, personal injury cases. Turn to David W. Shreve, an experienced attorney at law. David W. Shreve has been practicing law for more than 30 years. For free consultations for personal injury cases, call 369-6621. 369-6621. David W. Shreve congratulates the Colonels basketball team on their successful season. Go Colonels! David W. Shreve, located 7th Street, Altavista.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
6:24 remaining in the Apple Market second quarter. Colonels are getting some positive momentum, Bob.
Yeah, they are. They're really, and they need to capitalize off of it. Like I mentioned, the Twins were somewhat invisible the first half, but I think Darius and Demetrius are ready to go. Surrey did a great job in quarter one.
There's Darius Johnson again. This one won't go in. Got his own rebound. He is blocked, but he is fouled by Derek Bailey. That's going to be 3 on Derek Bailey for Surrey. Great point about the Twins. Didn't do a whole lot of damage like we're used to in the first quarter. They're starting to come alive now. Darius Johnson will have 2 free throws.
Bailey must have gotten him with the body. Well, Bailey didn't get him at all, actually, with DeAndre Davis.
Okay.
Yeah, Bailey got him clean on the block, but I think Davis might have hit him a little bit with the body, and it's going to send Darius to the stripe. And with the Colonels being in a hole here, 21-15 now, you've got to think you want to hit everything from the charity line possible.
Free throws always important. First one goes down, second one on the way. Rattles out for Darius Johnson. Brother Demetrius got the rebound. He's trying to go up for it. Tough angle. He got it to go. He was almost behind the backboard, Bob. Somehow gets it to fall. It ends up being a 3-point swing for the Altavista Colonels. It's 21-17. Here comes the home team with 5:50 to play. Robert Elliott gets it over to Little. Little standing on the right sideline, harassed by Demetrius Johnson. He breaks his pressure, but can't get away from Thornhill, and Demetrius Johnson ends up with the basketball after the modified double team there. Thornhill throws it in the corner to Navy Jones. Jones wants to try a 3. Back iron, no good. That would have been huge.
Raptors might have come down in this place had that gone in.
Surrey's got the rebound. Here comes Justin Williams, traveling quick. Wow, one-handed bullet pass to Little. He gets it to go just by the attempted block by Darius Johnson. Colonels got it in the backcourt. Juan Thornhill will break the timeline. Number 2, surveying the defense for Altavista from the right wing, throws it over to Navy Jones, left wing. Substitutes coming in for both teams at the next dead ball situation. 5:08 to play in the Apple Market second quarter. Say 23-17, Surrey lead. Thornhill driving, pull-up jump shot. He's fouled, but it's on the floor. That shot went in, but it won't count.
Dontre Little, the senior, is going to be called for the foul. And it'll be his second. It'll be the 6th against the Cougars. Walker Allen will check in. Michi will check in. As Thornhill and Darius, I believe, check out.
Juan's staying in. It was Hubbard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was Richard Hubbard that came out on the court right now. You do have Malback and Allen who checked in, like Bob said. Demetrius Johnson, Navy Jones, and Juan Thornhill. Demetrius, baseline. Shot goes up. Partially blocked. Got his own rebound. Sticks that one up. No good. Can't get that rebound. Surrey wins a little tug of war. They come away with it. Justin Williams
kept it away from Walker, too. He was going after that board.
Williams, long 2. It's too strong. This rebound is loose. Comes down to Surrey. Good job getting in there. I believe it was number
10, Davis.
Yep, it was. Davis grabbing the offensive rebound and hit the floor, but he scooped it up, stuck it right back. 4.5 to play. Surrey leading 26-17. Colonels haven't scored in a while again.
No, the Colonels have been dry a little bit. Surrey's getting these little mini runs. Like I mentioned, Thornhill just got knocked in the back.
Malback, 17-footer. He is fouled. The shot didn't go in. It hit off back iron. Helped up very nicely there by the man that fouled him. That was Justin Williams. Good sportsmanship there from the sophomore guard. From Surrey, and Michi Malback will toe the free throw line to shoot a pair. 4:20 to play in the half, Bob.
Colonel's shooting a pair now, but they're going to be shooting the rest of the way here in the Apple Market first half.
Free throws bound to be important in this one. I know they were important in that big UVA win. I got to send another shout out to Matt Nolan because he guaranteed it yesterday.
He did.
If you remember, he was listening yesterday. He's listening today. Said he's sitting on the front porch. I know of no better fly fisher than Matt Nolan. And let's be honest, I don't know that many fly fishers, so Matt shouldn't really get too big of a head about that. But he's definitely the best one I know. Michi Malback converts the free throw. Michi might not be the best free throw shooter I know, but he's pretty doggone good, right around 80 to 85% for the Altavista Colonels. Second one goes in as well, make it a 25-19 Colonel deficit now.
And what a boost getting Michi back last night, too.
Yeah. Oh, man, he came out playing great. We know how good Michi is on defense. He's smothering his man right now. Got a tip away, caused the steal. Walker Allen came away with it. Boy, Michi made us look good there, Bob. Michi, Malback, left-hand dribble, bounce pass to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson wanted to slam. He'll settle for the layup and the foul instead. I think he was going for the dunk, Bob. The ball got partially blocked, so he had to switch and go off the window for the layup. Basket is good. He's headed to the free throw line as well.
Well, it got the crowd into it anyway.
Yeah.
Bucket being a bucket, that is on 44 on the board. I don't have a 44 in my roster.
Oh,
sheet.
that's always fun when this happens.
And I think they punched the wrong number up on the board.
Okay.
Maybe I don't see a 44. Oh, there's a.
Said 1-4.
Okay.
He said 1-4, I believe, and that's going to be Derek Bailey. That's his third. Yeah, that is his third.
They want some clarification, or no? Williams is going to come in.
I think everybody wants clarification, not just us.
Winner of this game gets the loser of Radford and Galax. The loser of this game gets the winner of Radford and Galax. Only 4 teams left.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about it. It's a region final. It's a little bit different from years past, though. Both teams are in the state semifinals. There's just 4 teams left in each classification for girls and guys. Free throw on the way for Demetrius Johnson. Hits back iron, then backboard, and falls down. Great shot by Demetrius Johnson. Great three-point play. It's now just a 3-point deficit for the Colonels. 25-22. Surrey leads. Williams guarded by Demetrius Johnson. Middle of the court. Demetrius is all over him. Colonel fans getting into it. Going to get a foul. I mentioned Demetrius was all over him. I wondered if the foul might have been coming, Bob.
Well, Jake Mintz was campaigning for it at half.
He helped. That's a great point. He helped his man out there and helped his team out by, sort of getting that called.
And to show you the power of the internet, his father listening back in Surrey, we say hi again to Buzz Mintz.
Absolutely. Gotta love the internet. Gotta love kdcountry.com. Like us on Facebook, too, while you're there, Mr. Mintz. Oh, runner goes in by number 33, Justin Williams there. Good shot. Sort of the one-handed floater up over the defense.
27-22, Altavista down by 5, 3.5 to go before the Subway intermission report. We'll talk ladies basketball with some of the ladies and Coach Maddox.
Thornhill, hesitation move, gets stopped in the middle of the lane. Chest passes it back out to Michi Malback. Michi, right-hand dribble, now crossing over, spin move. Shot went up, it was blocked. Good job by Surrey to deny Michi Malback the basket there. That was Robert Elliott that got the block. He has it in the backcourt. He's going to race it ahead. Across the timeline. Guarded by Michi Malback. Bounce passes it. 3-point ball on the way. Back iron. No good. Rebounded by Demetrius Johnson. 3:03 to play in the basketball, in the first half of the basketball game. It's a 27-22 Surrey lead.
Colonels, I think, need a bucket just to get the crowd a little bit more into it and pumped up, because when they got on that little run, the crowd got into it. I'd like to see the crowd get into it again.
Agreed. This crowd seems like they're sort of buzzing and boiling in the pot, Bob. They're ready to spill over and really just go bananas. Thornhill, awkward layup attempt, sort of a circus shot, but he was fouled. That was part of the reason why he had to throw it up so weirdly. Going to go to the free throw line. And let's talk about the ankle again, Bob. If you're just listening to the Colonels, Juan missed 5, 6, 7 games with an ankle injury. He's been back for about 2 or 3 weeks now. But he did re-injure the ankle tonight. What did he sit out, maybe 30 seconds or a minute? Not much.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be out for probably at least a quarter, but that's why I'm not a doctor. Thornhill sinks the first. And another thing to mention here, Kyle, 27-23 Surrey. Altavista shooting 2 the rest of the way. That was a 19 foul.
Yep.
But that was a 2-shot foul. Next one will be double bonus.
Both free throws go in for Juan. When he came back in after this ankle injury tonight, he was didn't look 100%. I think he sort of just run it off. He looks pretty solid right now, Bob. He might not be fully 100%. I think the adrenaline's helping him carry it through. Crossover dribble by Justin Williams, Surrey basketball.
And that's where you have the head tell the body what to do and not vice versa. And Juan's head is real strong.
That's exactly right. Marsh going to bounce pass it over to Elliott. Elliott driving around the right side of the D. Up and under layup. Goes in. Good job by Elliott. Just circled the defense. Got to the right side of the paint. Scooped it up and in. We're down to 2:12 to play in the Apple Market second quarter. It's a 29-24 Surrey lead.
That halftime speech might be a little brimstone again.
Thornhill fouled going up for the layup. Nice jump stop move there by Juan to get close to the basket. He's headed to the free throw line again. Ball never really got out of his hands because he was clobbered. And number 2, Juan Thornhill.
Davis is second. It's the 10th team, so we're double bonus the rest of the way. I'll tell you what, these fouls by Surrey are fouls, but give them credit. They are being very aggressive and very active out there. Altavista has not been as great defensively as they normally are. Still very good, though. Very good.
And it's an athletic Surrey team, so you're going to have to work hard. They do some little different things on offense. I think they really screen away from the basketball well. Juan Thornhill converts the free throw there, 29-26.
4 of his last 4.
Great job by Juan from the stripe of place. I think admittedly he struggled from a little bit. We're under 2 minutes to go in this half. Little Chest pass over to Robert Elliott. Elliott, right point, looking inside the defense. He'll give it right back to Dontre Little. Little guarded by Demetrius Johnson. That's been a fun battle to watch all year. Bounce pass down low to Elliott. Elliott puts it up off the window and in. That was Surrey scoring the basket right there. 31-26. They stretch their lead out. Thornhill, right side of the paint, gets it to the right block, puts it up off the window and in. Sort of lost the defense there for a little bit, and I think he lulled them to sleep some as well.
31-28. Altavista just will not go away. Whistle.
Dontre Little driving the basket. He is clobbered, fouled. Demetrius Johnson ended up banging on his brother, Darius. I think that last point that I was saying was Robert Elliott, Bob, was actually Timothy Marsh that scored that last bucket. That's so nice of you not to correct me like that. Since you've had to do it so much tonight anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
it's bad enough I get the visiting team wrong. I get the home team wrong.
Free throw goes down.
That is Dontre Little. 1:23 to play in the Apple Market second quarter.
Little's got the multicolored hairstyle going tonight. Kind of reminds me of a little bit of Wesley Snipes from Demolition Man.
Yeah, he's hard to miss. Second free throw goes down for Little. Boy, Dontre Little has been very, very, very good from the free throw line. That was 3 varies, so you know he must be doing pretty good. 33-28, Surrey leads. They're the visitors tonight here in Altavista. Thornhill standing in the corner between half court and the sideline. Looks like a man-to-man defense now for Surrey. Juan driving, right-hand layup, goes in. Juan is really taking over in the second quarter here, Bob. He's scoring a lot of points for his ball club, and this is all coming from a guy who probably has an ankle that's not 100%.
Mind over matter.
If you don't mind, it don't matter. Justin Williams guarded by Navy Jones. I'm sorry, I was just waiting to use that. Justin Williams, crossover dribble, wants to drive, dishes out. Three-pointer on the way from Surrey. It goes down, and it's number 12, Robert Elliott. I'm not going to mess it up this time. Elliott sinking it from the right wing there for 3. Down to 40 seconds to play in the quarter. 36-30. Surrey leads. Michi Malbeck has it right wing for the Colonels. Lob pass going is intercepted. Taken away by Surrey. They throw it ahead. Wow, in and out of traffic. Little lost it, got it back, lost it again. Ball goes out of bounds off of Altavista.
Miracle Surrey keeps the basketball. That was not numbers at all. 104.
Little touched the ball at half court. He was going against 4 Colonel defenders, and he actually had the ball less. The ball was out of his possession more than it was in his possession. Ball knocked away on the inbounds pass. Surrey's going to have to redo it. 26.3 to play in the half.
Really just thrown off Thornhill, I think, as much, too. Juan reached back and tapped it, but I think that was going to go off Juan no matter what.
Nice inbound play, but Juan blocked it. Juan blocked the shot after the man got free for Surrey. Darius Johnson on the ground, picks up the loose ball. He'll bring it up himself, hands it to Michi Malbeck on the left wing. 15 seconds to go. Colonel's going left to right on our perspective here. Coach Cardellaro telling his team to spread the floor. He wants to hold for 1 shot. We're down to 8 seconds. Juan's going to initiate something soon. Yep. Juan, crossover, dishes to Malbeck. Malbeck, long 3, in and out, no good. Rebound comes down to the Cougars. There's the horn to end the half. Altavista had a good look there at the buzzer. They trail going into the locker room. 36-30. Subway halftime show on the way when we come back to 105.5 KD Country.
GMC Certified Service, Highview Motors, state inspections, transmission repair, tire sales, Highview Motors. If your ride has been in an accident, Highview Motors has the latest collision repair center and body shop. Drive-on frame machine, down-drive paint booth with baking oven, GMC and ASE certified technicians. Great selection of professional-grade GMC trucks and pre-owned cars. Highview Motors, Main Street, Altavista.
Highview Motors, GMC.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Hi, I'm Daniel Wheeler with First National Bank. Let me tell you 3 things you may not know about a home equity loan. First, even if your mortgage is somewhere else, you can still have your home equity loan approved locally here at First National Bank with speed, expertise, and flexibility. Number 2, in addition to personalized local service, our rates are very, very competitive. And number 3, we may be able to help you avoid closing costs. So let's set up your home equity loan today before you need it. See me at First National Bank's Airport branch on Wards Road, an equal housing lender.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
36-30 at intermission. Surrey leads Altavista. We've got some of the Lady Colonels up here with us: Sydney Morris, Kalia Donegan, and Chelsea Robinson. Going back to the state, let's start with you, Sydney. Talk about the effort tonight defensively. I mean, you guys played, I thought, good defensive game.
Yeah. I think our defense has been peaking at the right time. We've just started getting after it more and more. And, defense wins championships, and we just need to keep on that. So.
Kalia, it seemed like early on, offensively, they got you for a few travels back-to-back, but you didn't get down about it. You went to some different moves, still got some points. Talk about the offensive effort tonight.
Offensively, I just tried to run the floor a lot and make sure I was just passing and not turning over and just making sure that we got some points off of everything.
Yeah, and I thought, and anybody can take this question, I thought passing the ball was really key tonight too, because y'all went over top, y'all went around, and y'all really kept them moving. I thought passing the ball, you took care of it. I don't know if it's really a question or not, but
I think we did a good job of sharing. We were bigger on the inside, so we could throw over a little more, and that was really key into getting out of some of those traps that they were throwing around. So our height advantage definitely helped.
How much, Chelsea, do you think the first quarter, you guys got on them quick, and they tried to get back in it late, but they missed a lot of shots early. How much do you think getting out on them early helped you guys out down the stretch?
I think getting on them early really helped us. It made us more intense, to play some offense, play some good offense.
Right, and you guys have been, Kyle and I call you the Big Three, and you guys have at least hopefully 2 more games left.
Yeah.
Show how he's going to be the opponent in the state semis. Talk about getting back to the states again. Has third year in a row.
We're excited. Oh my God, we're so excited. I think we wanted more this year than I think we did last year. We have more hard stuff
right.
to this.
Well, there's no tomorrow either, Kalia.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it. This is it for you guys. Talk about, just how bad you guys want this, and talk about your underclassmen, because Casey Cox and Victoria Burgess hit a big shot tonight as well.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for them, being younger and, having to step up into bigger roles that our seniors last year had to do. So I'm really proud of them for getting in there and just doing what they had to do.
And again, I know you didn't want to foul out tonight. Very unhappy with that 5th foul. But again, when you go to the bench, Sydney, you turn into cheerleader, and that impresses me a lot. Talk about the role of you guys to keep everybody up, even if you're not on the floor.
You have to make sure that everyone knows how great of a job they're doing. We don't want to get down, because when we get down, we can't play our game, and it's just so important to stay up. And I always just want my teammates to know how great of a job they're doing, even if they might make a bad pass here or there. But I want them to know that I trust them. When I'm not in the game, I trust them to win. So.
Well, ladies, thank you a whole bunch, and I look forward to seeing you all next week.
Thank you.
We'll talk to Coach Maddox here. Kyle, if you don't mind giving up your headset to her. Coach, obviously a very, very good victory tonight. You guys got out on them early, and I thought that was a big key. Talk about that first quarter.
The girls got out, and, you can tell how bad they wanted. They scored off the tip, which we asked them to do every single game, and turned right around defensively, getting a stop, and running our offense. They look good.
I thought a big key, too, was not just defense, but they were getting no second shots early in the game, and you guys were on the glass from the start.
Opposite from last night, last night they were all over the boards. We gave up a lot of second chance opportunities. Tonight we put a stop to that. Gathered up. We knew that they shoot threes, and we'd be looking for the long ball and long rebounds tonight. So our guards really get after it, gathering up those loose balls tonight too.
I told Coach Spencer beforehand, if you have a heart condition, the fourth quarter can sometimes be scary, but not really tonight. You guys were in control the whole way. Talk about the team's mentality coming into this game tonight after a thriller last night.
The girls, we shot around this morning. Everyone got some rest. They got some shots up. They felt good, and they were ready to play. We got here at 4, and they stepped on the court ready to go.
Okay, you got Chilhowie next, and it's kind of a different pace in terms of the way it's been in the past. You guys have, had a state semi and then maybe a state final the next day. No matter what, there's a week in between. Talk about how you're going to use the time before Chilhowie.
Definitely doing some research on them. We know that Chilhowie has a pretty tall, dominant post player, so looking at them, taking advantage of the time we have to prepare for the next game.
How much of it, too, you want to keep the girls fresh and active, but how much of it, too, is rest?
A lot of them need rest, but they're running on adrenaline right now. They want to be here so bad that they're ready every night.
Well, Coach, this is a good ride, and I would like to keep riding as well.
Thank you so much.
Sarah Maddox here on the Subway Halftime Show. We'll take a break, and Kyle and I will come back and talk about this one on 105.5 KD Country.
The following is brought to you by English Construction Company.
There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in Virginia are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education.
A short drive will save you money.
In the market for a new Chevrolet? Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
For a huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, it's Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
FellersDirect.com. Selection. Convenience. Fellers Chevrolet.
Fellers Chevrolet.
Always open and only a click away.
FellersDirect.com.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
Good food, low prices, and great service keep customers coming back for more day after day at El Cazador Mexican Restaurant in Altavista. El Cazador is now open all afternoons, so you can buy anytime, any day, 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, a great place to unwind and relax with friends. Open 7 days a week, Main Street, Altavista. El Cazador thanks you for your business and making them the #1 Mexican restaurant in town.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
Subway halftime show continues here. Colonel's Trail 36-30. And what a wonderful visit there from the big three, the talented trio, the tremendous threesome. I don't know, there's a million names you could use for those three ladies. And you know, the elder Miss Donegan does the PA work for the ladies basketball team. She's got three candidates, I think, that could be gunning for her job. All three very well spoken, and one is her own daughter. I'll let them duke that out.
I'm worried about gunning for ours, truthfully. Altavista trails this one at the half, 36-30. Some halftime scoring numbers, courtesy of our friend Damian Sorlett. Read his articles on this as well in the news in advance tomorrow. Timothy Marsh had 6 in the first half for Surrey. Robert Elliott 11, Dontre Little 15, and it was Justin Williams with 4, and for Altavista, Michi and Demetrius 7 apiece, Darius and Juan 8 apiece.
Good balance scoring, I'll say all the way around. I know Colonel fans don't like where the deficit is at right now, but, Bob, we've said it. They've trailed going in the locker room a bunch, not only this postseason, but this season as well. I don't think it's been any dramatic late-game comebacks because I think you and I would both point out a lot of times the Colonels do a lot of their damage in the third quarter, not so much late in the fourth quarter or anything like that.
Yeah, they normally get out real good in that third quarter. They don't necessarily need to get out like gangbusters tonight, but they do need to improve a little bit in this third quarter. They trail by 6. If Michi could have hit that 3, that'd have been huge momentum.
It would have been. And, they don't need to get out and go crazy here in the early stages of this third quarter. On the other hand, they don't want to let Surrey really stretch the lead out anymore. I don't think Altavista has to play great, but they do have to keep pace. They can't let the margin widen too much, I don't think. You don't want to be down 10 or 15 going into the fourth quarter and have to come back. But on the other hand, we've seen the Lady Colonels do that in the past week, so who knows?
Subway halftime show comes to an end, and I see why I'm not down the court tossing my cup into the trash can or lack thereof. Damian Sorlett rebounded stick back. 2 points for him, but always big points for Subway. You can visit them morning, noon, or night for some great subs. And you can get, I think, breakfast all day.
Absolutely. I do that all the time. You get the egg white, little green pepper, throw a little of the hot sauce on there because that just wakes you up in the morning. Altavista basketball starts the third quarter. Michi tosses it to Juan Thornhill, and they got it inbounds. Middle of the court, it goes to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson holding it over his head, never used a dribble.
Colonel's on the left side in second half, and Surrey on the right.
Surrey looks like to me they're in the man-to-man defense, Bob Alvis. It's Little stepping out to guard Juan Thornhill. And Thornhill going to drive right wing, cut off, spin move, puts up the off-balance shot, hit the side of the rim, wouldn't go in. Darius Johnson got the rebound, stuck it right back up. It's the way the Colonels started the game. It's the way they'll start the third quarter here. That cuts the deficit to 4. 36-32, Surrey on top. 7:20 to play in the Apple Market third quarter. Justin Williams with the basketball, just holding it. Juan Thornhill not close enough to initiate the 5-second count. Williams has got it right point. He'll bring it more towards the middle of the court. He was looking for a handoff play with Robert Elliott, but Juan cut that off, and he'll have to go to Dontre Little instead. Little middle of the court. standing between the circles. Right-hand dribble. He's guarded by Richard Hubbard. And, wow, Surrey going into a bit of a slowdown game. This is something reminiscent of what the Colonels would do, more so in years past, but a little bit this year. Little trying to drive now. Now he'll dish it out. He's got Timothy Marsh. Shot won't go in, and it's rebounded by Demetrius Johnson. 6:42 to play in the quarter. Colonels trail by 4. They could cut into it right here. Thornhill, middle of the court, left-hand dribble. Chest pass over to Michi Malbeck, right wing. Michi peering inside the defense, holds it over his head. He's looking for maybe Demetrius Johnson on that right-hand block. Juan want to clear everybody out. Maybe run a set play. Couple screens away from the basketball. They get it to Hubbard, middle of the court. Now Michi left wing. Michi with the fake of the pass. Back to Hubbard. Hubbard swings it down in the corner to Thornhill. Thornhill back to Michi Malbeck, middle of the court. 6:16 to play. The Apple Market third quarter to 36-32 Surrey advantage.
With the way Altavista's been playing here lately, if you're Surrey, I think you just got to survive the early part of the second half.
Thornhill driving, cut off, dishes it on the jump to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson's shot won't go in. It somehow gets tipped to Darius Johnson. Johnson sticks it up and is fouled. Wow, Richard Hubbard with just a little poke with the right hand. He saw where Darius Johnson was at. Hubbard knew he wasn't going to be able to come down with the rebound, Bob, so he just slapped it over to Darius Johnson. Johnson was there. It's the third foul on Timothy Marsh, and Darius has got a chance for the old-fashioned three-point play.
Letter of the law, I don't know if you can really give an assist to Richard on that play. Too bad you can't. Darius misses the free throw.
5:54. It's now a two-point game, 36-34. Surrey on top. They're the visitors here tonight in Altavista. Region final action. Justin Williams driving. He'll kick it into the corner to Marsh. Marsh, three ball, no good. Rebound is loose, and I believe it's off Surrey. Yes, it is. The basketball will go back to the Altavista Colonels with 5:40 to play in the quarter.
Key point to remember, this is not it for either team. Both teams will play next week. Loser plays the winner of Radford Galax. Winner will play the loser of Radford and Galax. So you're down to a Final Four.
Yep.
But everybody's still alive after tonight.
Always alive at KD Country. Lee Cameron, our producer, back at home base, making it all sound sharp. Halftime was always fun. 5:30 to play. Juan Thornhill lobs it over the top of the defense. They'll get it in the left-hand corner to Michi Malbeck. Michi right in front of his own bench, bounces it back to Richard Hubbard near half court. Hubbard goes to Thornhill, now back to Richard. Michi thought about trying a three ball. He'll drive instead. Tried to dump it off to Darius Johnson, but it's batted away out of bounds. Basketball staying with the Colonels. 5:19 to play. 36-34 Surrey on top.
Shout out to Robbie Rice as she hands the ball back into play. Brad Bailey. Robbie Rice, long-time fixture for both clubs as well.
Michi, three ball on the way, off the iron, no good. Demetrius skies up for the rebound and sticks it right back up from about 5 feet away in the middle of the lane. Good job by Demetrius Johnson to read how the missed shot was coming off. Surrey driving, rejected away. Darius Johnson got his hand on it, and he controlled the block as well. That was Justin Williams that tried for it. Here comes Juan Thornhill. Kick out to Hubbard. Now they cycle it on down to Michi Malbeck in the corner in front of the Colonel bench. Coach Jake Mintz really wants some more effort out of his team. You can see him barking from that sideline. Thornhill up and under. Reverse layup goes in.
First lead since 2-0.
Wow. 38-36. Colonels on top. Surrey wants a timeout. We'll take a 30-second timeout as well with 4:45 to play in the third quarter on 105.5 KD Country.
In the past century, our community has grown, and Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service has grown too, alongside the families they've known for so long. Finch & Finch is proud to have served you over 100 years. A family business, Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Service, dedicated to your service.
Finch and Finch Funeral Homes. We're here because we care.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Colonels back on top. First time in a long time. They lead 38-36. Boy, we still got a long, long way to go. 4:45 left to play in the third quarter, Bob.
Last time you will get to see these guys at home this season. If you want to see them the rest of the way, you're going to have to travel. You can always listen to KD Country as well.
Surrey's got to throw long to get it in. Hubbard had the steal, but just could not control it. Good man-to-man full-court pressure by the Altavista Colonels. Almost forced a turnover. Derek Bailey going to inbound on the sideline. He'll throw it in the backcourt. Gets it to Justin Williams. Williams going to bring it up with the right hand. He's guarded by Juan Thornhill. Williams breaks the timeline. 4:35 to play in the Apple Market. Third quarter, Colonels up 2. Williams chest pass to Bailey. Bailey pops out, gives it right back to Williams on the right wing. Williams fakes the three, got Juan up in the air. Now he'll pull up for a 14-foot jump shot. No good. Hit the deck. Surrey's got to save it back in bounds. Yeah.
Bad break by Surrey as they tried to save it, but they saved it too high right at the basket. It hit the back of the backboard and the basketball will go back to Altavista. Colonel's Uncle Mo is sitting with them right now.
Seems like it. Full court pressure from Surrey, though. Darius going to break it himself up the left sideline. Goes to the basket from the left side. Count the basket for Darius Johnson. 40-36. Michi Malbeck almost had a steal, and I believe in the process of getting that steal, he kind of poked Derek Bailey in the eye. Michi going over to check on him.
We saw Demetrius have a takeover third quarter earlier this week. Darius is now having the takeover third quarter, and Jake Mintz is going to have some help from Angela Emerson. And Bailey's going to be down. A quick score update after one. Galax trails Radford 20-15.
Action exciting down there in Southwest Virginia, as always. And then, of course, that depends on who the Altavista Colonels will play. We're going to take a 30-second time out here and let the injury situation sort itself out. Colonels do have a 4-point lead, 40-36, 4:11 to play in the third quarter on 105.5 KD Country.
English is
so much more.
English is
More than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need. That's English is
So much more.
English is
More than a hardware store. Englishes is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
This month's specials from your Apple Market convenience stores. Coke and Pepsi 6-pack cans at $1.99. Free bacon biscuit with the purchase of 2 Mountain Dew Kickstarts. Double-decker Moon Pie for a quarter with the purchase of any size coffee. Enjoy 2 chicken tender biscuits for $2.49 at the Apple Market locations. Riverside, Gateway, and Main Street, Altavista. You know what they say. Stop by the Apple today.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
40-36. Altavista Colonels leading with 4:11 to play in the third quarter, Bob. And a lot to talk about here. First and foremost, we can talk about the way the Colonels have really come out like a house of fire in this third quarter and taken the lead back. We also had the injury situation. Michi Malbeck went for a steal up the right sideline. He poked the basketball away, and I think after that, he did poke Derek Bailey up in the eye, and they're working on Bailey on that right sideline right now. Play has stopped, and obviously our thoughts and prayers are going out to Derek Bailey right now. Angela Emerson's, he is. And I want to say he just got poked in the eye. Obviously, it happened pretty quick. I couldn't exactly tell. But he is going to stand up. He's got some gauze, cotton stuff over the eye right now. He's going to go sit down, obviously walking off under his own power. And Angela Emerson's just going to make sure everything's okay. And basketball will get put back at play here in just one moment, Bob.
Yeah, they're going to have to clean up the floor just a little bit just to get the condensation off. And Coach Emerson talking to Coach Mintz about that. Dean Hubbard is just going to wipe the floor with his foot. 47-34, by the way. Dan River over Martinsville with 3:05 left in quarter four down there in Ridgeway. So it, like we had last year, it could be a lot of basketball in Salem next week.
Yeah, and just as a side note, I remember back in the day, when Martinsville was really good, winning all those AA state championships.
When Travis Wells was playing for them.
It's exactly right. I want to say it was like 98 or 99 maybe. They had to play, it might have even been 2000, I don't know. They had to play Dan River like six times in a season.
Right.
They played them, twice in the regular season, maybe once in the Register B, once in the conference, or once in the district final back when we had districts, once in the region final, once in the state final. It's pretty incredible that Dan River was such a good basketball team but had to butt heads with Martinsville all those times. We're sort of digressing a little bit because basketball's still not put in play, and I think Coach Mintz is ready to watch his team again. He wanted to first and foremost make sure Derek Bailey was okay over there.
Martinsville is starting to get back there now to prominence. Jeff Atkins coaching them now, former Maryland product. But Husky Hall and Troy Wells did great things at Martinsville.
Certainly. 4:05 to play. Surrey does have the basketball. He got it back in bounds. That's DeAndre Davis holding it over his head. Throws it.
Third quarter.
It is the third quarter. Still got a way to go. Colonels are up 4. They get it down low to Davis again. Davis puts up the shot. He's fouled. I think Juan Thornhill's going to get whistled with the violation.
I thought it was Hubbard.
You may be right. You are absolutely right. It is Mr. Richard Hubbard, senior for the Altavista Colonels. His second foul. It's going to send DeAndre Davis, senior guard for the Surrey Cougars, to the free throw line.
Everybody kind of having to recharge the batteries after Bailey got injured there for a little bit. 40-37.
But Yeah, and we don't want to speculate on the severity of his injury, but normally when you see play stop for that long, you think it's somewhat serious, and that can be kind of a shock. It can be tough to take when you see your teammate down like that.
He laid face down on the floor for a few minutes. Now Davis gets in two, 40-38, and Surrey showing some full court pressure.
Full court press coming here. Altavista does break. They get into the front court. Juan Thornhill has it. Right wing. Little head fake. He's going to the basket on the baseline. Straight up to the rack and in. Juan Thornhill, I'm telling you, since that ankle injury, Bob, I don't want to use the term taking over, but he's taking his game up to about level 9 or 10, as Coach Cartolero would say. Loose ball. Darius Johnson went for the steal, gambled a little bit. Surrey got it back. Richard Hubbard got it back. Hubbard's going to run up the left side of the paint, puts it up, blocked. Darius got the rebound and stuck it right back in. The defensive pressure leading to some points for the Altavista Colonels. They're up 44-38.
Darius trailed in a good place. He saw where Hubbard was shooting and got over to that side. Ball is going to knock out of bounds. Altavista gets it back. Colonels are on a mini run here, 44-38. They lead by 6 as Timothy Marsh is going to check back in. Remember, both teams stay alive. Right? Can't stress that enough.
That's exactly right. Referee stops play for just a minute. Wanted to make sure everything was straight with the substitutes. Michi Malbec going to inbound the ball on the baseline, 90 feet away from the Colonel's scoring basket. It's full court pressure again from Surrey. Gets it into Hubbard. Hubbard throws it right back to Michi. Michi had to chase it down for a moment. Now Michi will race it ahead. Middle of the court, weaving in and out. Left-hand layup won't go in. Rebound comes down to Surrey. They want to get out and run two next. Basketball got knocked away. Darius Johnson saved it, threw it to Michi Malbec. Malbec up and fouled. Basket did not count, but wow, the defensive pressure again for the Colonels, Bob.
I don't know if DeAndre Davis knows my dad, but he definitely knows what my dad says about fouling. If you're going to foul a guy, make sure the bucket does not go down. Michi had a wide open look at it, but really not a prayer as Davis got a good chunk of him. Second team foul on Surrey, second foul on Davis. Michi Malbec to the stripe for 2. Want to send a shout out to somebody who I know is not listening because she's working. Andrea Craig, the photog in the house tonight for ABC 13 WSET, doing her hard work. She's like the Jenga of that building. You pull her out and the whole building falls down.
Great analogy right there. I'm going to have to use that again. Malbec sinks the first free throw, 45-38. Colonels on top, 3:02 to play in the quarter. Second one goes down as well for number 1, Michi Malbec. How about how the play really got going there when Darius saved it along the right sideline, shoveled it ahead to Michi.
And how about the third quarter again? That is the quarter of play here so far for Altavista.
Altavista really does great things in the third quarter this season, Bob. Thornhill guarding the basketball. It's Justin Williams. He'll back it out. 5 feet from the half-court circle. Now he's going to circle the defense. Comes around, jump shot from about 10 feet, in and out. No good. No yellow jerseys around. It was all Colonel jerseys. Grabbing the rebound, and it ends up being Thornhill. Thornhill still got it. Left side, left-hand layup will fall in. He put some spin on it and got it to go off the window. It hung on the rim for just one moment, and it goes down. Justin Williams, little shake and bake move. He'll drive, tried to knock over Thornhill. Juan took the charge. Justin Williams lowered the shoulder. Juan took the charge. Juan loves it. Juan's actually holding his right shoulder a little bit. Maybe he hit the deck a little firm right there. Great job. Yep.
8-0 run right now for Altavista. Third foul has a team second on Williams.
Juan's going to shake it off for sure. He ain't coming out now. After that ankle injury where it looked like he wasn't able to walk off the court under his own power, he came back in about a minute later, had to save that one from going out of bounds. He found Michi Malbec. Malbec leaves it for Darius Johnson. Johnson fouled. I don't know if they're going to say he was in the act of shooting. Referee points to the floor. He was not, but it's another foul on Surrey. It's another foul on DeAndre Davis, I think.
Yeah, Davis almost took Johnson's arms off as a souvenir. It was the 4th team foul against Surrey.
Thornhill to inbound on the baseline for the Altavista Colonels. 2:10 to play in the Apple Market third quarter. Wow, it's a 10-point Colonel lead, 48-38. Juan dishes it with the lob pass to Michi Malbec. Malbec one-handed bounce pass cross court to Richard Hubbard. Hubbard double team, threw it to Demetrius, middle of the court. Brother Darius now right side of the paint, knocked away. They're going to say it's off Darius. Officials conferred with each other. One official had a better angle. And the basketball is heading back to the Surrey Cougars with 2:01 to play. Surrey trailing by 10. They were up to start this quarter by 6. It's number 12, Robert Elliott. Bounce passes it to the top of the key to Gary Davis. Jump shot goes in for number 40, Gary Davis. Count the bucket there. 48-40 now. Thornhill bringing it up right sideline, weaving in traffic. Had it poked away. Darius got it back, sticks it up, right-handed off the backboard and in. Not exactly who Juan intended to go to because it was poked away, but it ends up in Darius Johnson's hands. 50-40. Colonel's lead. Here comes Little driving. Right side of the paint, up under the layup. Scoop shot won't go in for Little, but he's headed to the free throw line. He was fouled, and this could be on any number of Colonels. I think they got Demetrius Johnson, Bob.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Kyle, I talked about you earlier with you giving a motivational speech. Well, I don't know if the coaching staff should just record the halftime speeches and play them before the game, because whatever's being said at halftime is really kicking the Colonels into gear.
Yeah, and I know they've done it recently in the playoffs. They did it against Perry McClure. They had to do it in the quarterfinals. Not so much in the semifinals. Last night was a blowout win start to finish. But and they've really done it all year a lot, too. They're just a good second-half team. Second free throw missed. Little misses both, and he was very good from their early part of the game. So when it rains, it pours for Surrey. Not a lot going their way right now.
Perry McClure quarter was 12-6. That Colonial Beach quarter was 26-7.
Yeah. A little bit of a difference there. Thornhill has it, double team.
But the 12-6 quarter was big because Perry McClure was up at the half, and the Colonels really bit in defensively in that quarter, too.
Right, Surrey trying to pick up their defensive intensity. Triple team momentarily. Juan found Darius Johnson underneath the basket with a one-handed fall-away pass. Darius converts the basket, as he so often does. 52-40. Colonels on top. We're under a minute to go in the quarter. It's been a big, big quarter for the Altavista Colonels. Davis with the basketball. That's Timothy Marsh. Marsh, 15-footer, won't go. Thornhill wrestling for the rebound. Thornhill hits the deck. Jump ball called. And Surrey almost had a chance to wrestle that away. But the jump ball arrow does favor the Altavista Colonels. So good job by Juan to get in there with Gary Davis from Surrey and tie it up.
Well, for Surrey's sake, I hope Jake Mintz has a good one-minute speech that he can give in between quarters. And I don't know how much chalk talk needs to be done, but definitely Surrey has kind of got to get back to their swag that they had in quarter one.
Yeah, I was wrong about the possession arrow, Bob. It actually favors Surrey, so they inbound underneath their own basket. They get it into Marsh. Marsh, three ball. No good. Rebound is loose. It's controlled by DeAndre Davis. Davis dishes it off to Little. Little fouled. He's headed back to the free throw stripe. Shot didn't go in.
He comes up gimpy.
I was just going to say a little gingerly on his ankle. He's going to walk it off and stay in, head to the free throw line. If you're going to tweak an ankle, it's nice to go to the free throw line. There you get a chance to shake it off without having to play any defense or anything.
This quarter, Kyle, it has been a 20-4 quarter.
Wow.
For Altavista.
You said wow earlier. I'm going to give that one a couple wows. 20-4 quarter for the Colonels. Little
right
on
now.
The free throw line. Yeah. It was the third foul on Richard Hubbard, by the way.
22, pardon me.
Well, I mean, hey.
Little misses the first.
Devil's in the details.
It's not 22-5 yet. Altavista trailed by 6 at intermission.
Walker Allen checking in the game. He joins Navy Jones, Juan Thornhill, Darius Johnson, and Michi Malbeck. Free throw, no good. Juan Thornhill controls the rebound. Kicks it ahead to Allen. Allen, three-pointer. No good. Too strong. Rebounded by Darius Johnson, though, and Darius sticks it right back up. Missed shot has worked out pretty good for the Colonels this quarter because the Johnson brothers have been on the glass. Marsh driving. That ball's knocked away. I don't know if we got a foul. I do think we have a foul. I think they're going to get Darius Johnson.
I don't know if the Johnson brothers have a little sibling rivalry of you had a good third quarter earlier this week. I'm going to get you later on with my third quarter because
right.
Darius's third quarter has been phenomenal. Only his first foul, which is more phenomenal.
Pretty impressive. Little has the basketball. Third quarter coming to a close quickly. We're down to 18 seconds. Three-pointer, no good from Surrey. Ball is loose. Believe that's Marsh that's got it back. He threw it up towards the rim, and he was fouled. Basketball almost went in, but would not fall down. It is Timothy Marsh heading to the free throw stripe for the Altavista Colonels.
1 to 2 very quickly. And, I'm not a coach, thankfully, but you would have to think that Rick Cormany or Verl Brown, whoever gets Altavista next, is really going to pay attention to what's happening in these third quarters.
Bob Alice is name-dropping the potential opponent's head coaches. Free throw does go in for number 11, Timothy Marsh.
Because I don't know, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Altavista played poor in the first half. I thought Surrey just played phenomenal in the first quarter, especially.
Surrey really had the A game going in the first quarter. Second one away from Marsh. Bend to the knees, fires it up. It's off the rim a little bit and goes down. There's 12 seconds remaining in the Apple Market third quarter. 54-42. Altavista Colonels lead. Surrey going to use a break in the action there with the substitute to modify some full court pressure. Navy Jones has it inbounds in the backcourt for the Colonels. Throws it ahead right sideline to Thornhill. Thornhill behind the back dribble. Goes back to Michi Malbeck. We're down to 4 seconds to play now. Malbeck twisting in his way out of the defense. Ball goes loose. Turnaround, one-handed fire to the basket by Timothy Marsh.
That would have been incredible. It hit the top of the string and then came down and hit the rim.
It hit the backboard, then it hit the string, and it was coming down towards the basket. Couple oohs and ahs from the crowd, but it doesn't go in. Colonels, they've had a lot going in the third quarter. They take the lead into the final frame, 54-42. Last quarter of regulation coming up on 105.5 KD Country.
Man, it's cold in here. What's wrong with your heater?
Well, it used to work pretty good.
Back in the 90s, just call Select Air and get it fixed.
Oh, it'll probably cost a lot of money.
No, it won't, because Donnie will give you a fair price and get it done right the first time.
Maybe I'll call Select Air tomorrow.
No, you will call Select Air today, because it's freezing in here.
Select Air, 841-1580. 841-1580. Online at selectair.webs.com.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Another third quarter rally has the Altavista Colonels boys basketball team on top, Bob, 54-42. They're at it again in the third quarter.
Yeah, I don't know what the magic number of 3 is, but Darius has 14 in this frame. He has 22 on the evening, KH.
Thornhill also really just kind of taking over things in that third quarter. Juan was very good in the second quarter as well. And it's Altavista Colonel basketball to start the Apple Market fourth quarter. Weekly specials at all 3 area locations. Altavista has the Main Street, Gateway, and Riverside Apple Market locations. Michi ball back to inbound right at half court for the Colonels. Short little chest pass to Juan Thornhill. Juan puts it on his hip. Hasn't used the dribble just yet. Now he goes with the left hand. Guarded by Timothy Marsh for Surrey. Juan, little shoulder fake, looking at Coach Cardellaro for some instructions. Looks like a man-to-man defense again for Surrey. Juan, spin move. He's at the edge of the paint. Now he'll back it out to the three-point line again. Right sideline, chest pass to Michi Malbeck, middle of the court. They go left wing to Hubbard. Hubbard looking to pass. Now he'll go right-hand dribble.
Colonels can be selective if they want. They're up 12.
Absolutely. You can pick and choose here if you're Altavista, although I bet Coach Cardellaro is going to want to keep his foot on the gas just because the Colonels are pretty good when they stay aggressive. Hubbard dribbling around the perimeter. He'll throw it in the corner to Demetrius Johnson. Left-hand corner right in front of the Colonel bench. Johnson driving baseline, cut off at the edge of the paint. Finds Michi Malbeck on the right side of the paint. Michi puts it up. Shot partially blocked. Michi tried to grab the rebound, but he lost it out of bounds. 7:10 to play in the Apple Market fourth quarter. No points for the Colonels, Bob, but they do run off a full 50 seconds.
But give Surrey credit. A lot of times we see teams get sloppy defensively when Altavista is going to run some clock. Surrey stayed very disciplined for almost 60 seconds right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Not really a defensive breakdown for Surrey, and they're going to need that down the stretch if they want to get back in the basketball game. Justin Williams has it. Right wing. He'll pitch it to the left wing. 3 ball on the way. Very long. Hit the backboard. No iron. Thornhill controls it. Throws it ahead to Malbeck. Malbeck with the lay-in. Can't get it to go. It was weird. He and Demetrius were really in the same space. Thornhill trying to draw the charge. He does draw the charge. Great play right there by Juan Thornhill. Hits the deck hard. And I'll just go ahead and throw it out there. Juan maybe with a little embellishment on that one. But he did have position, and he had his feet set, so good job taking the charge.
Yeah, Jake Mintz didn't agree with that call, and to be honest with you, I thought that might go against Altavista.
Yeah, Jake Mintz is not happy right now because number 11, Timothy Marsh, got charged with the foul, and I don't think he was the one that committed the foul. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. That's what Coach Jake Mintz is saying. Got the referee's attention. I do think they're going to change it.
It's going to be 22.
Yep. You were right. Dontre Little. Great call by Bob Alvis. And a good job by the officials to get it right.
Well, that's the thing I've always been big on. If you're going to, take some time to confer, at least confer and get it right rather than, just guess.
Right.
I mean, this is not a science fair hypothesis.
Wow. Bob Alvis busting out the A game tonight. It is the third foul on Little. 5th foul on the team. Altavista has 5 team fouls as well. Crowd getting into it with the Colonels chant. Juan trying to shake his man loose. He's guarded by DeAndre Davis right now, standing a foot in front of half court. Juan, middle of the court, left-hand dribble. He'll dish it off to Demetrius Johnson now. Juan had to work pretty hard to move around on the perimeter there. Demetrius now right-hand dribble. Attacking, kick out to Brother Darius. He's fouled. This is going to be on the floor, though. Colonels will inbound.
Next foul on Surrey is going to send Altavista to the stripe. And now Marsh will pick up the foul. So it'll be Marsh's third. The fourth, pardon me.
Yeah. Long inbound pass goes to Darius Johnson. Johnson just nonchalantly tosses over to Juan Thornhill. Juan got up in the air and then found Demetrius on the pass. Demetrius, spin move. Lay-in won't go in. I think he got caught in between the layup and the dunk right there. Altavista does manage to secure the rebound, though. Thornhill driving, baseline. Give him the layup again. Juan Thornhill. Man, when he wants to get to the basket, Bob, he gets to the basket.
Yeah, Surrey's starting to run around a little bit more defensively rather than play solid. Oh, 2-pointer up there right there by Surrey.
Good jump shot goes in from Robert Elliott. Little 10-foot jump shot right there. Had to shoot it over Darius Johnson. Good play by Surrey to get some points. 56-44. Navy Jones hits the deck. Timeout. Coach Cardellaro saw that Navy was in trouble, about to lose the basketball. Uses a timeout. We'll use a 30-second timeout. We'll use a 1-minute timeout, matter of fact. 5.5 to play here from Altavista High School. Colonels on top, 56-44 on 105.5 KD Country.
This is Paul Shelton, owner of Altavista Appliance and Furniture, and I want to introduce my grandson, Mitch Haley, who is my new store manager, to tell you about great things we have going for you, our valued customers.
Not only do we sell appliances and furniture, but we are an authorized Husqvarna dealer. We offer the full Husqvarna lineup, including mowers, blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws, with 0% financing up to 48 months. We service everything we sell. Come by and see us today at Altavista Appliance and Furniture on 7th Street, where you will get the best deals with great service.
Your station for high school sports play-by-play is 105.5 KD Country.
Colonels on top, 56-44. I'm Kyle Haney. He's Bob Alvis. Lee Cameron back at home base. It's 105.5 KD Country, or perhaps kdcountry.com. From Surrey to Manhattan to Surfside Beach, South Carolina to Pinehurst, North Carolina, and all points in between, Bob Alvis.
We've got a loyal following here tonight for Altavista and Surrey. Both teams will play again next week in the state semis. The opponents will be Radford and Galax. Radford is up on Galax right now at intermission. Radford gets the loser of this one. Galax gets the winner.
Thornhill gets it over to Hubbard. Hubbard will throw it to Navy Jones. Jones double-teamed on the sideline. Jones almost lost it. Demetrius Johnson stepped in, made a nice grab. Thornhill thought about a three, but he knows the play. He knows the time and the score, so he thinks maybe let's run some clock instead before I try this three ball. He does get it back after a couple passes. No look down low to Darius Johnson. Johnson shook his man loose and flushed it down. What an amazing play. First and foremost, the no-look pass from Thornhill at the three-point line. Then the move by Darius to shake his man loose and just jam it in afterwards. Three-pointer by Surrey, no good, and it hit the supporting wire. So that's a turnover. Altavista's getting the ball back, Bob. Steamrollers starting to fire up for the Colonels. There's everything going their way now.
Yeah, that exact score of Radford and Galax, by the way, is 34-21. Radford at the end of 16 minutes. Ended the second quarter on a 9-0 run.
Thornhill gets it inbounds after the pass from Michi Malback. It's full court pressure again from Surrey. Colonels lead 58-44. Juan going to bring it up the right sideline. He's fouled, just sort of checked out of bounds by number 22, Dontre Little. I think Little's got 4 fouls now. It's 17 fouls on Surrey, so this is going to send the deuce, Juan Thornhill, to the free throw line to shoot a 1-and-1.
And seeing my friend Andrea Craig from ABC 13 here makes me remember, too, to talk about my friend from Galax, Carly Griffith, who went to Galax and was a manager, I believe, for that basketball team with Verl Brown.
First free throw goes down for Juan Thornhill. 4:51 remaining in the Apple Market, fourth quarter. An apple a day is what you should do there at the Apple Market. Second free throw goes down for number 2, Juan Thornhill. Colonels have hit the 60-point mark. They lead 60-44. Oh, Demetrius Johnson got a steal. Left-hand block, puts it in off the window. Timeout by Surrey and head coach Jake Mintz. Not a whole lot going his way right now. We'll take a 30-second timeout, too. There's 4:46 to play in the basketball game. Altavista busting loose. They lead 62-44 on 105.5 KD Country.
GMC Certified Service, Highview Motors, state inspections, transmission repair, tire sales, Highview Motors. If your ride has been in an accident, Highview Motors has the latest collision repair center and body shop. Drive-on frame machine, down-drive paint booth with baking oven, GMC and ASE certified technicians. Great selection of professional-grade GMC trucks and pre-owned cars. Highview Motors, Main Street, Altavista.
Highview Motors, GMC.
More live high school sports action on 105.5 KD Country.
62-44, Altavista Colonels on top. Boy, it's a far cry from when they trailed by 6 at halftime, Bob, but second half has just been a dominant performance by the Altavista Colonels.
That third quarter, they really just kind of ran away with things and really just poured it on the third and really kind of put the foot to the accelerator, foot on the throat, whatever you want to say. Pep Band getting things going here tonight. They have been a key cog as well in this home stretch.
They are a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun to listen to, and you heard Coach C mention they really do provide an advantage for the home team The Altavista Colonels have used that to their advantage tonight. Surrey basketball, they'll inbound. Got to go the full length of the court. Altavista Colonels throwing some full court man-to-man pressure.
Well, and I think they get the crowd jacked up, too.
Yeah, definitely. Robert Elliott got it inbounds. He got it to DeAndre Davis. Davis, fall away jump shot, won't go in. Little's got the offensive rebound. Smacked away by Darius Johnson. Ends up in his hands. Then he hands it off to Juan Thornhill. I don't know if that goes as a block or a steal or what, but it's a fantastic defensive play. Hubbard has it. Left wing. He'll throw it further down. And Juan Thornhill will tee up the 3 ball. No good. Rebounded by Demetrius Johnson. Johnson, middle of the lane, 3 feet away. Can't get it to go. Got his own rebound. That one won't go. Brother Darius had it, and he is fouled. Second chances, third chances, fourth chances for the Altavista Colonels, Bob. It's a big reason why they're on top right now. Darius Johnson heading back to the free throw stripe with 4:12 to play in the Apple Market fourth quarter.
That's it from Timothy Marsh. Not even the season over, just tonight over. He'll have another chance next week. But that is his 5th foul, team's 8, and Darius is at the line for 2 because he was in the act of shooting.
Yep, Darius will have 2 free throws. And Coach Jake Mintz gets the minute to think about the sub he wants to put in, but he called his whole team over, and the officials didn't really like that. They say, you can't use it as a timeout. You can use it to think about your sub, but you can't call everybody over and talk to them. He does get a substitute in there, Darius Johnson, ready to try the free throws. First one on the way. Rattles around and in. Darius is 6'4", just like, I think they actually list Demetrius at 6'3".
Yep. Darius an inch taller on the program.
They both got the great frame, good shoulders. And how about a rebound by Juan Thornhill, a guy who's built like a tank as well. Demetrius Johnson ends up with the basketball, and he's fouled. The free throw was missed. I was in the middle of talking about how the Johnson brothers are built pretty solid as far as basketball players go. And you're going to get another Brothers Johnson on the free throw line. That's Demetrius, who will get to shoot a 1-and-1. That floor was on the foul. That foul was on the floor.
DeAndre Davis, his 4th, and that is the 9th foul. And now Demetrius will shoot a 1-and-1 from the stripe. And the first free throw up is in for Demetrius Johnson. 20-point lead for Altavista.
Wow. Again, Colonels trailed by 6 at halftime. If you joined us late, they're up 20 now.
If you're Surrey, you cannot hang your head but so far and so low, because you've got to rebound and get back at it.
Sure.
Probably either next Friday or Saturday as Demetrius sinks the second, and you're going to find a very good squad on the other end.
Absolutely. Both these two teams are in the Final Four. State semifinals probably next Friday or Saturday, like Bob said. Surrey basketball, that's Gary Davis. He'll pull up for a long 3. Side of the iron. No good. Rebound is loose. Controlled by Demetrius Johnson. He lost it. Davis got it back. Right hand off the window and in. Good job by Davis to stay with it and grab a steal. 65-46. The Colonels still on top. Just over 3.5 to play here from Altavista High School. Maulback heads to the baseline. No look over to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson had to turn around to send that one in, Bob Alvis. Give him 2 points. 67-45. 67-46, pardon me. Colonels continue to stretch the lead out.
If Altavista wins, they will most likely be hosting at Salem.
Dontre Little driving, swatted away by Juan Thornhill. Davis ends up with it. Robert Elliott wants to try a 3. It's off the front of the iron, no good. Juan Thornhill will grab this rebound, falling out of bounds. Tried to throw it off a guy, but it ends up in Darius Johnson's hands. He's got brother Demetrius all alone. Demetrius will just lay it in. No need for the dunk there, I suppose Demetrius figures. Got a man injured here for Surrey, so they're going to stop play and allow Justin Williams, I believe it is, that's hurt, to get off. He's favoring that right leg. Man, Altavista. Yeah, I like what you said, Bob. You can't really fault Surrey too much. They just ran into a buzzsaw here in the second half.
Yeah, really, no other way to put it. 19-6 run right now for Altavista. Crowd is really into it. I've been hard on them, but they have been big tonight in both games.
They get it inbounds. Number 0, Joseph Bethea in the basketball game. And here comes Dontre Little. Oh, nice give. And the layup won't go in when it rains, it pours. Juan Thornhill's got to look at the basket wide open. Juan with the lay in. He got challenged. He wanted to dunk it. Juan just had to settle for the layup instead. Juan got sort of poked in the eye. Demetrius Johnson has a steal, and now he heads to the left side of the paint for a basket. Jake Mintz wants to take a timeout, I think. He will get the timeout awarded to him. We'll take a stop and play as well. 30-second break here from Altavista High School. Colonels, they're running away with it. 2.5 to play. They're up 73-46 on 105.5 KD Country.
Virginia's oldest and most experienced bus distributor, Sonny Merriman Incorporated, is Virginia's premier Thomas-built bus dealer. Sonny Merriman has been providing buses to schools, churches, medical facilities, and transit agencies for more than 45 years. Sonny Merriman is recognized for outstanding service and customer satisfaction. Sonny Merriman wishes to recognize the Altavista Colonels basketball teams on their outstanding season, and good luck in tournament play.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
73-46, the Altavista Colonels on top here over the Surrey Cougars. If you joined us late, the Lady Colonels squad got the win in the early game. Big win there. They're heading to probably Salem, we think, to host an opponent in their state semifinal matchup.
57-44 wins
Yes.
for them. Has the visitors 2 nights in a row.
Yeah.
The road blacks have been worn here at Altavista.
Surrey will inbound.
And some people think this one is over as they're heading out the door.
Little gets it on the drop pass right there. Goes along the right side of the court for the lay-in. Altavista's defense maybe not exactly ready for that one. Of course, with the big lead, can't blame him. Agent Zero, Bethea going to take a 3. No good. Rebounded by Demetrius Johnson. Sorry, Oscar Briggs. I had to give your nickname away there. Juan with a rebound. They get it ahead to Demetrius Johnson. Johnson threw it to Little, who's on Surrey's team, so turnover there. Things getting a little hectic and crazy out there on the court, Bob.
Yeah, the starting 5 still out there right now. That shot missed, rebounded by Darius, and Darius is going to get fouled.
Yeah, Elliott tried the little runner from about 7 feet, wouldn't go. Darius got the rebound and was fouled immediately afterwards. He's headed to the free throw line. It wasn't the old intentional foul. I don't think Coach Jake Mintz is worried about stopping the clock.
Right, I don't think he really wants to.
Yeah.
Be honest with you.
2:01 to play in the Apple Market fourth quarter. Officials are gesturing.
It's 5. It's 5 on DeAndre Davis.
Thornhill and Richard Hubbard share a bit of a laugh. Michi Malbeck is there as well in between the circles talking things over. Darius Johnson's headed to the free throw line. And now Coach Carlero is going to throw a little line change. He's going to send some substitutes in the game. 5 of them, in fact. One of them will have to wait for Darius's free throw attempt.
I think this is a good idea because, honestly, last couple plays, the starting 5, I'm not saying they were getting lazy or lackadaisical or anything like that, but I think if you get these 5 out there, they're still going to play hard. And, and plus, right now, you're not getting Juan, Richard, Michi, or the Johnsons in any danger of injury either.
I like that there. Juan, Michi, and Richard pretty much greet the 4 as they come onto the court with some high fives and a little bit of instruction, encouragement. Navy Jones is at the table, so he's going to check in for Darius Johnson next. Back iron free throw, no good. Josh McClure got the rebound. Nice bounce pass to Darius Johnson. That shot won't go. Darius got his own rebound, sticks it up and in. Maybe Darius had it playing the whole time. I'll miss the free throw, let Josh get the rebound. He'll send it back to me somehow, and I'll get 2 more points instead of just 1. Colonel's up 75-48. Fall away jump shot on the way. It goes in for the Surrey Cougars. It's number 24, Draquan Claiborne in the basketball game now. 2 points for him. Darius has it, left-hand block, lays it in, won't go. Rebound is loose. Nelson Dews with the rebound. Sends it over to Dylan Allen. Allen overhead pass to brother Walker Allen. Walker Allen long 2 goes down. That's the old 18.5-foot 2-pointer. Timeout. Coach Cardellaro is going to call a timeout just to get Navy Jones in the ball game. He's not going to take the timeout, not going to talk.
Good idea.
Just for substitution purposes, so we will keep it here.
Minute 29 to go. Real good idea just to get, Darius out of there. Like I said, you don't want anything bad to happen at this point. Not that you want anything bad to happen to these 5 either.
Right. Yeah, you don't want anything bad to happen to anybody ever, but I see your point, Bob Alvis. On the court right now, long jump shot on the way for Surrey. I'll identify the players in just 1 minute. Navy Jones controls the rebound. He is joined on the court by Josh McClure, Nelson Dews, Walker Allen, and Dylan Allen for the Altavista Colonels. Boy, Dylan Allen got up in the air, almost a traveling violation. They get it over to Navy Jones, right sideline.
Dustin Brown, Chandler Pribble at the table. Traquan Smith going to check in, as well as Ernest McAllister on the next whistle.
I was going to say.
If there is one.
Yeah, good point. We're down to 49 seconds. Coach Cardellaro is going to call another timeout to get the substitutes in. It will allow the substitutes from Surrey to get in as well, the guys you mentioned, Ernest McAllister, Traquan Smith. Let's see who stays out there for Surrey.
They don't list weights for Surrey, but Traquan Smith, he's a big one.
I bet you he's a good offensive lineman, although I'm assuming there. I don't know if he plays football or not. I got on Bob Alvis about assuming earlier, so I need to catch myself there.
How much do you think he weighs, if you had to just take a guess?
I'd say he's 300 pounds.
Yeah, I would
Nelson
say 320 if he's a pound.
Nelson Dews lost the basketball. Chandler Pribble has it. He is fouled. Pribble is now out there with Destin Brown. Bob mentioned that. On the court, also for the Cougars, you have the guys that checked in, McAllister and Smith. Also, you have number 32, Denzel Doby. Oh gosh, now I've lost it, Bob.
You need help?
Number 20, Michael Harris is out there, missing one guy on that far block down there. Pribble's free throw on the way in and out, no good. It's number 24. Yep, Draquan Claiborne. I think Coach Mintz has played everybody. I'm not sure if number 42, Caleb Parsons, been in the game yet. He may not even been in.
He did play.
Uniform. I see. And the free throw, no good. Rebounded by Draquan Claiborne. Claiborne will bring it up. We got 33 seconds left in the basketball game.
Back. I doubt you're going to see anything go up.
I would think. Long three ball, no good. Offensive rebound comes down to Surrey. They'll bounce it back out to Claiborne. Claiborne lost it momentarily. He's driving there, tried to dish it off to the big man, Straquan Smith, but ball went out of bounds off Smith's hands. Colonels will get the basketball back, and I think Bob is right. Probably no need in even seeing a shot right here. McClure's going to left-hand dribble it into the front court. Now over to Nelson Dews.
And I got to think Jake Mintz has got the foul called off as well.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Surrey can get a steal, they're still playing hard. They love that. No-look pass gets over to Dylan Allen. Allen put up a shot. He's right there next to the basket, so you can't really blame him. At that point, it won't go in. He's fouled, headed to the free throw line. That's one of those situations where if you get it that close to the basket, it's almost bad sportsmanship not to shoot.
Right.
You know what I mean, Bob?
I'm with you.
If you pass that up, then it's sort of rubbing it in the other team's face. So Allen just went ahead and went up with it. This is Dylan Allen on the free throw line now with 3.4 seconds left. First freebie goes down.
Colonels have combinations out there, brothers, on the roster at least at this point. You've got Malbecs, you've got Thornhills, you've got Allens. I'm missing one. And you've got Johnson, right?
You missed
Darius
the brothers,
Demetrius,
Johnson.
Right.
Second free throw goes down for Dylan Allen. Surrey's going to let it roll. They got 3.4 seconds. Half court shot on the way from them. Back iron, no good. And we are all done here. The Altavista Colonels, a regional championship. They win 79-50 over the Surrey Cougars. Subway postgame show on the way when you come back. 105.5 KD Country.
For more than 103 years, we've offered special banking assistance to many nonprofit organizations. I'm Kathy Morgan with First National Bank, and we have a checking account just for nonprofits and faith-based organizations that has no minimum balance requirement and no monthly maintenance fee. We also specialize in offering financing when your group needs a loan. So come see us at First National Bank, and we'll provide your organization with an extraordinary customer experience. First National Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
English Construction Company has been in the building business since 1909, so it's only natural that they appreciate the building process. They recognize the fact that organized sports programs build character as well as bodies and minds. They know that high school sports build our youth into more well-rounded and more productive adults. English Construction Company is proud to be a sponsor of high school sports and salute all athletes, coaches, and teachers. A word of praise and encouragement from English Construction Company with offices in Lynchburg.
A short drive will save you money.
In the market for a new Chevrolet? Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
For a huge selection of new Chevrolets and pre-owned vehicles, it's Fellers Chevrolet.
FellersDirect.com.
FellersDirect.com. Selection. Convenience. Fellers Chevrolet.
Fellers Chevrolet.
Always open and only a click away.
FellersDirect.com.
A short drive will save you money. Fellers Chevrolet in Altavista.
Now, back to the action on 105.5 KD Country.
Time. Colonel celebration is on here at Altavista High School. 2 Colonel Region Championships, Bob Alvis. Exciting stuff here from Altavista. Girls get to win in the first game. Guys get to win 79-50. And again, if you joined us late, pretty amazing stuff in the second half for the Colonels. They were down by 6 at halftime. I won't say Bob and I weren't worried because, man, Surrey was looking very, very solid in the first half. And it's not so much what Surrey did wrong in the second half. It's just the Altavista Colonels really, really got after it there, and they did so much right. Region champions being announced right now for the Altavista Colonels. Destin Brown stepping out there to claim his little pin emblem that they give you. And Bob Alvis is totaling some stats up. And it's going to be another long night totaling for Bob Alvis because the Colonels dropped 79 30 in the first half, 79 total. So my math tells me that's 49 in the second half, and it was a very, very good half all the way around. Boy, first thing that sticks out to me, Bob, was the play of Darius Johnson. Also, Mr. Juan Thornhill, and we should mention Juan tweaked the ankle again in the first quarter. Came out for about a minute or so, we seem to think. Came back in. He kind of walked it off. He didn't look 100% at first, but certainly after about a minute or so on the court, he looked 100% after that. Pretty incredible stuff all the way around for the Colonels. Got to be proud of what they did here in this game. Got to give some big props to our man Mike Carlero again, Bob Alvis. He's a two-time state championship winner. The Colonels, again, are the defending 1A state champion. He's not resting on his laurels, though. He's got this team playing well, playing hard. They have 3 losses on the year. They lost their first game of the season to Goochland. They lost twice in the regular season to Dan River. And if you heard any of Bob's updates, Dan River is the region champion in 2A West. So obviously you're not losing to a slouch of a team. And we certainly do wish the Wildcats all the best as they travel into the state semifinals with a chance possibly to bring home some hardware down there to Ringgold. And the Colonels have aspirations all the same. They are headed to the state semifinals. They will host, and let's touch on that again because that's a little bit of a tricky situation. Probably going to host at Salem Civic Center. That's the designated super site that the VHSL has the Colonels going to. And they're going to play either the loser of Radford. They're going to play either Radford or Galax, the loser of that game. I think Bob Alvis might have us an update there as far as who they're going to play. Maybe? No?
What's the question?
Radford Galax, you got a winner down there? Okay,
check.
no problem.
I called in the
while you're doing that,
tonight.
gotcha.
There were a lot of numbers, so I called in Soup to see if he can help me out. And
Sounds
we'll see
good.
how that goes. That Radford-Galax game, real quick, unless you had something to say.
No. While you check, I will just say, girls, same situation. They're probably going to host at the Salem Civic Center. Now, we should mention to Colonel fans that there's an outside chance that they might be playing at the Siegel Center in Richmond, but we're fairly sure it's going to be at Salem. Again, stay tuned to KD Country throughout the week. We'll get you the info. Like us on Facebook, all that kind of stuff. And Soup, the scorekeeper, announced, and boy, he's not going to be helping you with the stats. He's collecting the hardware right
now. By the way, that Radford-Galax score, 50-24, Radford going to the fourth.
Okay.
So I'm going to project Galax and Altavista, and it's a matchup that I don't think has been had. It hadn't been had in my time on the airwaves in 13 years, not in the basketball court.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting there. It's a great thing that you point out. I think Radford's been single A for a long time, and if you remember, up until about 2000, the Altavista Colonels were double A. After the Altavista Colonels dropped down to single A, they went into Division I. Exactly, yep. All those teams were 2A, and Radford, this is their first year as a 1A team. So either way, it's probably going to be a fresh matchup, and it looks like it's going to be Galax. The Colonels on the other side, Lady Colonels, excuse me, they'll be hosting that game at probably Salem, like we said. Right. They're playing Chilhowie was the loser in that region championship game. And as we said, Surrey moving on, as is Colonial Beach's girls team from earlier tonight. They're still in the state semifinals. They'll just have to go on the road to do it.
Coach Ward's going to come join us real quick. You want to keep it here or take one last break?
I think we should step aside one last time, give Coach Ward a chance to jog his way up here. I know he moves quick, but he doesn't move that quick, and we can collect our thoughts, final stats, all that kind of stuff as well. We'll step aside one last time out on the Subway postgame show, the Subway celebration show. Altavista Colonels, 2 big region champs tonight. Guys get the win 79-50. You heard every second of it on 105.5 KD Country.
Some people have never tried food at a Mexican restaurant. So we asked Chad Shelton from Shelton's Plumbing and Heating about his experience.
I wasn't so sure what the green stuff was, but they slipped some on my plate one day, and now I won't have a meal without guacamole. Still can't spell it.
At El Cazador Mexican Restaurant, if you have questions, they give you the answers in English. Mexican and American foods, affordable prices, and fast service. Try it today, El Cazador, Main Street, Altavista.
English is
so much more.
English is
more than a hardware store.
English
is your complete home center. Everything for every job you do. Always here for you.
Get the quality you really need at English is
so much more.
English is
more than a hardware store.
English is
English's is your complete home center.
On North Main Street, Altavista open Saturday 8 to 4.
Your high school sports station, 105.5 KD Country.
Back here from Altavista High School as we get ready to wrap up. Bob Alvis joined by the coach of the Colonels, Mr. Chad Ward. Kenny Hunt, always outstanding on the PA tonight, and a lot of good stuff. First quarter, not a lot of good stuff for you guys. It was good stuff for Surrey, though. Talk about what went wrong in the first.
We were actually pretty surprised that they came out in a man. We've been working a lot on the 1-3-1. They're very athletic. They like to trap. So we really kind of focused on that. We didn't really think that they would guard us in the man that much, but they did. It kind of threw us off a little bit, and we got really stagnant there. And then, of course, Juan goes down holding his ankle, and everybody took a gasp for air on that one.
But he came back in a lot quicker than I thought he was going to.
Yes. He came over to me, and he told me it hurt pretty bad that it had been stepped on when he rolled it. But it was not as bad as the previous one, so he was ready to go back in and fight through it.
And fight he did. He had a great game tonight. Darius also, Demetrius had the good third quarter the other night, and this time it was Darius with that strong third quarter. What's being said at halftime? Clean version, if you can.
It's always clean. Coach just told them, this is it. There's only a couple more games left. We have to dig down and fight it out and gut it out. Against Colonial Beach, that's what we did.
Right.
We went in at halftime against Beach, I think down 2, and came out and did very well. And when we came out in the third quarter this time, we went on a 24-6 run. And I mean, from when they got up on us early in the first, I think it turned into like a 74 to 29 run from the about 5 minutes in to the first quarter.
There were a lot of big numbers tonight.
Yeah,
a lot of big numbers.
But Darius did have a huge game. Lots of offensive rebounds, lots of putbacks, cleaning things up around the glass. And Demetrius was huge for us on defense. He had to step up and guard all 3 of the best players from Surrey, depending on what the lineup was, and that was huge on Demetrius's part.
Do you think it's a case, too, to where I don't want to say that you're saying this at the beginning of the game, but if we can just withstand the first half, a lot of teams are going to punch themselves out. I know you can't count on that.
Right.
But it's happened twice this week.
Well, we knew Surrey was going to come in with a chip on their shoulder from the game last year at the Civic Center. They were our closest game in our state run last year at the Civic Center. We really had to gut it out against them. And, they came in with that on their shoulder like, this is a team that ended our season last year, so they came out ready to play, and they wanted to punch us in the mouth from the get-go.
And they did. I thought they really swung a hard punch in the first quarter. And I really thought – I didn't think you guys played bad in the first quarter. I thought they played better, to be honest.
Well, as we was walking down the hallway at halftime, I turned to Coach, and I told he just kind of looked at me, and I said, they can't hit shots like that in the second half. They were on fire when they came out in the first quarter. I think they actually went and shot at William Campbell today a little bit. And I was like, it's like an exact replica of our gym, so how beneficial is that? So.
Well, and they had, I thought they had a swag.
They did.
Going in the first half. And, like you said, when you guys get on a run, I think that can eliminate a lot of swagger. Not in the books yet, but Radford's up 20-plus heading into the fourth quarter against Galax. I know you guys have seen Radford in person. Have you seen Galax in person?
We have not seen Galax in person. We are going to be working on that this week, assuming that's what happens.
Right.
We do know a good bit about them, but we have not seen them in person. Hopefully we can get our hands on the tape somewhere.
Right, and Galax, very classy as well with Coach Brown down there. Final couple things for you. The pattern is really different this year in terms of you've got a game this coming weekend, either Friday or Saturday. We don't know yet. I don't know yet. And then if you're lucky enough to get by this time, then you've got another week. Talk about, knock on wood, you stay around, keeping the kids focused.
Well, this team responds very well to pressure in playoffs. Our issue with keeping focus usually falls in the middle of the season when the games aren't as important, or I don't want to say not as important, but they're less affecting of the length of our season.
Right.
And I think when this group sees the playoffs ahead of them, they really get into it, and they really respond well down the stretch. I think that we just keep improving as the season goes along, and the farther we go into the playoffs, and that was the case last year as well. Talking about class, though, Bob, Surrey County, they came back out, they watched the trophy presentations and all that. I think Surrey County does a very good job, and their coach down there is a real class act.
Yeah, Coach Mintz, I talked to him before the game. I agree with you totally. The Ward family was in the house tonight, right?
My father was here. My wife, she has to work early in the morning, and it's all we can do to keep Nolan from running on the floor and taking the ball from Juan. So,
well, don't tell the other team that, because they might try to recruit Nolan to play for them. But Coach, definitely thank you for coming up. And from now on out, I guess we'll be doing interviews on Media Row if we're so lucky, because you're in bigger buildings.
Yes, sir.
So, Coach, definitely appreciate it.
Thank you.
That is Chad Ward, as the choo-choo train will be the sound for him to leave the gym, and we definitely appreciate his talk. For Altavista, real quick, the scoring went as follows, Kyle. Michi had 9-1 with 20, Demetrius with 19, Darius with 27, and Walker Allen with 2, and Dylan Allen with 2. So both Allens get equal pieces of the pie tonight. Let's go with players of the game while I'm waiting on Surrey's numbers. And let's start with the guys' game, and then we'll retro back to the girls. I'm going to go first for Altavista. I think I've got to go with Darius Johnson. A real strong third quarter propels that. 27 points. And Darius is on that top 10 list, by the way. Altavista fans, you can vote for that on ABC 13. And Darius and Juan are both in the top 10. And that's a compliment, because that's counting Lynchburg, Roanoke, and Danville players.
Yeah, it is. We get to see Darius all the time. We know how good he is, but I'm sure some folks out there might not realize. I'll go for the Colonels, too, first, since you went that way. And since you go Darius, I got to go Juan Thornhill. I think both of them, obviously, were equally good picks. And let's be honest, again, none of the Colonels really played bad, but it seemed like those two guys were the big spark plug for them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that as well. Demetrius also had a strong game with 19. For Surrey County, I don't have the final numbers yet, but I'm going to go just off the memory bank with Robert Elliott. Elliott had a strong first half for Surrey, and I thought he played a real strong game tonight as well. So I've got to go. I got to go Elliott.
I like what you did there with Robert Elliott. On the other side, I'm going to go. I'm going to go with Dontre Little. I almost said Lytle again. It's spelled with a Y, but we were told it is Dontre Little. Thought he did outstanding stuff. He's a senior guard. This is his swan song for him. He gets at least one more game, and who knows? We could be seeing Surrey again down the road.
Little finished with 20. Elliott had 10. Davis with 6. Marsh with 4. The other Davis had 4. Claiborne with 2, and Williams with 4. Going backwards to the girls' game, first I've got to go with Colonial Beach, the Drifters. I got to go Carrie. She really stroked it in the second half, and I thought she really kept Surrey, or kept Colonial Beach. It's all merging together at this point.
I know.
So I'm going to go with Carey on my end.
This is Sydney Carey. Good pick by you. She's a junior guard for Colonial Beach. And once again, maybe not the last time the Lady Colonels see them. You go Carey. I'm going to go Denia Newman. I thought she hit that big three that gave them some life. And I can't fault your pick with Carey, though, either. She's an outstanding player. On the other side, for the home team, boy, I'm tempted to do it, Bob. I really am. I know it's going to ruffle your feathers. That's part of the reason why I want to do it. I got to go with the 3 lovely and talented ladies that came up here in the press box. If nothing else, the great halftime interview, you got to go with the big 3 there. Sydney Morris, Chelsea Robinson, and Kalia Donegan. They're my pick for the players of the game for the Lady Colonels.
I second that.
Yes.
I thought Morris was really solid from the free throw line. Chelsea is really, I thought she was a great rebounder last year, but I really think she's kind of developed, to be a rebounding guard, kind of like a Juan Thornhill. And I thought Kalia Donegan could have gotten rattled. They called like 3 travels on her real quick in the second quarter, but Kalia altered her game and got it done. Honorable mention players of the game for me, by the way, today, Lee Cameron and yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys have been working all day, working hard for the whole day. And like I said earlier, too, definitely a big thank you to the staffs here at Altavista High School.
Yeah.
It goes from the top. Ty Gafford, Dean Hubbard. Definitely thanks to coaches Cardellaro and Spencer for taking time with us all year. Mr. McCracken had provided us with some fun up here at one of the games. Definitely big thank you to Robert Duff and Subway post-game show. a lot of people to thank. And I echo what Coach Ward said about Surrey. Coach Mintz was a class guy. You know, most people, you don't want to bother him right before the game, but I talked to him for 2 or 3 minutes, and he stopped me from going back up, saying, hey, can you say hi to my dad? And definitely a big hi again to his dad, Buzz. And definitely I hope to see Surrey again at some point. But the Final Four, it's a strong four. Radford and Galax are very good, very well coached, very classy with coaches Cormany at Radford and Verl Brown at Galax. I mean, I say this. He is one of the nicest people you will ever meet in this world.
Yeah, these 4 teams that are left in the Final Four, and I'll even say the other 4 in the girls team, in the girls side as well. So these 8 teams that are left in 1A, they're the complete package, well-rounded basketball teams, not even anything close to a pushover. Before we get to the schedule, Bob, let me tell you the other people we really got to thank, the people that brought you this basketball game. If you listen in Surrey like Coach Mintz's father, you heard it at kdcountry.com, and you can thank Walmart on the Clarion Road in Altavista for that. Save money, live better, Walmart. All you Surrey people that listen, if you ever come Altavista way, you got to make sure you stop in Walmart there and buy something, even if it's something small. And I'll tell you, it's a Subway post-game show, so you can stop into the Walmart location in Subway.
I thought you were going to tell them if they wanted their game on the radio, they could give a station a call.
Oh, well, that's beyond our control probably. Anyway, that's funny, though. I like that. Back on board here. And again, hey, Surrey fans, Altavista Colonel fans, you can hear this game and all the Colonel games archived on demand at our YouTube channel. Check it out. KDCountry.com's got the link. It'll get you there. And again, our fantastic 2014 playoff sponsors, folks like Sonny Merriman, We Are Virginia's Bus Company, Highview Motors, GMC, from small to tall, Highview has it all. David W. Shreve, attorney at law. If you're facing a legal matter, don't do it alone. Altavista Appliance and Furniture, best prices, great service. Select Air, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You got to call Donnie. There's never an overtime charge. Weather's going to get bad again Monday, folks. Look out for that. Apple Markets. Check out the weekly specials at all 3 Altavista area locations. Finch & Finch Funeral and Cremation Services, a family serving families since 1905. English is your complete home center. So much more than a hardware store. Fellers Chevrolet, a short drive will save you money. English Construction Company, wishing our high school athletes an exciting and injury-free game. And El Cazor Mexican Restaurant, absolutely, without a doubt, the happiest place in town. Go see Carlos, Steven, all the gang over there. They're going to set you up with some great Mexican food. You're going to have a great time while you're in there. Bob Alvis, this has been a lot of fun. These 5 doubleheader playoff games in the last 2 weeks here from Altavista High School. I'm kind of sad we got to leave. I know the Colonel's season keeps going on, but we'll have to go on the road. And like we said, probably going to be Salem. Outside chance it could be Siegel Center in Richmond.
I would think, too, that it will probably be a doubleheader again, honestly, because I think they're going to probably try to cater and keep it as close to it for both teams
That'd be nice,
as possible. So we could be doing this again, and I'm not you're going to have weeks in between. You're going to have Friday or Saturday for this week, and then it's next week. I don't think it starts any earlier than Thursday, I believe.
Yeah. It sort of depends on how many teams are playing at that site. They're going to try and fit it all in Saturday, but if they can't, they don't want people to have to start a game at 7:30 in the morning.
But then when we go to Siegel, I think Siegel has it blocked off Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yep,
so,
and the 1A final is set for Saturday. I have looked that up. Now the only thing there is, we obviously all know, the weather could throw a wrench in those plans.
Well, and you got to get there. You got to
exactly.
win.
That's a great point.
Galax is going to be the opponent most likely for the guys. Chilhowie will be the opponent for the girls. Stay tuned to KDCountry.com. You can follow us on Facebook or Twitter as well. So a lot of you should not be uninformed. Let me put it that way.
That's exactly right. We'll have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. We're going to exactly know what's going to happen by Monday. So listen out for those promos at 105.5, or again, like Bob said, check the website kdcountry.com. Like us on Facebook. Tell your friends, tell your enemies. We don't mind. We just want you listening to some great high school basketball. 2 big wins for the Colonels tonight, Bob. That's going to do it for us. For Bob Alvis, I'm Kyle Haney. Lee Cameron back at home base. We're going to wrap it up. Colonels, 2 region champions. The girls did it first. The guys followed suit. You heard every minute of the action live on 105.5 KD Country.